Okay. We are finally live.
We did it.
Thank you
Give me
so
back.
much for your patience, guys. We are here. My name is Ilan,
I'm John.
and we are going to be your commentators for the QMT 135 kilometer race here in 2026. John, how are you doing tonight?
Good. We'll be here until 6 p.m. tomorrow.
6 p.m.
It's
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a long ride.
It's going to be a long one, and it already kicked off. So, we've got a little bit of catching up to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, obviously we're so sorry that we couldn't be here for the start, but thank you for bearing with us.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of exciting action already happening. We've
Yeah.
got some beautiful images. We're already in the forest, and it's a lot lighter in the images than I think it
Exactly.
looks out our window.
Yeah, exactly. So, how's everyone doing? The live chat seems to be really interested in how the race is unfolding. It's such a beautiful start of the race. Being there at the town of Baie-Saint-Paul, it's a magical part of Quebec. It's a magical part of the race. The runners start at the hotel, and they make a little loop around, seeing their fans and supporters twice, which is such a unique thing for a race. It's beautiful to be able to do that, both for the runner and the supporters. And then once you leave, go through the chute and go to the hotel. You get into the town. You have a beautiful 5 kilometers of running, which we saw on some roads and gravel roads, and then you get into the trail sections, and that's what we're seeing now, right? It's still light outside. I mean, if I'm looking out of the window, it's getting pretty dark already, but you can see some light, and it's great. Just look at the coverage; it's beautiful. Right?
It is. It really is beautiful. And just speaking about how beautiful it is, before we get too deep into, I know you and I could go for upwards of 24 hours talking.
That's a goal.
Talking about trail running. But I think before we get too deep, we just want to mention this live is presented by Desjardins. So thank you so much to Desjardins for making this possible. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be able to bring this to you wherever you are in the world. So speaking of which, we know we have a lot of Brazilian fans, but wherever you are, drop in the chat. Tell us where you're watching from. We're really curious, and we're just curious to see where our audience is. I know a lot of Brazilians, of course, and a lot of Quebecois, but let's see. So drop it in the chat. Where are you watching us from? And so sorry, John, I kind of cut you off. You were talking about
The course.
the course and what it's looking like. Can you tell us a bit more about the beginning of this race?
Yeah, well, if you follow the race, if you will follow the live stream for this year, you'll see the magic of what Quebec has to offer. It's such a unique race, and we'll talk more about the uniqueness of the race. But you can really kind of see like the type of trails here. I believe this is Valerie.
I think we're following Julie right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
Julie,
Julie
okay.
with the Solomon pack and the Solomon quiver.
Yeah.
So I can jump right in. Julie Lesage is one of our local elites. She's not a local talent though. She's definitely she can compete on the international stage. Julie, who's competed really well in the past. Definitely a high ITRA and some notable performances in the past.
Yeah. It's just beautiful, and we see a pretty dry course. I was very curious to see like how the course is going to look like. We've not scoped it out yet. We saw other parts of the course.
Yeah.
It is a course that is super demanding. It requires a lot from the runners. Whether you're a fast runner or like you love the endurance, it is a tough course to get through. And regardless of how much rain we had yesterday or not, or the past couple of weeks, it's also gonna be muddy, and that's Quebec. Yeah.
Totally. A couple comparisons for this course. Just thinking of this because we had Julie on our screen, Julie Lesage, just a minute ago.
I'm not sure if it was Julie, but
okay. All right. Well, I just mentioning it because I've got her results from the past, but another really technical race here in Quebec, UTHC, that she performed really well at in 2024, being kind of similar terrain in the same region, Charlevoix region of Quebec. Very rooty, lots of rocks, lots of not quite scrambling, but definitely not rolling fast.
no. I mean, there's a lot of running at least, and that's really nice. But for sure, it's known to be a hard course, and that's for a reason, because it is kind of hard. So that's fun. You've never done the course yourself. You've never done the race. You have done some racing.
I've never done it. Yeah, so passionate trail runner, passionate ultra trail runner. I've raced in Charlevoix. I've raced in other parts of Quebec, but I've never had the pleasure of doing Québec Mega Trail. I think, judging from your hat, John, you have. Do you want to
Yeah.
tell us a bit about that?
I'm sure I'll talk a lot about it. Please stop me if I.
Well, start, please.
Yeah. I did the 100 miler when the 100 miler was still up. I believe it was 5 years ago already. It was an amazing experience. It was my first dive into Quebec, and when I moved here, and I live in Montreal, and so yeah, it was a big discovery for me what the nature and course looks like here, and I have so many fond memories of that race. Of all these sections that these runners have to go through, because the course has remained pretty much the same throughout the years, and that's really nice. Some minor tweaks every year, but very minor. The identity of the race and the course is very much the same as it was in the first year. And yeah, that's really nice. And we got so many other races going on this weekend. The 135 is sort of like the prime course of QMT. But we got the national championship going on, the 80K, the 50K, the Canadian national championships. We got shorter distance and sub ultras. We got a Golden Trail World Series going on. So much to remember.
Totally, it's a really exciting weekend.
Yeah.
Here. You were just talking a little bit about the history and the previous versions of the long distance at QMT. The reason I say long distance, can you tell us a little bit about how the QMT, formerly 100 miler, has evolved, and how we ended up here with the 135?
Sure. Yeah. I wasn't here at the first year of the race, but I was very much attracted when I saw some YouTube films. I think people know Jeff Pelletier.
Yeah, Jeff Pelletier. Yeah, definitely out in North Vancouver.
Yeah,
great filmper. I think
exactly.
Inspired a lot of people, among them myself,
yeah,
to start trail running.
Exactly.
So yeah.
I think that was probably the main reason I even started looking at this race, because he did it, and he made a nice documentary with his partner about it, and he laid out the course really well in that race, and not a lot has changed since then, actually. And so the year after I did it, because I was like, of course, now I gotta do it. I saw some people do it, and it was a great experience, and it was not my first 100 mile. I've done a few, but it did show me what the nature has to offer here, and maybe didn't get the result I wanted, but I at least finished it, and was pretty proud of that. And then throughout the years, I've been here as a crewer, pacer, coach, and everything else. And now, thankfully, we're starting for the first time in QMT history an English channel.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just you mentioned the English channel. It's super exciting to get to bring this race to you guys in English. Should we talk a little bit about what that looks like this year in its first iteration? Because I think it might be a little bit special, and you might be wondering, why are you seeing different things on our stream versus on the French stream, if ever you open that up. I think just to give you guys a little bit of background, the way that this is working is we have a French stream going on in studio, and that's what you're seeing sort of behind our image right now. And so we are sort of actively both translating and doing our own live stream, of course, to make it pleasant. So in a situation like this, I'm just going to remove us from the screen, so you won't see us anymore, just so that you can get a look at the really cool shots of these runners turning their headlamps on for the first time. But just know that, of course, the two are great French co-hosts, Yannick and Nico, are not who you're hearing in your ears. So that's just a little bit of background on why what you're seeing may not necessarily match what you're hearing. But we are in studio for the English live, and really happy to be bringing you these great images from
right. right?
Closing in on the night here.
Exactly. I was just thinking, there's not a lot of daylight left, if there's any. I think officially the sun has set. But it's great to see some runners still more visibly. But we'll have cameras running throughout the night. And they're just passing the first little trail section. They're nearing a first water stop, not a real aid station. The next real aid station is Halte de Large. That's where all the runners will get through and restock on everything they need. It's not a crewable aid station. It used to be in the past, but it's a very small, tight area, so it's hard to have all the runners have their own crew there. So since a couple years, 3 years, this is a non-crewable aid station. And we're closing in on that because they're moving really fast.
They're moving fast, right? We were just noticing when we were trying to get the live up and running, and we were just watching the trackers, like all of you at home. We were noticing their progress, and man, they're running fast. And this is these are not runnable trails, as we were saying before. So it's really impressive how quickly they've covered these first nearly 11 kilometers.
Yeah. Shall we do a little update on who's who in the race at the moment?
Definitely, I think that would be super interesting, and I think our audience would really appreciate that. Let's look at that.
Let's take everything with a grain of salt because we're dealing with GPS data, and we never know how accurate it is, and we might miss some people on the tracker that are there and just not visible for us yet.
That's a great point. We're beholden to the same tech as what everyone has access to. So if someone's tracker isn't refreshing, or if we miss someone, thanks for your patience, and we're gonna try to get you all the relevant information as soon as possible.
That's that. I am amazed by the race map that we have access to. It is such a cool thing.
Isn't it great?
Yeah. It's very accurate. Like having seen coverages of many other races where you sometimes see like a dot on the other side of the ocean, and it's amazing how accurate it feels like. I mean, it seems to be very accurate. And then like sometimes when it's like the name of some of the runners are a little bit blurred out, or like not blurred out, but like a lighter shade. It might mean because the GPS hasn't updated yet. But I'm seeing a lot of movement going on, and that's really exciting. So who do we have in front at the moment?
Maybe we can start by what looks to be on the tracker, like our first place male runner, even though of course it's very early in the race, so first place is definitely not set in stone. Jacob Barry-Annasson.
Jake.
Jake. Yeah. Do you want to give us a little bit of color on Jacob?
I know he's a runner with a lot of local history in running here. That's how much I know of him. He seems like an extremely nice and fun guy. I think he's a carpenter by trade, if I'm correct. And he's done a lot of bigger races in Quebec as well, because QMT is not the only race we have here. Might be the biggest one, but there's more going on. I know he did UTHC, Ultra Trail Harikana, in, I think it was 2025. And he got a fifth place there. And he has done some other races, local races. I think he won the first iteration of the Ultra Trail, the first 100 miler of the Chic-Choc Ultra Trail.
Yeah, which is in 2024.
Yeah, which is probably the most brutal race, one of the most brutal races in North America.
To give you guys an idea, when we talk about 100 miler being brutal, so this is just over 100 miles. It's 170 kilometers. Jacob's time for that 100 miler was 29 hours, 5 minutes, and 22 seconds.
Yeah.
So compare that to UTMB, which is the very fastest are doing it just under 20 hours.
Yes.
This is a whole other level of technical.
It is exactly. Yeah. It might not be worth to compare the hours and that it takes you, but because it's such a different different type of race.
Totally.
But that tells us how strong he is and how capable he is with dealing in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is it's probably a bit smoother for him, but he has some pedigree when it comes to like tough races. So let's go to let's go see this.
Let's get ourselves a little smaller so we can admire these great shots. And we're right here behind another local favorite. Not the person on the left of your screen right here. That is Anne Champagne.
Looks like it, right?
Yeah. I'd recognize that gait. We've run just enough together. Anne and I ran a little bit together in the past. Anne is a local here. Let's see what we can bring up about Anne. But she's definitely someone that we love to.
So Anne has done off the top of my head, she did the race twice in 2019 already. A long time ago. I think she did the 110 kilometer. That was a race that was still put up back then. And she won it, I believe, if I'm correct. And then she ran the 100 miler, the last version of the 100 miler in 2024. And she won that too.
Yeah. Not a bad result. Good, good relevant experience.
2-0. Yeah. And in between and after, she has done a bunch of big races too. Val d'Aran, Grand Raid. So she's been pretty much all around the world racing the biggest races.
Yeah, I think she might be most well known for her. I believe it was a third place at the Diagonale des Fous in recent years. I think that might be what put her on the world stage. I know last year she was pretty competitive in the World Trail Majors rankings as well. Yeah. So definitely a favorite for this race. Someone that I will personally be keeping very close tabs on.
Oh yeah. She is. She's definitely one of the favorites for this race. I talked to her a brief second yesterday night.
Oh yeah, how's she doing?
She's doing good. She's ready.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the smoothest of preparation, but I think she's really happy with what she has been doing so far. And just seeing her training for this race, it's pretty amazing much she's been really focusing on this race.
Yeah, she's been training really well for this. I've noticed that as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. So she's ready, and she's always such a nice and bubbly person. And here we're seeing, I think this is Valerie coming into the...
Valerie Arsenault.
Yeah, I mean, I should know.
Yeah, I was gonna say so. John, I think you have a little bit of privileged information on Valerie. What can, why might that be, and what can you tell us about Valerie?
Well, besides Valerie being a big friend of mine, I also am her coach. So
you're her coach.
Yeah.
All right.
So I have some inside information, but she's such a talented runner, and this is also how she races, and she's she likes to race out of the front, go hard. She has an amazing way how she goes about her racing and a philosophy of racing, and we both are very curious to see what today brings for her this day. And yeah, I'll share more about her.
Please, I hope you will. If I'm not mistaken, this is her first time here at QMT. Is that
True.
right?
Yeah. Funny enough, she's never done this race before.
Yeah, it's funny. She's local. But so, how do you think this this terrain suits her? And we'll get a little bit into the weather conditions as well. I think that would be interesting, just because they are particular here. But first, on the terrain, how do you think this sort of terrain suits her? I know she does Black Canyon, which is very different.
Yeah.
Has done Black Canyon and competed really well at those fast, flat American desert races. So how about this Quebec stuff?
She grew up here.
Yeah.
This is where she learned trail running, and in the tougher conditions too. No, she knows these trails. We didn't even train that much here, to be honest, because she knows the trails. The winter is hard here, so after the winter we've had maybe a couple months of training. That's not even a few weeks of training that runners could have done on the course. But yeah, regardless, she's ready for this race, and she's done similar races that are faster, but also races that are a lot more technical. So everything in between. This is not the most technical race for her that she's done. So
Right.
she's definitely capable of doing well on this type of course. Yeah.
She kicked off her 2026 season really well with a fourth place at the Mute 110K. Is that right?
Yeah, in Madeira. Yeah.
Must have, that's a good confidence builder. I mean, not that Valerie as a racer needs all that much confidence to be built, but definitely interesting nonetheless.
Yeah. Talk about a tough course. That's one of the other World Tour major.
Yeah.
So QMT is part of the World Tour majors. You'll see a lot of mentioning of the World Tour majors throughout our live stream, for good reasons. It's an amazing organization with a very diverse set of races across the globe, across the calendar, and Mute is one of those races. And it took place, I believe, 2 months ago, two and a half months ago. Yeah, she did pretty well. Ended fourth. Maybe not entirely what we had hoped for, but like a great result regardless. And yeah, it was nice to see her at the front on those volcanic trails and stairs. And yeah, all these races of the World Tour majors have such a nice stacked field of competitive athletes.
Definitely. I think just to add maybe a little bit more color on the World Trail majors, since that's really one of the very interesting, more recent arrivals here in Quebec, and you were mentioning Mute, of course. The World Trail majors is an international circuit that brings together the world's most iconic races, some of the world's most iconic races. And Quebec Mega Trail, one of the founding partner races, participant races, is now part of the series for the third consecutive year.
Yeah.
It it first joined through the legendary, as we were talking about before, the 100, the QMT 100 miles, which is, of course, since last year has become the QMT 135. And for the second consecutive year, the QMT 50 kilometer is included in the World Trail Majors short series, which was introduced last year. So that's really exciting. That's another race that, while we're not covering it directly, we're hoping to bring some stats about to you guys.
Yeah, there are so many amazing runners here this weekend. It feels like everyone's gathering around from shorter distance to longer distances, and it's nice to have the privilege of being so close to all these athletes. And you can just go to the finish line in Mont-Sainte-Anne, where sort of all the sponsors and all the setup is of all the race, and the runners pass by. It's where you get your bib and stuff. And it's just such a nice community to just be walking around there and seeing everyone there. And it's a small gathering, but like lots of people, and there's lots of energy going on there. So yeah, really cool. But it's not only the elites where we're here for, right? There's so many more amazing runners running here from runners that are doing this for the first time, or coming all the way from Brazil or other parts of the world. And that's the beautiful thing, right? People are really interested in running races in places where they've never been, and I'm so curious to hear their stories, and that's what I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah. And so, speaking of those races, or those stories that may not be as obvious or not quite all the way up on the elite side, we're really lucky and very privileged this weekend throughout this live stream to be bringing you on the field reporters from a really fantastic field team. So we'll be getting images periodically from our on the field team, and we'll be able to meet some of the more middle and maybe back of the pack runners, but very importantly also I think sort of a underrepresented group, the pacers and the crews. We'll be able to meet the people supporting all of these fantastic runners. So just before on the screen we had a couple images of some of those crews in the aid station waiting for their runners already, even though it's a little ways out. John, what's your experience with crewing? Have you crewed before?
I have, yeah. have, and I wish I would do a lot more in the future. I hope so. It's a very different experience than racing, but as fun and as rewarding. And sometimes I'm so happy to just be crewing. It brings me almost as much joy as racing myself, and for some people it's even more than that. And QMT has some places in the 135 where you can crew actually, and I look forward to seeing people get ready to see their running coming in.
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna say I hope to see people there. The setup is that every runner is allowed one crew member into the aid station. This is something more customary nowadays in the longer ultra races, because we're just so many runners, and you need to have space for each other. But I bet most runners that have a crew have actually more people, so they can switch around the crew member, and they can also later on pick up a pacer. That's later on. We won't see that today yet. That will be possible once the sun shines again next day. But the crew will have a very important role in this race. And the first time they will be able to see the crew is when they summit, after they summit Le Massif, which is the big first climb. They have the biggest climb of the course. And that will be coming up soon. I mean, all of the crew that was with the races at the start, and I'm assuming most people that are crewing were also at the start line. They will be driving to Le Massif aid station. They will have some time. So I think most people in this occasion for this race, they'll probably grab a snack or dinner somewhere in between, because you first have to drive all the way up to Baie-Saint-Paul, which is not the start line, right? It's a bit of a drive from the finish line. Sorry, Baie-Saint-Paul is the start line. It's not where people come from Mont-Sainte-Anne. So by the time the race starts at 8 p.m. Local time, most crew and supporters will be waiting with the runners. And my experience is that I usually grab a meal after the race starts. And then there's still plenty of time for the crew to go to Le Massif and wait for the runner to come in there. And it's a very accessible aid station. You go off the road, a little gravel road, and you're there. And it will be dark. So that's maybe a nice point to see if we can catch up with some of the crew members. I'm looking at the GPS, and I saw that we still have some of the same runners in front. Camille, David, and Manuel.
Yeah, maybe we could speak a little bit more about that international contingent.
Yeah,
because of course we've talked a lot about the hometown heroes, and of course those are stories that we're very excited about, and that always bring a lot of pride out of Québécois runners, as with anywhere in the world. But we've got two really notable elite men up here. Kamil Lesniak from Poland and Manuel Anguita Bayo. Do you have any background on them that we can share?
I know that Camille is such a fast runner.
Yeah,
he's crazy fast, and I got to know him looking into this race a little bit more. Both of the runners, but I'm just extremely curious what he's going to do on this course. I know he was super hyped up about this race and very ready, and he looked really focused.
Yeah.
And he's also seems like a very nice guy. There was a funny interaction last night at the cocktail party where he was answering some of the interview questions. He was managing really well in English, to be honest. I think he did really well. But yeah, you wanna highlight some of his resume?
Yeah, so definitely. Sorry, I was just checking
okay.
something on the screen. Yeah. So some of his resume, we were looking into this together after meeting Camille last night. But really interestingly, Camille races a lot. He's a really prolific racer. In fact, in 2026, he's already raced 5 times. In 2024, for example, another highlight, he raced 13 times.
Yeah.
And you know, a lot of the big ones that we've heard of, most notably in 2026, he won the 108 kilometer variant, the 108 kilometer distance at Trail Alsace by UTMB in eastern France. He also got 11th at the Chianti 120K. He did the long trail format at Worlds in 2026, and he got 46th. So really impressive resume recently. I think a notable, really high performing result in 2024. 4th at Tenerife Blue Trail, which is definitely draws a pretty deep competitive field. So it's very exciting to have someone like Camille come here. You know, Hoka runner has traveled all over the world, and we feel like he's coming into our small little corner of the woods. But really, we're drawing these international fields more and more, and I think this will be a really great proving ground for Camille to show off his speed and versatility on a technical terrain.
Yeah. I really get excited when a runner like Camille comes to Quebec and comes to race the top of the Canadian field. And both for a runner like Camille, like getting into like an entirely new environment, a different way. Like you're going into a Quebec speaking aid station, and you know like he's experienced enough, and so he knows what he needs and how to get through that. But it's you get very nice interactions and experiences, and it makes you a better runner. So that's nice. And then Manuel is also like very similar in that sense. Like he finished I believe 20th at the Long Trail World Championships. Most notably was his top 10 at UTMB. In 2024. That's like, I mean, if you finish top 10 in the UTMB, like you're golden, right? Like that's amazing. Who are we seeing now on the live stream?
Yeah, we just got a glimpse of the runners going through the first of the trails for today. So we'll be getting plenty more of those shots.
Did you recognize if it was a Hoka athlete or?
I didn't know. It definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't a Hoka athlete. That wasn't a Hoka kit. It didn't look like the Kailas Fuga kit either. So mentioning the Kailas Fuga kit because to come back to what you were saying about Manuel Anguita, who is Spanish, who's here from Spain, and is part of the Kailas Fuga team. So he has the highest ITRA out of any of our male competitors. So really exciting, and this is his first time at QMT. So we're looking forward to being able to recognize him because I believe that runner on our screen is not Manuel Anguita.
No.
As you know, of course. Thanks for bearing with us as we get deeper into this race. Excuse me.
So the top 3 for the men's and women's. What can we say after 14 kilometers?
So top 3 for men and women. So again, based on the tracking that we have. So top 3 women. We have Valerie Arsenault, your athlete. You feeling pretty good about that?
Yeah.
Second place, really not far. Again, it's very early races, so we can consider them all together. But Julie Lesage. And then someone we haven't talked about yet, Amanda Nelson.
Yeah.
Any color on Amanda Nelson?
Oh, yeah. I got familiar with Amanda when she did her first, I think, Black Canyon 2-3 years ago. Yeah. And she's gone back to that. She's also signed up for some other interesting races, I noticed. But she's she's a pretty familiar face in a lot of these races, and I'm stoked to see her here. Sorry, we got some interruption.
Sorry about that, guys. We had a little bit of cross contamination on the audio feed.
Sure, and then the top 3 men: Camille, Jacob or Jake and David.
Yep.
David is very much a local runner here.
David Savard-Gagnon.
Yeah. I'm glad you can do the French.
Don't worry, I'm here for the French pronunciation.
David is an amazing person, amazing runner. I've known him for quite some years now. He lives in Baie-Saint-Paul.
The start line of this race.
He
must have done QMT plenty of times, no?
Yeah. He can do it backwards with his eyes closed. But he's, in all seriousness, he's so fast. And he's about my age, so it kind of gives me hope to like also be somewhat fast at this age. We got a live stream going on here again. Let's see if we can go with no camera.
So still trying to identify this runner on your
but
on
you
your
can
screen
get
here.
a
Sorry
good
about
idea of the trail and how runnable or not runnable it is at times, right?
I'd love to just go back because I think she has a really interesting pedigree and background. Just back to Amanda Nelson. You mentioned she's done Black Canyon twice. Notably a 16th place in 2024. I think what's most maybe interesting about her and maybe sets her apart from the rest of the field is she's the Canadian record holder for backyard ultras. Isn't that kind of funny? That's like it's sort of a really different discipline. For anyone who doesn't know, the backyard ultra is essentially running loops, really short loops, non-technical, and doing as many as you can in sometimes a set amount of time, but in this case, as many as you can until you can't go anymore. How do you think that skill set transfers to the Québec Mega Trail? Because obviously she can go long. I mean, going backyard ultra is some of the longest time on feet possible, but it's also a very, very different beast. I mean, you're getting crewed every hour for a good amount of time. You can really have a full reset every hour. How do you feel like as a coach experience in a backyard ultra translates to this?
It's really fascinating because we see this transition happening more and more as of late, just very recently. I'm honestly I'm still very curious how this translates to like the shorter distances, obviously, if you just to the backyard, or if you've done backyards and you've done multi-day events and then going into like multi-day trail running events, that naturally should translate pretty well. Translating that to QMT135, that's a different question, of course. But she also has some history on the faster trails too, right? So it's not it's not new for her, right? She's done both. She's seen both of both worlds. So I think that's that makes for a really good formula for her to do really well here. And it's her first time here, so she might be in for some surprises. But it's great to see her up in the front already. And I think that's really important and you'll see that too. Like there is no time for the elites to sit back and let the race unfold and see if you can catch up. It is fast, and people have to be in the game to get the result they're probably here for. Let's see how things unravel and go throughout the night. It's gonna be even though it's gonna be a section through the night that will be maybe a bit harder to cover. It's gonna be very interesting for the elites to see how they come through the night. I think that will tell a lot for the rest of the race, and it will get light pretty quickly. I remember that too, but look at the runners.
Plenty of energy at the beginning.
Yeah, that's great.
We'll check in with that runner when the sun's rising.
Yeah. It's a good pace. Yeah.
Oh, look at this shot of all the spectators. This is great. This is this is really the spirit of trail running. This is what we love to see. It's the community coming out, and I'm sure those people are crews or family members or friends of the runners. But it's really such a lovely sport that you get to you get to go out and actually
That
participate.
might have been Cody Cooper or maybe Robbie Britton.
Oh yeah. Robbie Britton, that's true. Yeah, so maybe a pretty well-known name, Robbie.
Yeah.
Robbie Britton, someone that people have definitely.
I
definitely
can
heard
give
about.
you some scoop on Robbie because I talked to him yesterday for quite a bit.
All right.
Yeah.
What did our Robbie tell you?
That he's happy to be here and to start the race because when he arrived, he lives in Italy, but I don't know if he came directly from Italy or the UK. But it was not. He wasn't too sure if he could even make it to the start line. He had some calf issues.
Really?
But yeah,
Okay.
he's
Little
here.
bit of injury.
A newish injury, not something he had been dealing with for a while. So I was convinced he's going to start. It was going to start, even though he told me it was 50-50. And I'm glad to see him there. And he's like close to top 10 in the top 10 now. That's really nice. He talk about backyards. That's his background too, a little bit. And he's done different types of races, but also those longer distance ones. And
Yeah, he's done another interesting format, the 24-hour format.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he did something like 277
Yeah.
kilometers.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Wild. Yeah.
Yeah. Really wild. So another guy who I think, going through the night isn't going to phase him at all. He's someone who's used to running with a headlamp. And I mean, I mention it because, running with a headlamp is something sometimes people can maybe take for granted a little bit. They figure it's just the same as running during the day. I think you probably have a bit more experience than me with running with the headlamp, but I have run with the headlamp. Obviously, it gets dark pretty early. In Quebec in the winter, so running with headlamp is something that we're definitely used to. But you've done it in an actual race setting, so what's running with a headlamp like? How does that affect your race strategy?
It doesn't. I don't think it currently doesn't affect my race strategy anymore. I find it always interesting for people who plan to do their first race with a night section or through the night. How do you go into that? What kind of practice do you need to have before doing that? Obviously, it's very personal. But I believe a little bit of practice will get you very far. Then it will depend on where you are running. Like if you're in the middle of the pack and you can run with a nice group and you all have your headlamps on, like for me, like it feels like your time flies and you're just having fun together. And yeah, it's dark, but like like you're just surrounded by people and there's light around you. When you're alone, it's like a different story, and it kind of depends also where you are. So I do remember there's more runners coming on from the road section onto the trail here. When you're running alone through the night, that's obviously a very different experience. So there's a lot to say about running through the night. We'll have time to talk about it.
Well, we've got all night to talk about running through the night, right?
We got to talk about it.
And so, just for a little bit of context, these runners here are at Rond de la Martine.
Yeah.
They are turning off the road here and starting this pretty punchy, actually, climb.
Yeah. I mean, this is where it gets serious.
Yeah, right up to the Mont Gabriel Roy, which is the first real climb of the day, even though it pales in comparison to what they'll be seeing later. It's definitely exactly. It's a punchy one and one that can sting. But I think the most important thing, and you can bring your coach brain to this.
Is this Julie?
I believe this is Julie that we're seeing on our screen. That
Solomon,
the signature, Solomon quiver. I'm used to seeing that with her. But as a coach, I'm sure you have some input on this, but as a fairly short but punchy climb, it can be tempting this early in the race to kind of go off too hard and climb super hard, and then you end up burning matches for later.
Yeah. I mean, you all have to, or it depends on the strategy you're running too.
I guess that's true, right? Maybe you're trying to take a flyer off the front.
Exactly. Yeah. It's interesting. I think a lot of runners actually, just to be honest, like they don't always know like what effort they should take in. I'm talking both elite and non-elite runners. it's always the thing like how fast do I go? It's um, and um, and it's such a nice learning experience for when you're doing ultras is to learn like okay like if I maintain this pace like how long can I go at this pace and when when will I start breaking down and or not and yeah, when you have a climb, like it changes everything. You're not running anymore. You're hiking up, and you can see like this is if you can see like the full screen here. This is not running anymore, right? This is typical Charlevoix type of trails.
Oh yeah, these are trails that this region is known for. And by the way, sorry to interrupt you really quickly, but this runner that we have on our screen,
great.
we are fairly confident is David Savard-Gagnon, our current men's leader. So talking about taking a flyer off the front, seems like he's got a little bit of a gap behind him, and he's putting a bit of distance, maybe trying to break that sight line, which can mentally play a really big role in the night section.
Yeah. Oh, he's looking good. Yeah, go left there. That's it.
Nice.
Yeah,
Making
it
sure
can
he's
be a bit
navigating it.
confusing here. There's not a ton of different trails, but yeah, you have to stay sharp, especially through the night. That's one big difference. And running at night and day is like how you see the course and how you see the course markings. I'm not necessarily saying running through the night is harder, because you actually sometimes have a better visibility of the course markers. I find at least.
They're reflective flats,
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
and pretty brightly colored. So actually, at night with a headlamp, might even be easier to see. Yeah,
for
you're
sure.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, here it's not you. It's very unlikely that any of the runners will go off course here. The marking is incredible. It was already 5 years ago when I did it, and it's probably a lot better even now.
Yeah, the team, the QMT team, does such a great job here,
Yeah.
and really just marks the course so thoroughly. And I think there's little risk of people getting lost or taking a wrong turn, especially here where we're on a single trail and there aren't a million different options here as they climb the Mont Gabriel Roy.
Yeah.
So definitely very exciting. So we've got a good lead pack here. It looks like Jacob, Camille, David, maybe just a little bit ahead of them, and then behind them we've got this guy, Victor Larocque,
Yeah.
another local favorite. What do we think about Victor?
He's indeed he's done a lot of local races here and had very good results. I know of him doing UTHC. I remember him seeing there. What else can you tell him about Victor? I know he's from Quebec City.
Yep. Yeah, he's done two QMT races in the past. He got in 2024. He did a podium, a third place at the 50K, and then in 2025 he bumped up to the 80K where he got sixth place. So two really solid performances. He's also the first Québécois winner of a 100-mile by UTMB.
I know, right?
Isn't that fun? At Raramuri 2025.
Yeah, Central Mexico.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, that's unique. Like, it's not something I would even have thought of. That was still the case, right? We didn't have
I know, right?
a Canadian UTMB winner.
And it looks like his training for this race has been really solid. He got third at another very technical mainstay of the Quebec trail scene, the La Clinique du Coureur, the 50K. So they're long distance. So he got third there just about a month ago or a little over. And then he actually won the 75 kilometer distance at Ultra Trail Gaspésia. Which is up north in Gaspésie. Really, really beautiful race. Absolutely stunning sightlines, and the really just the most technical trails I think you can find in Quebec, or among the most technical. And so a win there on the 75 kilometer definitely sets him up well for success here. That's Victor Larocque.
Yeah. We'll go over all these runners more in depth throughout the day. We got some time.
Got plenty of time.
Yeah. It does look like the runners are slowly moving apart from each other. Like it's thinning out.
It's doing it's doing what trail is supposed to do. It's thinning them out and giving them a little bit of space to breathe as everybody finds their own pace and settles into the effort. I mean, we're already 15 kilometers in for the very front of the pack, so
and you might find a buddy or two to run with.
Right. You make a new friend. That's one of the great parts of trail. It's just this absolutely incredibly welcoming community, and just really.
And that usually happens in the beginning of the race, right? Like you're scoping out what's happening. Like you're trying to find the right effort. It always helps to be with somebody who's sort of in a similar situation as you, and when you can chat with somebody, you can have learn a lot. Maybe they've done the race before. Maybe they've done a race you've done too, and then you start chatting. Before you know it, you're at the next aid station. Yeah. I love to. I'm a very chatty runner. I don't know how.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah, probably to the point that I'm annoying a lot of other people because I'll be like, "Hey, how you doing? How's this? Wasn't that a cool downhill we just did?"
I think it's nice to have a chatty running partner, especially even if you're not that chatty, it's okay. You let them go ahead and talk.
Yeah,
but
I've had some blank stares.
Yes, blank stares.
Yeah, people not responding to me. It's like, okay, it's okay. I get really happy when I'm racing. I don't know.
Hey, why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
it's the best time.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get a little bit of sound from these guys.
On a à l'écran des images.
So we got lots of cameramen running and cycling this day. I believe they're about 30 or something like that.
Yeah, we've got a really big on the ground team, field reporters, runner cams with the steady cams.
Yeah.
And bikers, not to mention drones, although of course you're not seeing them in the sky right now. I think this is Manuel in front of us with the pink Fuga.
I was thinking, yeah.
Right. So
this is some amazing image to see.
This is fantastic. I mean, we're not used to seeing this in Quebec, so definitely excellent coverage. And
just look at how dense the forest is, right?
Oh yeah. It's really, really dense, and that's part of why. I mean, it's both awesome to see because it's we don't typically bring cameras through here. It's just very treacherous terrain, but it's also, I mean, it's awesome to see because getting coverage can be really difficult. Getting cell service is really, really difficult in these dense parts. So, really fun to be able to follow the runners here with such crystal clear quality.
Yeah, and they're moving.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, they're dropping the camera.
I think the cameramen are probably keeping up. Like, yeah.
So we were talking just before, in this dense forest, it might be slightly different, and of course with the sun down, it might be slightly different. But what has the weather been looking like since we've since we've been here? I mean, we've been here for 24 hours now.
Yeah.
It's been brutal. I've been suffering, but it's been typical Quebec, but hot and humid, especially really humid.
Yeah, let me get back to that in a second. I know there was some questions around where to find the GPS, and you can go to the QMT website, and there you can find the race map for the 135K. And there is also a link for the race map where you can follow. On the race map you can follow. You can favorite your favorite sort of athlete, the one you want to follow, and that makes it easier to see them on the map itself, where you can click on multiple ones. So that's what where I would go, is to go to the QMT website or the racemap.com, and then there's a player with the Québec Mega Trail. But then to get back to your weather question, right? It's been pretty horrific, I believe. I mean, in some parts of Quebec and Eastern Canada, I saw some images from Montreal yesterday. Those were rough. Yeah.
Yeah, we had a
2 days
huge
ago.
storm. We had a
Yeah.
huge storm in Montreal. We were wondering if it was going to come here. I was not worried, but sort of anticipating it coming here, just because these, these boreal forests that we have here that we're getting just such incredible imagery of right now.
Yeah.
They can just get so muddy. Back to the conversation of Anne Champagne performing so well at the Diagonale des Fous. I mean, part of that is talk about mud. I mean,
Look at this.
Quebec can just become an absolute mud fest.
Yeah.
And super slippery with all the roots and the rocks and everything. So we're just we're very happy to be running on such dry trails right now. I think it's a real treat for these runners, because when these trails are dry, they are just some of the best in the world. Look at this. I mean, of course it's very technical, but you could almost consider this runnable, and it's just flowy.
Yeah.
It's single track. I mean, how amazing for these runners.
Yeah, they're setting themselves apart. But yeah, we didn't, since we arrived here ourselves in Mont-Sainte-Anne, we haven't really seen any drop of rain. But we've definitely felt the humidity. It's been through the roof. It's like you come out, you go outside your apartment, and if you're lucky, you have some AC, and you're just hit by a wall of heat. And so it is very warm. Feeling temperatures are probably close to like 40 degrees, or if not higher. That will play a major factor in this role. How can you deal with that heat? So I'm curious how many of these runners have been heat adapted. I'm sure a lot. Wow, they're really bombing the downhill.
I know, right? They immediately putting a little gap.
Yeah.
And look at that, actually.
Yeah, it's the background.
Wow, Manuel really just passed those two runners pretty quickly in the downhill.
Yeah.
Our camera runner taking a second to take in the view.
Yeah, and a brief.
Or lack of view. But I don't know if you noticed that as soon as it got steep and downhill, Manuel and Gita Bayo just darted in front of those two other runners. So really interesting, different techniques. Some people are far more comfortable on the downhill and can make up a lot of time on that, and then can take it a little easier on the uphill. And I believe right in front of this pack of three, we've got David Savard-Gagnon. So that's who's just getting passed by. Yeah. So we're still figuring out who all the.
Still there. That's Jake, at least at the back, I think.
Jacob Baril-Arnasson.
Yeah.
With the black and white pack.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got a pack of Jacob Baril-Arnasson. We've got David Savard-Gagnon.
Yeah.
Do we know who that first runner is up ahead of them?
That might be Camille.
Might be Camille. Yeah, I didn't recognize a Hoka kit, but definitely could be Camille.
Yeah.
Camille.
They can. They're running along the coastline of the bay here, and it's a beautiful bay. Do you know anything about the Saint Laurent Bay?
Yeah, I mean, so it's one of the the most striking geographic features for Quebec, the St. Lawrence estuary that flows down from originally from feeding in from the Atlantic and flows down that forms geographically Quebec, all the way down to Montreal, and of course flows then on to Ottawa and Lake Ontario. Etc. So obviously one of our most striking features, and definitely something that divides Quebec and helped carve out a lot of these mountains that we then get to call home and run on.
And it's one of the oldest visible mountain ranges in the world.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You're running on really special grounds here.
We really are. Yeah. I mean, I always feel it when we're running here because it's a lot of fun to run on, but I didn't have that history lesson in there.
Yeah, it's fun. It's hard, and it's very typical Eastern Canada, Eastern North America, East Coast, Beast Coast.
East Coast, Beast Coast.
Yeah.
I definitely subscribe to that. I think if you become a great runner here, you can be a very successful runner anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We're still following the men. I'm really curious to see how the field has been spreading out so far. I think most of the runners will now have passed the first water station. Mm-hmm. Pretty much all of the runners, and they will be heading to the same aid stations as these as the front of the pack is running. I have seen quite a considerable gap already between the women's field, but it's so early to say anything really about it.
Yeah, that first water station you're mentioning being the Halte Charlevoix.
Yeah,
So not a crude aid station, not even not a full aid station, really just a water stop.
yeah.
Which is helpful, you know. I mean, it comes very early in the race, but in those first 10 kilometers, especially with the heat and the humidity that we were mentioning, if you're being smart about it, you should be taking on plenty of water, and that's the kind of thing that can really, it can eat into your reserves pretty quickly in the night, and you don't want to get caught out here without enough hydration. That can be no fun for anyone. So.
True.
Just smart to have that water stop early on and to kind of take the time to refill. Maybe the elites a little bit less so. They're really flying and they're very in tune with their nutrition and hydration, so they may feel the need a little bit less. But definitely, definitely for most of the pack, a good idea to at least top off whatever you drank in those first few kilometers.
Yeah, this is definitely part where you part of the race where you want to be in control of everything. Let the race just unfold. There's no need to push it here. Find your rhythm. Keep doing what you need to do, what you told yourself to do at the beginning. Take your time in these downhills, especially if your goal is to finish this race. There's lots of these punchy ups and downs and very rocky and very slippery routes, and so you want to be careful with that. There's no point in taking risk this early on in the race or any time in the race.
Definitely.
So yeah, you want to mitigate all those kind of things and make it to the next aid station. I'm sure most runners have an idea of how long they're going to take between aid stations. I mean, a lot of runners plan it out before a race. Once the race starts, it might be a different thing, but yeah.
We actually have a little bit of, I'm going to cut our camera and we're going to listen in to Marie-Ève, who is our in-field correspondent at this aid station.
Yeah, it's good to see her.
Ben, en fait, on a eu une bonne ondée directement avant le départ. Ça a fait chuter quand même pas mal l'humidité, mais ça reste quand même assez chaud, assez humide, même si le soleil est couché. Mais moi, ça me surprend vraiment là, de voir la vitesse à laquelle les coureurs avancent. Malgré le fait que c'est quand même très, très humide. J'ai pas été dans les sentiers à proprement dit, mais ça doit sentir le renfermé là-dedans. Là.
Parle-nous de ce que les coureurs viennent d'accomplir. Ils arrivent à votre ravito à l'Arche après 19, quasiment 20 km, 1000 mètres de dénivelé positif. Tu l'as déjà parcouru, cet endroit-là. Ça ressemble à quoi, ces sentiers-là? On a vu des images à travers ce qu'on a pu filmer. C'est technique, c'est sauvage. C'est un sentier qui a l'air très serré.
C'est effectivement un sentier qui n'est pas super emprunté, mais en même temps, je pense que c'est ça qui en fait toute la beauté parce que c'est un single track qui se court quand même relativement bien. C'est plutôt vallonné. À part, là, on a la montée de Gabriel Roy, qui est un petit peu plus ardu. Sinon, on est beaucoup dans quelque chose qui est très progressif, qui se court relativement bien. J'ai pas eu la chance de voir les images complètement à voir. Est-ce que c'est très sale? Est-ce que c'est très mouillé? J'ai hâte de voir les coureurs arriver pour voir dans quel état ils sont. C'est un coup de cœur, cette section-là. J'avais vraiment adoré. Là.
L'ambiance a l'air pris au ravito. Ça a l'air d'être le party. On voit derrière toi des bénévoles aux lunettes, des glow sticks, ça danse. C'est le fun?
Oui, écoute, puis là, depuis tantôt, là, qui sont là en train de tester leur cloche pour savoir s'ils fonctionnent. Là. Fait qu'on est sur le
Just adding a little bit of color. Of course, we're gonna keep listening to this interview. But earlier, Marie-Ève Pelland, who's in the field for us, was talking about the humidity having gone down a good amount, which is really exciting. I mean, we were just talking about the conditions being really difficult, so less humid. She was also commenting on how fast they had gone through there. So that's another really promising sign for an exciting addition this year.
Yeah, it looked like they were already almost wrapping up the aid station there.
Definitely, and then right at the very end, when I brought the sound down, we could see that the the aid station volunteers were having a really great time. They've got the glow sticks out. I'm sure they're playing music that we couldn't hear, and it's all it's all really exciting. So again, early days in this race. Everyone's energy, be it the runners, the crews, the aid station volunteers, everyone's energy, our energy is very high. So
can we use the term fan favorite already?
Fan favorite?
Or not? Are we allowed to use it or not?
Yeah, I think we can use it.
Because I just noticed on the map and I saw that Bruna already left the aid station a while ago. There. I think she might be the fan favorite.
I think Bruna might be the fan favorite, at least in our chat. Can we get some Brazilian flags for Bruna Yanez? I think that would be appropriate. So let's hear for Bruna in the chat. She seems to be moving really well. She's passed the first water stop.
Yeah.
And of course, if we can get any images of Bruna Yanez, we will be very excited to share them, as I'm sure our audience will be very excited to receive them. But let's go Bruna. We're cheering her on as we are with all the other runners.
Yeah, not to speak ahead of terms, but I think if anyone is adapted to the humidity, it's probably Bruna, right?
Yeah.
I think she's going to do great with these conditions, and now that it's getting dark, or it is dark already, we're going into the late hours of the day. It will also cool down quite considerable. I remember running here through the night, and it got pretty chilly. Not to the point that I was taking out a jacket or something, but I can definitely imagine people pulling out an extra layer.
Isn't it interesting how the humidity that makes the heat so insufferable in the morning is actually, during the day, the daytime is actually what makes the evening so chilly and so difficult to deal with, because you're running with extra layers during the day here, and it just feels suffocating. And then you get to the nighttime, to the dead of night, and it's just as humid, slightly less maybe, but all of a sudden it's this bone chilling cold.
Yeah. And it's obviously the humidity makes you sweat crazy, and all your layers are very wet, and then going into the cold and feeling some extra breeze. I mean, it can be really nice, but it can definitely also cool down your body. So it's something to pay attention to. I'm super stoked to see a Brazilian runner coming all the way to Quebec and discovering these trails here.
Definitely.
Maybe the chat can tell us where she signed up for this race. What was the reason?
Yeah, if you guys can give us a little bit of context on Bruna, that would be awesome. As well as for any other runners, if you're watching and supporting any runners, if you can help us identify any runners as well, if you can recognize someone because it's your loved one or your friend or your family member, let us know. You're better at this than we are, and we can definitely take note of their of the pack, of whatever they're wearing. And I think we're going to cut to a quick commercial break.
Ça a pas fait. Il n'y a pas eu de son.
Champion Nick Vézina.
300 grams of carbs on the bike, and my glycogen is still depleted. My muscles are ready to fuel right now. Don't waste that window. Exact immediate recovery. Your first move to be ready for tomorrow.
And
Sweet.
On est de retour, Madame Mé-
Those are some cool commercials. Some
Oh,
very
it's good to-
recognizable brands also here in Quebec and outside of Quebec. Exact being one of the main sponsors of this event.
Definitely. Here, let's get a quick flyover
nice.
of the route, and we'll be able
So
to
that's
see
the
what
start,
we've
and
done.
then you go into the road section here. It's nice to have these first 5K being very rolling and on roads and gravel to just open up the legs and find a good rhythm. But then you go up into the trails, and you saw the trails on the camera. They're very can be very punchy, but also very runnable, and luckily not too muddy so far.
And this is that right turn that we got to
This
see
was
them
the right
do
turn
and
up
climb
the-
up
Yeah.
Gabriel Roy.
Exactly.
Punchy climb.
Yeah.
And all the way back down. And that's the backside
a
that we
fast
were following
downhill.
the lead men on. Really technical and pretty steep down. And then that's the first aid station where we saw
Exactly.
Marie-Ève Pelland
Yeah.
at the Halte de l'Arche. So that's the whole first section that
Yeah,
you're
20
seeing.
kilometers.
So we're
Should be
waiting for
coming in
those
right
first
now.
runners right now.
Yeah, this is along the highway. So this is probably like the closest you get to sort of civilization as a runner throughout the night until you get to Saint-Cap, which is like in a long while from now. Camera is waiting for the first runners to come in. Who would be the first one to come? I'm very curious.
Yeah, so according to the tracker, it looks like Kamil Lesniak, our Polish runner,
Yeah.
followed very closely by Jacob Beryl Arnason,
Yeah.
and Victor Larocque. Does look like we haven't gotten a track from Manuel Anguita-Bayo in a little bit, and so while he's not currently shown in that top three, he was running super strong in that downhill, so I would be surprised if he wasn't with them anymore, but it is entirely possible he stopped to fix something. As we were mentioning earlier, this early in a race, this long, it's important to take care of the little things and make sure that, it's worth losing a few dozen seconds on your competitor if it means, coming out of it stronger
For
and
sure.
more comfortable. So it is possible Manuel Anguita-Bayo is not with that lead pack, but we do believe that he is.
Yeah, exactly. And it moves around. People make passes already early on. Some people need to regroup a little bit, find their rhythm.
And we should be
not everyone runs their own. There he is, Camille. Yeah.
And here we go. Yeah, so that first runner in the white is Kamil Lesniak, the Polish runner. Immediately with him, pretty much at the same time in the aid station, is Jacob Beryl Arnason, who we do not see on our screen right now, but that in the white pack. White tank top and black shorts is Kamil Lesniak, a Hoka runner from Poland, stopping into the aid station, getting,
Are we going to see a Hoka domination as we saw in Western States?
Hoka
No, man?
domination like at Western States? Well,
Yeah.
it would be pretty difficult seeing as I believe he's the only Hoka
Probably,
runner
yeah,
here.
yeah.
But let's see, he's being smart. He got a flask refilled, so possible it's just with water, but he might have had some drink mix or something already in there.
Yeah,
A second flask refilled. Looked like he was asking
that's it.
any
And
food,
and he's off.
and he's off.
Yeah, he's not letting any grass grow.
Yeah. And so let's see. Let's go back to Jacob. There's Jacob,
That's
I
Jake.
believe, and it's possible he's with. Let's see. Do we see a pink pack?
No, he's by himself now still.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Okay. Taking out his phone. He seems a lot calmer than Camille was.
He does. It's possible Camille was a little stressed trying to get out of the aid station before him.
Yeah.
There's also, important to consider. There's the language barrier.
Yeah, for sure. That's David.
Yeah, so that's David Savard-Gagnon in the aid station essentially at the same time as Jacob. So if he does a quicker turnaround than Jacob, he would be out of the aid station with him.
Yeah. Could
so
be.
like I
They're
was
so
saying-
close to each other. They might see each other in the next couple of kilometers.
Oh
again.
yeah, likely they'll be running together, but
Yeah.
it's also possible, part of the calmness that we're seeing with these two runners, Québécois runners, is compared to Camille, is just due to the fact that there is a little bit of a language barrier.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
you see, they're almost 2 hours in to the race already. I mean, it's like you got to refill at least some because you're not carrying
Definitely.
more than.
Who's this in the red?
Might that be Victor? I think that's
Is that Victor Larocque?
Yeah,
Okay, great. One of our.
that looks
early
like
front
a chance running outfit.
So this is David finishing what's in his flask. Pro move. That's experience.
Yeah.
Don't waste any of it. And Victor Larocque here in
Yeah.
red with the gray. I believe that's a Solomon pack.
Yeah, probably.
Another red shirt.
Is that Gabin Delat? Could be
Who do we think that is?
Gabin Delat,
Okay, yeah. True. Our
number 82.
Gabin Delattre.
Gabin Delat.
Gabin Delattre.
It's hard to see in the dark who's
Who's
what
who,
what
right?
everyone is doing in the aid station there.
So we're still with Victor here. Seems to be getting a pretty thorough reset on his nutrition. It's possible also some of these runners are filling more flasks than just what goes in the front of their vest if they want backups, if they feel like they're going to be sweating a lot, which again with this heat and humidity is entirely possible.
They got a long section to Le Massif aid station.
That's true.
And they have the long climb up coming up. They have another 20 kilometers until they see their crew again, and then into the next aid station. So yeah, you'll need more than one flask to get through that, no matter how fast you are.
Definitely. Though there is not an aid station, but there is a water stop at the 27th kilometer,
Yeah.
Fief. But that's a really good point that likely they're going to want to be here at Halte de l'Arche, which is the 20th kilometer, filling up for until they can see their crew at the 39th kilometer. And
Again.
here we go.
There's our Spanish runner.
Yeah, Manuel Anguita Bayo. So it is possible he stopped. As I mentioned, it's possible he also slowed down. A little less certain for the terrain. He's not used to the Quebec trails, although he's a fantastic runner in his own right. So
Yeah, and you know what? When I start a race, I always need to let my stomach settle a little bit.
yeah,
Get into it, get it into a right setting, so to speak. So who knows? Like maybe he needed to do his thing somewhere in the bushes.
yeah, and
before he could move on.
he's walking a bit in that aid station. He's walking to the aid tent. So
Okay,
curious if he might just be taking a second to get everything out of his pack. Let's see as he comes up to the aid station volunteers what he's asking for. I'm curious to see what his strategy is.
Yeah.
If we can read a little bit of the body language. Of course, it's really dark, so it's hard to see. But Manuel Anguita Bayo of the Kailas Fuga team.
And as you see, there's a lot of staff helping out there.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Arms
seems not to
down.
be
Doesn't
really
seem like
knowing
he's
what
in
he
much of a
wants
rush.
to do. Yeah,
Hope everything's all right there.
that should be Yitesh coming in. You know what? If he just feels like he needs the time, that might be a really good thing. Not to stress out about it at this early on in the race. Stay calm, breathe.
So in front here, it looks like we've got Jitesh Raubovic Lukea.
Yep.
And then right with him, is it possible that we have Francis Cloutier?
Yeah.
Yeah, Francis Cloutier. And then Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches, who I believe we mentioned, but real local favorite here. So here's Jitesh in the white Solomon. Wow. Whoa. Okay, Jitesh really flying out of that aid station.
Yeah.
Trying to catch up to the. Do you think he might be trying to catch up to the lead guys, who are just a few minutes up the road from him?
I think people are just running their own pace at the moment and not really paying attention who's in front or not. Like I think this early on, it's pretty hard to know where you are in the field. I mean, when you're in front, you know that, but like
Totally.
Sometimes it's not too clear, and I think most athletes are not too bothered by knowing where exactly they are at that point. You just want to make quick work of everything.
Definitely, yeah.
But we'll be seeing lots of runners coming in now, more and more, quicker and quicker. And At the same time, we're also getting still some live feed, which is cool.
So here we are with Camille. I feel like we're on board a race car, but Camille, very fast runner.
Wow, look at that.
So these trails, as you can see, really not technical or not all that technical, really well suited for him. And he's running on this sort
But
of...
you see how dense it is, right? It's
super
really single
dense,
track, but
exactly.
I'd call it like semi-single track. It's not
Yeah.
even like...
So that's what I was going to say. It's got this very soft forest floor bed that makes the trail super smooth and really comfortable to run on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he certainly knows what he's doing there.
This is great imagery. This is really fantastic.
Yeah. We don't get a lot of night images in races, in the coverages of races. Yes, I was seeing lots of runners now coming into that first main aid station. And with main aid station, I'm meaning like fully stacked aid station with all the things the runners are looking for, probably, right? Do you have a favorite thing in the aid station? We'll talk about this later again, I think. But
well,
I have some.
I mean, okay, so as I mentioned, I've really only ever run here in Quebec, and you know what we do here in Quebec that is so special, and that has instantly become my absolute favorite aid station food is the cheese curds. So if you've ever had poutine in Quebec, you've had the squeaky cheese that goes on top of it. And I thought that was super weird in my first race. And I had some, and you know what? A little bit salty. They don't need to be refrigerated. Oh man, they squeak in your between your
There's
teeth.
Philippe in the aid station.
Is this
Philippe Poulet, veteran of QMT.
We met him yesterday evening, didn't we?
Yeah, I met him and I raced with him, and yeah, he's no stranger to this course. I think this is his fifth appearance. Very speedy guy. It doesn't show up on the tracker, but
No,
I know it's Philippe.
I was gonna say, yeah. That's so he's not showing up on the tracker, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
But that is Philippe Poulet, not on the screen right now, but what Valerie's body language is telling us.
Exactly.
Is there anything you having being Valerie's coach? Is there anything you having being Valerie's coach? Is there anything you're going to be looking for while she comes into the aid station that can give you any indications about how her race is going?
It's really hard to say. She's an athlete that pushes really hard from the beginning, finds her groove and is able to stick it, and mentally she's extremely strong. So whatever I see on her face doesn't mean anything in the end. So we'll see. I'm sure she's running within herself. It's been a very short build up for this race for her. After already having done mute like we talked before. I think we can go there. There she is.
Here we go.
Yep.
Valerie, those distinctive arm sleeves. That's how I recognize Valerie.
Yeah.
I feel like the green pack and the arm sleeves and then that gait, I find is very distinctive for Valerie. Look at that. Look at that stride.
Yeah.
Really confident. Okay.
It's nice for her to be running at home. Doesn't have to speak Portuguese or American.
Valerie looking composed.
Yeah.
Taking her time. Coke? Is that... Okay, she has a filter flask in there, by the way. That first flask that she handed off is a filter one, which has kind of added utility here in Quebec, where it can be really wet and the streams can be running. In fact, there will be river crossings here, more than just stream crossings.
Oh, so many. Yeah. We talked about this. She preferred having a filter on her because there's going to be so many streams.
And she's off.
That was super
was quick.
Yeah. She doesn't wait long at the aid station.
Good. Winning mindset.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm sorry, you were talking about the filter that she likes to have on her.
Yeah, because it's a long section. It's a 20K section until the next aid station with a big climb in between. So it really is a long section. So rather than bringing 2, 3 or more flasks for this section, she opted to bring a bottle with a filter, which she uses a lot. So I think that works well for her. Everyone has their own ways of doing things, and as long as you're getting in all the electrolytes and water, you're good to go.
Definitely. Yeah, it's a strategy that I've used myself as a slower runner. Definitely getting between the aid stations and knowing that I can refill at the many creeks and streams that we cross safely is just a great, really good peace of mind, and
Yeah.
super smart, I think, in a lot of different contexts, but definitely in Quebec, it's carrying a filter flask is a great idea. And what else did she take? Did we see? Did she end up taking some of the Coca-Cola, or I think she took some Coca-Cola,
yeah.
and then maybe a flask of just water, and maybe there's some sort of drink mix or
I think she
something.
brought some drink mix. Yeah.
Is Valerie doing mostly? Do you know solid, liquid calories?
Both. Yeah.
Both.
Yeah. She's been working hard on her nutrition. Obviously, this is a big thing, or has been a big thing, especially the last few years. The carb maxing, etc. Oh, here we got who we got here. Is this Robbie? Yeah, this is Robbie.
Robbie Britton from
The
the
UK runner.
Who is with Robbie?
That's a good question.
I know the tracker is saying it's Manuel Anguita Bayo. Of
No,
course,
no,
we know
no.
that's not the case.
No.
We saw Manuel
He's still sitting
flying
there.
through the aid station.
Yeah. I'm glad Robbie's there, and he on the tracker is.
Yeah, it looks like he's just past the aid station on the
Yeah.
tracker, so it's possible our images are a little delayed. If
Yeah.
that is Robbie, right?
Yeah.
And just as a reminder for anyone who's joining us and is wondering why the voices that they're hearing aren't matching the two lovely commentators that are in front of them, that's because so my name is Ilan and I'm joined here by John. We are translating the French live streams. So this being in Quebec, in the French-speaking part of Canada, the two lovely co-hosts that you're seeing in front of you are Yannick and Nico. And let me add us to the picture-in-picture. Hello. We are in a separate studio and translating the stream. So throughout the whole live stream, you'll be seeing the images, the same images as the French stream, but you'll be hearing our hopefully equally lovely voices instead.
And Yannick and Nico are sitting at the finish line, and just behind the finish line, I mean, there's the finish chute, obviously.
Yeah.
And there's another race going on already that started besides the 135.
Yeah.
It's the 15K night
Totally.
run. It's a new addition to this year. I think it's great to do night races. It's fun. It's a very different experience than any race in the day, and also like talk about preparing for a night race. It is a way to get used to running at night, and I think the first finishes of that race are about to finish or already have finished. Obviously, you can see them, but it looks like they should be finishing already there.
Yeah, so the QMT 15 is a new addition this year. It is actually it was an addition for a new part of QMT, a new sort of race format called the Trans QMT, which is actually a stage race. So stage racing having become immensely popular recently. The introduction of the Trans QMT stage races, and there are two of them, which we'll talk about, has led to the one of the biggest innovations of the QMT 2026. just looking at our runners here, seeing them taking a second. So the Trans QMT stage races, the two of them, led to the innovation of the very first QMT 15 night race. So that is a 15-kilometer race that begins today, Friday, July 3rd. That actually began today at 9 p.m. And there are 300 bibs available for this new event, which is a really exciting innovation.
So much happening.
And so the QMT 15, of course, offers a chance for our Québec Mega Trail runners to both participate in one of the two Trans QMT distances, and of course participate in a night running event, which has become so high demand recently.
Yeah, in the meantime, we got lots of runners coming into this aid station still.
Yeah, definitely.
It's so fun to see the aid station volunteers here. Coming from, like having done that first section 2 hours long. It's a relief also, to look, there's life out there when you're running on your own. People are so nice here. Like the volunteers. That's like one of the main thing I remembered from my first race is how wonderful the volunteers are. Whether you speak Quebecois or not, or like in English, you can manage.
Well, I think that the language of trail running really transcends all borders, and it's true that you can run a trail race anywhere in the world and not speak the language and be welcomed with open arms, and that's just as true here in Quebec, in Canada, as it is anywhere else. I know we're getting a couple questions in the chat regarding if we are going to be covering the other distances. So, for example, the 80K. So, short answer is this is a stream entirely focused on the 135 kilometer. So that is our main focus. Of course, if at some point we end up, as may be the case tomorrow, when the other distances go off, if we end up showing or if we end up seeing by chance any of the other distances, we of course will not shy away from talking about them, and there are plenty of other exciting storylines which we will talk about throughout the evening, so stay tuned. Of course, one of those storylines being that the 50 and 80K are the Canadian championships, so those are really exciting stacked fields. But the short answer to the question is no. This is really a live stream focused on the Queen distance, the
World Tour Major distance event.
Exactly, the World Tour Majors event, and the longest event of the weekend being the QMT 135 kilometer.
Yeah, we got some sad news. I think we have a potential DNF for Manuel. It's not confirmed yet, I believe, but I think we've had some rumors, and it might be the reason why he stayed so long there.
We did see Manuel coming in looking a little bit worse for wear, but we didn't want to draw any conclusions, seeing as, of course, we wish him the best, and he is one of the fiercest competitors in the field. He's definitely someone with a huge pedigree, and it's always exciting having the international runners come through. So, it is it's not confirmed for the moment that Manuel is out of the race, but it's true that his tracker has been
not moving for a long while.
Exactly, he has been at that aid station for quite a bit. We have reports from on the field that from our field reporter Marie-Ève that it seems like he may be out of the race. So of course, wishing him all the best. Always scary when someone DNFs this early. On the one hand, it may just be a a preventative measure just to make sure that nothing gets worse. But of course, in the worst of cases, it could be an injury or just indigestion or something like that. So of course, not wishing that at all for Manuel Anguita-Bayo, the Kailas Fuga runner coming here from Spain. So wishing him the best and hoping that hey, maybe he gets back on the horse.
Yeah. In the meantime, first the second and third women should be arriving soon.
That's exciting.
So I hope to get a glimpse of them coming into the aid station. I hope we'll get to see that. That's an exciting race. Yeah. So it's official, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have the confirmation in the chat. We just wanted to make sure that we were waiting for the absolute official confirmation, but we do have confirmation that Manuel Anguita-Bayo from Spain is unfortunately out of this QMT 135, and hopefully we can get some images on the second and third women.
Yeah, Elisabeth Couchon.
Yeah, which is a really exciting name that we haven't spoken about yet, actually. Let's see if we can get. I really hope we can get some images of that.
What do you know of Elisabeth?
So Elisabeth Couchon, a really exciting runner. She is here actually. I think there she is. Yeah. All right. So Elisabeth Couchon. Sorry, I was just making sure that we were getting her on our screen before I started talking. And actually, you know what? This will be better without us. Elisabeth Couchon is one of the highest ranked ITRA runners in our field this year. She has podiumed, won, or performed very well at many of Quebec's signature races. She had a
in
really
particular UTHC.
Yeah. So UTHC in 2024, she got third place there at the 125 kilometer distance, which of course, as you can imagine, would prepare you very well for this 135 kilometer distance. In 2021, she got second at the 42 kilometer distance there. On some international notes, she won in 2018 the 60K Trans-Martinique.
Did we lose that?
And she has performed really well at the QMT previously. So she got 8th here last year at the 135 and 3rd at the QMT 110 back in 2019. So, going back just a little bit, but really one of our excellent performers. She's the sister of another one of our excellent athletes, JF Couchon, who we may be talking about.
Enough they go.
He's running a different race this weekend, but the two of them are really
you think they were running together on purpose?
Yeah, it's possible, but they're really a power duo of brother and sister trail aficionados here.
Yeah.
And so I'm sorry, you were mentioning, were they running together on purpose?
With Julie,
Julie Lesage and Elisabeth Couchon, who seem to be running together. That could be a really good strategy going into the night, thinking that. Oh, is this on Champagne?
That's Anne, yeah.
Anne.
It's hard to see, but I'm pretty sure she's smiling and having a good time.
Oh, she brings such good energy to the stream when to the race.
Wow, she made quick work of that.
Yeah, she's a quick runner. And Champagne, runner for the North Face. Really excellent. Oh, I think he's getting some of those cheese curds I was mentioning.
Was that cheese curd?
I think it was. They're typically in those big bowls and they're white and you serve them with tongs.
He did it really in a pro style, like how he put them in. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah. It can be fun to run with somebody I'm sure.
Totally.
And Elizabeth know each other. They could be telling this up. Let's run this part together. Why not? Hold on. Maybe that was really still there. Actually, I think I missed that image. Or was that Amanda Nelson? I just got a glimpse of her.
So it seems like Amanda Nelson, another Canadian, maybe sitting in, what did we say, 4th?
Yeah.
So I believe,
and about
first. Valerie Arsenault,
you
who
can
seems
see
to-
how sweaty it is. People
Yeah, you
seem
can,
pretty
hey.
drained already.
It's hot.
If you look at their faces, you can see everything is covered in water. Yeah. As more and more runners get into the first aid station.
So I think maybe as these runners come in, it could be good to talk about the gaps, because we've got really two completely different stories playing out between the men's race and the women's race.
Interesting.
On the men's side, the top 3 men, as we saw, were within 400 meters of each other. They were really, really close. But conversely, on the women's side, and this is, I'm sure, a point of pride for you, but Valerie Arsenault seems to be more than a kilometer in front of second and third place. So that being Elisabeth Cochon and Julie Lesage, who those two are followed very closely by fourth place Anne Champagne, and herself followed very closely, potentially, by Amanda Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
That's exciting.
It is, yeah.
Seems like a race for second through fifth.
Yeah, definitely.
Although nothing is, we're still early days.
I mean, yeah.
Nothing is written.
No.
But Valerie
no.
does seem to be carving a good lead.
But this is very typical Valerie.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is, I'm not surprised. I mean, I would probably be more surprised if she was a kilometer behind.
Would you be worried?
No.
No, never worried.
No, I know she's a very smart runner and she knows what she does. I really love the way she races. So, yeah, proud in any case for sure. Yeah, if you want to call it that. But yeah, that's her way of racing is to go at her own pace and push, but still being in control. And this was, I think, as she had planned in her mind, the way she wanted to do it. And she's running within the top 10 of the men, right? So it's scratch. She's like doing fantastic. I think like she might be even, if I count quickly, like, yeah, just within or around the top 10. It is such a long way still. Like,
yeah,
the hard parts haven't even started yet. we haven't passed any of the hardest sections yet.
Absolutely. And we're going to be bringing you all along with us for all of the hard parts, alongside all of the runners. We're going to be having some really great in the field interviews brought to you by Desjardins with our field teams. We've got camera runners, camera bikers, drones, field reporters. We've got us two in studio. It's going to be really exciting next. How much time do we have left? Well, however much time is left. We will be going until, I believe, it's a 23-hour stream. So 6 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday, July 4th.
We will for sure see all the top men and women finish.
For sure.
Can you remind us what the course record is for both men and women?
Yeah, great question. Can I remind you?
Yeah. You probably have to look it up for a bit. But they're well within the 23-hour mark. I think Xavier, who won it last year, and Mylène in the women who won it, for the women who won it last year, they did it in consecutively 17 hours, 17 hours.
Yeah. So of course, this being only the second edition of the 135 kilometer, the course records were set, both of them, of course, last year. So Xavier Saint-Cyr in 17 hours, 18 minutes, and 5 seconds. And
Marie-Ève did it in 19 hours, something.
Yeah, Marilyn Nakache from France in 19 hours, 11 minutes, and 41 seconds. So, those are both really excellent runners. Marilyn, of course, a little bit more well-known, especially at the time, than Xavier Saint-Cyr, who really came out of nowhere and surprised us all.
Wow.
But those are still really stout records, and so we're hoping to see them go down this year. We've got an excellent field, as you can see in front of us, and Valerie pushing the pace, the top men all working together, it seems. So we're very hopeful for these records to go down. But whatever.
That was the story last year, right?
Sorry,
Xavier.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, like the insiders knew that he was capable of winning this race, But
Well, he
I
was
think,
a local. He's a local favorite. He's a
but I mean,
fantastic
a
runner.
lot of locals were surprised seeing him win the race.
Yeah.
Given how stacked the field is.
Oh, and sorry, we are actually going to go to an ad break from our partners.
Et on est de retour sur le QMT Live. Donc là, on va rappeler un petit peu ce qui se passe sur la course avec Valérie Larsenault qui est en tête. Donc Valérie, ils prennent vraiment un rythme très élevé. Donc Valérie est dans le top 8.
And we're back. Thanks for bearing with us. Of course, incredibly recognizant and thankful to our presenting sponsor, Desjardins, who has played an instrumental role in making sure that this stream goes off. As I mentioned, it's thanks to them that we have the field reporters that we do. And so we were just before the break talking about the course records that were set last year.
Yeah, that was some story. I remember sitting at Saint-Decap, that's 80 kilometers into the race, and I've never seen someone coming in that aid station so calm and collected, and I think like he blew everyone apart almost, to be honest. The way he entered and the rest coming in pretty drained after such a hard section, yeah. And it was not a one-day fluke, for sure, because we saw him perform in the rest of the year too, winning UTHC together with Marie-Ève Pelland.
Yeah, a really exciting joint performance, joint first place between Xavier Saint-Cyr, the relatively unknown newcomer to the competitive trail scene here in Quebec, crossing the finish line of Ultra Trail Haricano, the 125 kilometer, with what I think you could fairly consider to be the opposite end of the celebrity spectrum. We like to call him our homegrown Mathieu Blanchard, who was far and away the favorite for the 125 UTHC, but Xavier showed that he's not a one-hit wonder, and he raced to a first place with Mathieu last year. So
Yeah.
super exciting.
So
and while Xavier isn't in the field this year, I know we've got a huge.
Not in this field.
Sorry.
Not in this.
No, exactly. Not
he's
the
doing-
135K. I know there are plenty of hungry competitors looking to take down his record.
Sure, and he will do that. I'm curious as to if there's going to be a new Xavier for this race, both in the men or the women.
Yeah, a new course record or a new
Just a new
unknown
name that's like will establish himself.
I like to borrow the term from
Oh, there we go.
from the single track guys over in the US, but the random baller.
Oh,
do you
right,
think we'll
yeah.
have another random baller this year? I don't know. It's so far all the men in the lead are
Who do you think is the random baller at the moment?
expected
Like,
to be there. Who's the random
who's
baller?
like in front now and like, oh, I didn't expect him to be there.
Good question. Well, I don't want to.
I don't know.
My ignorance.
All these
shouldn't,
names like I've put on my list of people to watch. So
Yeah. I don't think my ignorance should play a role here. I think all of these men are looking like potential winners.
yeah.
We've got a really stout field. And so you were talking about, we had mentioned a couple times, this long stretch that they are embarking on from the aid station that we were just at, Halte de l'Arche, and the next one, Massif, featuring one of the most one of the most. Oh, here let me just take a quick break and show you the rankings on the screen, just so you can see our top 3 for both fields.
Yeah.
So as you can see, in the women, Valerie, followed by Elizabeth and Julie. Of course, we know that they two, Elizabeth and Julie, are closely followed by Anne Champagne, who is closely followed by Amanda Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
And on the men's side, of course, we've seen Camille Lesniak, Jacob Barry-Arnasson, and
Or just Jake.
Or just Jake. There you go. Jake. And David Savard-Gagnon.
Yeah. And Victor Larocque is close by.
And Victor Larocque is right there. I think the men's side seems to be a lot less stretched out than the women's side, where Valérie Arsenault is really taking a flyer off the front.
And I believe AGD, can I say Antoine Jolicoeur de Roche?
Yeah.
AGD.
Antoine Jolicoeur de Roche, yeah.
It's easier for non-Quebec.
Yeah, it's easier. You can go for
AGD.
Antoine. We'll know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Antoine Jolicoeur de Roche, who has had some fantastic performances in Quebec in the past, and is of course a hometown hero here, is really close to that top 3 as well. So the men's race right now a lot closer together.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe they just like to see each other's headlights and not like make big moves yet, or like there's for some of them this might be a bit of unfamiliar terrain. So let's not just push ourselves too far off the punch and yeah.
And I just responding to a comment in the chat that I think is a totally worthwhile observation, and certainly something. If you look at the 2 top 3s right now, you'll notice that we have 2 of our top 3s, both of our 3rd place runners, Julie Lesage and David Savard-Gagnon, who are in their 40s. So really impressive on both of their behalves. I think it shows that ultra is. It's not defined by your age, and here are 2 runners that are having and continue to have and will continue to have absolutely fantastic performances, regardless of their age.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if age matters this much for a race like this one. Marilyn showed that last year already.
Yeah, Mylène Sans Souci.
Yeah, also, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. I mean, like, you got to be really gritty to make your way through this course.
And so here we were just starting to talk about the next upcoming section. So this is you can see them leaving the aid station. They drop into the gorge a little bit. They're following the
highway,
the highway 138.
Yeah.
And then when they make this turn, they start a grueling climb up the Massif de Charlevoix, which is
well, they first have like this more runnable section, faster, depending on how muddy it is. This can be either very fast or very slow. And then indeed, this is where they come up the Massif, the ski resort. Once they get over it, there's a very runnable section again until the Massif aid station. But again, runnable is really dependent on the condition of the course and the trails. Last year was horrendous. I didn't run it last year, but I saw images and I heard many stories. I had an athlete who his shoes broke down in one of the muddy sections and had to abandon the race. Basically, it is pretty rough. Like it took a lot of effort for people to get through that section and the following section. But I feel like this year is probably not as tough of the conditions of the trail are probably not as tough as last year. So let's see how quickly they can make it through this section. But it is definitely a long section.
It is. It's 19 kilometers, as we were saying, between the aid station that they just left and the next one, which is the Massif aid station. 19 kilometers on a really big climb. For those unfamiliar, the Massif is is a massive ski hill overlooking the St. Lawrence River, right over Petite Rivière Saint-François. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. Most of these runners will still be relatively fresh coming into the base of the Massif Mountain. Whether you're in the front or in the back, you kind of are not. I mean, you've been running for a while, right? Like having run, 30 kilometers, getting on there. It's a long way already, but most of them will still be pretty fresh coming into the mountain. And the mountain itself, the trail itself, is a very nice trail to run on. Yeah. There's some steeper sections, there's some bridges, there's some more like bigger steps you have to take over rocks and stuff. Mm-hmm. But overall, it's a nice mountain to go up to. It's not, if you can pace yourself well, it's not something like you would really have to suffer hard to get through. So I think under these conditions tonight, I think we'll see a lot of people be able to get to the next aid station. I'm looking forward to seeing people's faces, and then we'll know more how the conditions were. For now, we're just waiting for more of the runners passing through.
Yeah, we've got our top runners just turning off of that trail alongside Highway 138, Route 138. So as I was mentioning, that's as we were looking at the course flyover. Mm-hmm. We are the runners spend a good amount of time after the aid station, the Alt, alongside Highway 138. And then around the 26th kilometer of the race, they turn left and start on some trails and head up the Massif.
Okay, so we got a good question from Larissa in the chat. What is the most common reason for people to give up to DNF for this race? Which is an interesting question. I don't have the exact data on it, but I can maybe...
What's your guess?
Speculate a little bit.
I think you, having run this and coached many people on this race, probably have an excellent, educated answer. What is it?
And I don't know. I don't know if it's excellent. So I'm thinking going through this section, having to deal with the conditions and the fact that these first two parts are pretty long. They can be very mentally draining, and they can take you out of your comfort zone, or like take you out of your rhythm of taking in your gels, taking in your hydration, maybe making your effort go up a little bit higher than you maybe want to. Things could maybe fall off here a little bit because like you forget a gel or two, and then so I think the most common reasons for people to DNF in this race will probably something related to feeling a bit sickly because the conditions are hard and they've not taken in their nutrition. Yeah, that's something we really have to pay attention to any ultra, but definitely here where the humid conditions and the terrain makes it sometimes a bit harder to focus on the nutrition side.
Definitely. Yeah, the hotter it is, the more difficult it is to digest the food that you're eating and the calories. Sure. And as you mentioned, when it's hot and especially humid, sometimes you might not even actually feel all that thirsty. When it's hot and dry, you feel thirsty a lot easier, but definitely. And what's interesting about your answer is that's the most common reason for DNF across all races is indigestion, is nausea.
I think it's particularly here for this race, in this part of the race. Mm-hmm. Maybe later on in the race, once you pass the harder sections, or once you pass like a certain point in the race, you go at a lower effort, and you probably somewhat are more able to get it back on track, or sustain sort of the nutrition side of things. But just this part where can feel really long, because the 20 kilometers track is can feel really long. It's, like just imagine having to do it for like 4 hours, or maybe even longer than that, just to get through this section. For us between aid station, that's a long time to be out there. So I've seen people not bringing enough water or fuel for this part. So there's risk involved if you're not taking good care of yourself, and in particular this part of the course. And now we're seeing Camille again on the live stream.
Yeah, so we're here with Camille. Seems to be running really well. Of course, he's on pretty flat, non-technical terrain, so
Yeah,
we'd hope to see him.
this is a lot of the terrain like this in the first part of the course. So
Yeah.
we do have some steep ups and downs, but a lot of this is like super runnable. But then again, give it 3 nights of rain and it looks a lot different.
Yeah, exactly. Another reason we're very thankful that last night's storm never
It
materialized, and that it's
depends
actually.
who you are. If you like the mud.
I guess so. If you're in Champagne and you love mud,
Yeah, I like myself.
You like-
sometimes.
you like mud?
Yeah.
oof. I don't think I can relate to that. This to me looks. I mean, this is our version of California carpet.
Yeah,
Look at
yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is beautiful.
flying, yeah.
You're running, especially. I mean, there's just something special about running in the little bubble of your headlamp.
And he's running uphill here.
Yeah, I know it doesn't seem like it, right? But
Yeah.
he is going uphill.
It's nice, like the temperatures have gone down for sure. A lot of the stress of the beginning of the race is gone. You actually find a more flowy section of the race. You kind of have figured out how the course unfolds, like how to look at the different markers. Like you used to like having a cameraman running behind you, like more in your groove. That these types of bridges are all over the place and boardwalks, etc. So like you're kind of more used to like what's coming, and it's easy on the mind. And hopefully you can get into a good groove. And he does seem to be dancing.
Yeah, and you mentioned the cameraman, but I mean, this cameraman is holding their own.
Yeah.
That's really
We have
impressive.
a really stellar group of
We really do,
cameramen
eh?
running,
Yeah,
and
some great athletes in their own
Yeah.
rights. Yeah, absolutely.
shout
and
out
this
to my
cameraman is
own
keeping up.
athlete Luca Rota, who's also filming and running.
Yeah, one of your athletes.
Yeah.
So shout out Luca. Is this Luca? Do you know?
No,
No.
I don't think so.
Well, shout out Luca anyway, getting us amazing shots, and shout out this camera person, and just being able to follow Camille in these otherwise decently remote sections.
Yeah.
Oh, and it seems like
Sometimes you make these turns and you make just a slightly awkward move, and you gotta catch up again. Yeah. But it does seem like Camille's still running within himself.
totally.
Really
He
well.
seems super controlled.
Yeah.
And having run actually a good amount in Alsace, where he won a race this year, it's interesting to see that actually the topography is fairly similar to this. I mean, Alsace doesn't quite get as technical as this.
Yeah.
It's a lot more runnable.
Yeah.
But this section that he's on right now is fairly similar. So I think probably also pretty similar to Poland. Although Camille trains a lot in Spain. He was telling me, ironically, for a Polish athlete, he actually doesn't like the cold at all. So
Yeah.
he and his partner spend it sounds like most of or all of the winters in Spain, where it's a lot warmer. And so again, just another arrow in his quiver, making him a little more comfortable. And again, shout out our cameraman, who seems to have caught back on to Camille and
Yeah.
is holding on super strong.
Yeah.
Camille running in what I believe is the Hoka Rocket X Trail, of course,
Yeah.
one of their super shoes, and definitely it's not hurting him to have some fast shoes on this section.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, how more beautiful can you have a type of trail like this? Like,
This is as good as it gets at night. You know?
yeah.
And so you'll notice that Camille has a quiver, of course, on his pack. So most, if not all, maybe I think all of these runners will be running with poles. Of course, this is not that steep, so he has the poles stowed away in his quiver. but we will be seeing plenty of sections where later in the race, especially as the legs get tired, but also as they get to climbing the Massif, climbing the Mont-Sainte-Anne at the end, runners will be relying a lot on their poles. And so this section with Camille is not one of those, but he definitely has the poles back there in his quiver, as do pretty much all of the runners.
Yeah, it's an interesting question to have poles or not. I feel like going up Massif is definitely a reason to bring your poles, and the fact that you're not able to see a crew before that kind of forces you to have your poles with you from the start. But then again, like, it's not a given that everyone likes poles, and for this race, which has like a couple big climbs, the most of the elevation also comes actually from just small punchy uphills, which for a lot of people, like, they don't like to use poles necessarily, or like take out the poles and do the back and forth thing with the poles. I'm probably the type of person that likes to hold the poles in the hands for most of the time.
Yeah.
I'm either bringing them or not, but I don't like the switching around. I think we could check how many of the runners are actually bringing poles, or probably better to count how many have not brought their poles here. When I did my 100 milers, my 100 miler back in the day, I forgot my poles at the Massif station.
Did you?
Yeah. I got the uphill down with my poles, and then I realized that about like 2 kilometers after I left the aid station, I was like, should I go back or not? I was like, no,
2 kilometers.
I'm not gonna go back.
That is way too far to go
Yeah, it's
back.
like,
There is no
forget about
way
it.
for
Yeah.
poles.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, and I did not have any backup poles, unfortunately. So that was that for me. Yeah.
So we're still here with Kamil Lesniak, our Polish runner. Just a quick reminder, if you're joining us and you're new to the stream, of course, the person you see speaking on your stream is one of our 2 French commentators. That is Yannick. The voices that you are hearing right now are those of myself. My name is Ilan, and I'm joined here by John. We are in a separate studio, and we are your English commentators. So we are adding the audio feed on top of what you are seeing. So we're bringing you all the same images as the French feed, and just making sure that you can get this great coverage in English for our non-French speaking viewers. So just clarifying, if you're wondering why what you're seeing, why this person in front of you isn't matching what you're hearing, that's why. So just bear with us. And some people have been asking questions in the chat, and of course we are in the chat answering some of them, but we are also reading the chat and keeping up to date on it. So please don't hesitate to give us a shout out in the chat. Drop your questions. If you see someone on screen that we're having trouble identifying, please let us know who it is. You probably know them better than we do. And if you have a question, of course, give us a shout.
Yeah. There is a comment about wild animals that I find funny to pick up on. We are, after all, in Canada, and there's a big stereotypical idea of having bears all around us and wildlife. And that is a fact. I mean, it's true, right? Will the runners see wildlife on the course? Likely. I mean, they might see some wildlife. I don't think it's going to be the most terrifying wildlife that we probably envision. I don't think there'll be any bears around. Pretty sure there won't be. I think if you're lucky, you'll see maybe some nice, cute eyes from a deer or a couple deers.
Yeah.
Maybe some porcupine. Owls, birds. Lots of birds around, of course, but not the most dangerous wildlife here.
Yeah, people thinking of Canada, as you mentioned, often think of bears, and typically the image they have in their mind is of a brown bear or of a grizzly bear.
Yeah.
Here in the eastern part of Canada, for those who don't know, outside of the Rockies or the western part of Canada, those are this is not their natural habitat, and so we thankfully are not really concerned about them.
Yeah.
We do have black bears here.
Yeah.
Certainly, we have wolves here.
Yeah.
We've definitely
Definitely.
got we've got plenty of wildlife, but no, thankfully these runners can run with a great peace of mind and a really good sense of security.
Yeah.
At least from the wildlife, and then just overall for the race in general, they can run with a really comforting sense of security because they know that the QMT race is really looking out for their safety, and all of the course marking is really well done. We've got course marshals all over the place. We've got security teams, first aid teams, quick response teams stationed all over the course. Of course, we have live tracking and semi-live tracking with the aid stations. And so everything is. I think it's all set up to give these runners a really unique and wonderful experience in the mountains of Charlevoix, in one of the most beautiful regions of Quebec.
Yeah. I mean, let's not hope there's any wildlife encounter. It's very unlikely. At least not in this race. I don't think. Maybe we should dig it up if there's ever been in the past years some nice wildlife encounter that's been recorded. There's some nice.
So we're getting a flyover here of the upcoming course section.
Yeah.
Always super super interesting. So this is the part where they. Oops, lost mine. Yeah.
No, so I've not seen any wildlife myself on the course. What you're seeing is just from the start. They show it again.
Yeah. So that was the first climb that most of our runners are through now.
True.
They got to the first aid station, Halte de l'Arche, which we got really great images of. They ran along Highway 138 for a little bit, and now, as we saw with Camille Lesniak, they are running through some beautiful rolling, flowy trails before starting the brutal ascent of the Massif de Charlevoix, which you are about to see on the left side of your screen here. Is a ski hill, and so they don't actually go up the Massif itself to the peak of the Massif.
Not the top.
Not the very very top. They go up one of these secondary peaks, which is called the Montagne à Ligurie.
Yeah,
it's like we're in Italy.
Yeah.
So they go up Ligurie Mountain, just to the side of the Massif.
I don't think you have, but have you been skiing there before as a kid?
To the Massif?
Yeah.
No. I've been skiing in Mont-Sainte-Anne and Mont-Grand-Fond and other places in Charlevoix, but not the Massif. Have you?
No.
It's a really unique mountain. And then here, what we're seeing on the screen is just the Sentier des Caps, which is a really beautiful ridgeline, as you can see, that runs like a balcony above the St. Lawrence River. So unfortunately for many of these runners, this may be. For some of these runners, they may be getting this in the night, but they go through Cap Griban there.
Yeah. I think most runners will do all of these sections at night still.
Yeah, which is really unfortunate, just insofar as the views are absolutely stunning.
At some point they might be able to get in the views.
I think many of our runners will definitely be getting this.
I mean, in general, a lot of it is very much in a pretty dense forest, so there's. You're getting the forest views and the forest scenes.
And here they just went through they will be going through the town of Saint-Tite-des-Caps, which is a very major crude aid station. And then we get into, we're getting near as we get along this the river.
The Mestashibo, the
we
famous.
Are into the infamous Mestashibo. What can you tell us about the Mestashibo, John?
Looks fun. Yeah.
Come on, you gotta give us a little more than that.
I don't know. People give it a hard time, maybe. No, it's one of these iconic parts of the course. It's a lot of up and down. It's a very sort of roughish little river that goes through there, and yeah, there's a section along it that's very technical and takes a lot of time.
And then after the Mesta Shibo, of course, we're seeing them
Yeah.
cut in towards the Mont-Sainte-Anne. They do a full summit of Mont-Sainte-Anne.
Yeah.
They go down and do a loop just to about halfway down the mountain, back up to the summit, and then they do one last final loop, although it doesn't feel simple or final at all, but it is one last big loop around the backside of the Mont-Sainte-Anne and some rolling trails, which we're watching right now.
Yeah.
And then around the
Fondeur,
north side of the mountain.
the last aid station. And then you're, I guess, like about 9 kilometers still from the aid station, which when I got there for the first time, they said like, oh, this is just a runnable section. You're almost there. And when you're that deep into the race, it doesn't feel runnable at all. You got also 2 water crossings, so that will be really exciting to see the water crossing, people going through that.
Yeah, the
There's
water
been
crossings
some
are always really
images on
impressive.
Instagram. Sorry?
The water crossings are always really impressive. They're always they make for some really great images, really impressive.
Yeah,
Just really
and good
stunning
stories
imagery.
too. Each year, some different new experiences there too. I like them. Yeah, I think they're an important part of this race, and you get them at the reward as a reward more than 130 kilometers into your race, where you've like been fighting and feeling like you're almost there, and you are almost there, and then you still have to do 2 other crossings. So I find it always funny too that races like to put you through that when you're this deep into a race. But it's also a nice way to clean up your legs and your shoes just before you finish.
Yeah, definitely, right?
Yeah.
The finish line photo is just as important as any other part of the race. So it's important to come looking spick and span.
Sure thing.
I always give my shoes a good brushing.
Yeah.
No, honestly, if I'm anywhere near the finish line, I'm not thinking about how clean my shoes are. But it's a good point. It's never a bad time to hop in the river.
Yeah. Except for maybe last year.
Yeah.
At the
What
end,
was
when they had
special
to-
about last year?
When they had to reroute or they had to send people back and reroute them.
Yeah.
Because we had a lot of water and the river was too deep, too dangerous to cross at the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, some people had to make their way back and then take a different route. And the race organizers were really kind with the cutoff times, etc. But it's not fun if you're that deep into a race. You've been going on for almost 30 hours, and you can't pass a river anymore. So
Yeah.
it's tough.
Can be demoralizing.
Yeah. How are we on the general field? Is
So the men's field seems to be stretching out just a little bit. So we still got our Polish runner Kamil Lesniak, Polish runner for Hoka, who is in first place. A little behind him is Victor Larocque, who seems to have made up a couple places. I mean, I know he was really in that mix for the top 4 spots, but he does seem to have moved up just a little bit. He's sitting in second place. A small gap behind him to Jake Baril Arnasson.
Yeah.
And so it's entirely possible they're actually running together, but our tracker shows them with maybe 100 meters of distance between them. And then, as you called him, AJD, Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches, is sitting in fourth place with a bit more of a gap, maybe the biggest gap we've seen in the top 4 between Jacob and Antoine. And then behind Antoine is Jitesh. That is Jitesh Raubovich Lukea. Do we have any information about Jitesh?
we do?
We do.
Yeah.
All right. What can you tell us about Jitesh?
He's lives in Montreal. He's from Montreal, I think. He won the Ultra Trail Fort Saguenay,
nice.
I believe. And he has also some history at Harikana, I believe.
Okay.
a local runner too, and I think this is probably his first time trying to finish QMT, or maybe he did finish it. He DNF'd last year, but he got second in 2023 at the 80K distance. So he knows how to race this race, and he knows this part of the course. So yeah, he's there where he should be now. I think he's doing really well. Yeah.
Yeah, Jitesh is a Mauritius runner.
Yeah.
Yep, from Mauritius, and you were saying lives in Montreal.
I thought so. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think I thought so. Yeah.
Okay. We're still on board with Camille, as you can see in the bottom right of your screen. Still on board with our Polish runner for Hoka, Kamil Lesniak, sitting in first place of the men's race. Just looking over Jitesh's recent performances, and yeah, as you were saying, first place in 2024 at Ultra Trail Fjord Saguenay, which is super technical, really good preparation for this race.
I want to highlight our help in the studio here, Renaud.
Yeah.
We're not just the two of us. We're also getting help from our friend and colleague here, Renaud, and Renaud Haber.
Definitely.
And he's the person feeding us with all the valuable information.
Definitely. So
yeah.
Thank you, Renaud. He's taken a well-deserved break, but we really appreciate all the help, and to everyone behind the scenes making this incredible stream possible. It's really a fantastic quality stream. It's very rare here in Quebec to have this sort of live stream, this sort of race coverage, and we're incredibly grateful to our presenting partner Desjardins, but also to everybody working hard behind the scenes to make this happen. And we have plenty of amazing race coverage coming. We will be live all the way until 6 p.m. Am I getting that right? 6 p.m. Yeah. Until 6 p.m. Eastern time. Tomorrow.
It's okay. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go all the way.
I'm ready to go all the way.
Yeah.
I'm
excited.
feeling
Look
great.
at this is the finish line.
We've got a great look at
Nice.
this at the
Sweet.
finish line. So this is the finish line at Mont-Sainte-Anne, and so you see
These
runners
are not
coming.
our runners.
So I was about to say, so you see runners coming in, and you're thinking, all right, that's very fast for a 135 kilometer.
Yeah.
And you're right, it is very fast, but it's not the 135. It's the 15 kilometer. So the QMT 15,
Yeah.
the night race, that is a new addition this year. That was added this year in order to round out the Trans QMT, which is the stage race that has been added to the QMT weekend.
Yeah, but you can see a little bit of the layout of the base of Mont-Sainte-Anne. You can't see the mountain, obviously, because it's dark, but it's there at the background. And you can see all the runners coming in here now. They're basically running down a little slope into the finish line, the chute. And runners will get their glass, usually.
Yeah.
That's the usual gift. The QMT typical reward for when you finish a race is a special glass they have for each year. I can't show it, but I have one here for my year. And there's obviously like many other big races. There's a lot of stands with the different brands that are sponsoring this event, and runners can try out all kinds of stuff, or like try out the different nutritions, try out some of the Salomon stuff or Icebreaker, all the gear that's available there. I believe Normal has a stand.
Yep.
Chorus has a
Yeah,
stand too.
all of our race partners are present at the village. It's a really well appointed race village.
Yeah, Exact is there, NAC is there. A lot of actually brands that are from Quebec, which is
Yeah.
interesting, right?
Yeah. Isn't that fun?
Exact is the main sponsor for nutrition,
Yep.
which is a Montreal company.
Yep.
I believe, and so is NAC. A little bit more known, I guess, in the larger global trail world. But both are here to support the runners, and the aid stations are stocked by Exact, and I've been using them for many years, especially the shoes. I love them. This is not a sponsored plug or something. I truly still use them and have been using them well before I did this race. So it's nice that they're all out there. And besides that, there's lots of place to sit and welcome your runner as a crew, or just to sit down and have a beer. I think every runner gets a beer, alcoholic or non-alcoholic, and there's some places to sit down. It's like a picnic area. And I'm sure actually now at this time, I need to check, it's 20 degrees. It's pretty nice to be there.
Yeah, it's a lovely environment at the race village right now.
Yeah. I'm kind of jealous. Lots of things happening there. It's a ski resort.
Yeah.
And it's also a very big mountain bike resort.
Yeah.
It's renowned internationally as a mountain biking resort. There is some of the bigger races and World Cups races are being held here.
This year Crankworks will be held there, which is traditionally held in Whistler, British Columbia.
Yeah.
So that's really exciting for Mont-Sainte-Anne and the whole mountain bike community, which of course has a lot of overlap with the trail running community.
For sure.
Outdoor enthusiasts.
Yeah.
All right, all right. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We are so sorry about the delay. We're just working through it.
All right, all right.
All right, all right, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry for this. I think this is probably what we'll probably have to experience the next few hours. Hopefully then things will be sorted out more. But we're here for you, and we're here to answer all your questions and update you on all your favorite runners. And yeah, I hope we can update you on what's been happening. I mean, not a lot, I believe. Like since we last caught out, I think the men and the women are pretty much in the same position.
Yeah, maybe let's do a recap of that. We might have some new viewers.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if we have new viewers yet, but we can at least like do a little recap of what's been happening in the front of the field. Also, maybe let's start at the back of the field because, as we know, we have a lot of followers.
I think we've got some some fan favorites here.
Yeah, and so Bruna made it through the aid station already.
Yeah, that's Bruna
on her
Yanez
next-
from Brazil, one of our Brazilian athletes. So that's really exciting to see her.
Yeah.
To see her here, and we're super happy to host her. It seems like she's made it through the Halte de l'Arche.
Yeah.
And is making her way into that tough section that we were talking about earlier. Those 19 kilometers between aid stations. So moving steadily.
Yeah, and the nice part is she's running with one of my athletes, Brad Stewart.
No way.
They're basically running together, maybe separated by 40, 50 meters. So they're running together there, just having passed just the last aid station. And a bit further up the field, we see some of the women we've been talking about earlier.
Yep.
They're running pretty much together, at least maybe not together, but within reach of each other. Amanda Nelson, I believe, in fifth, and then Anne Champagne, Julia Lechage, and Ellie Couchon. Sort of similar.
Looks like, we were talking about Elizabeth Cochon, Ellie Cochon, running with Julie Lesage, and it does look like coming onto the trails after, let's say, kilometer 27, it does look like Ellie Cochon made a little bit of a move on Julie Lesage because she is ahead of her by a few hundred meters. So that's really exciting. Do you think she's trying to bridge up to Valerie? Because if you look at her on the tracker, I mean, she's a big climb away from Valerie.
Yeah.
But, she's not that far, just raw distance-wise. Do you think there's any world in which she's trying to think, I'm going to catch up to Valerie and I'm going to run as much of this race with her as I can?
It's hard to say. At this point, I think people are. This is still a very runnable section, and if you're feeling good, you probably feel like I can run this well. I'm naturally make a little move here, even though I was running with somebody else. But I think all of them are still running with the brake on, sort of. So yeah, let's see how things unfold.
Yeah, and we're only 3.5 hours into this race.
Exactly.
So things are still early. I know we keep saying that, but we're going to be saying it for another few hours.
Yeah.
Until we get through the night, it'll feel like things are still early in this race.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And all these women are very used to this type of terrain to run through. Like all of them have done races in these, so we know like they can deal with this type of terrain and conditions. So yeah, it's too early to say if somebody will make a gap or will fall back because they push too hard. I think we cannot say this at all at this point. But there are some signs there of how people are progressing. I see Valerie being like a bit more than 2 kilometers ahead of Ellie, if the GPS is somewhat correct. So that is a considerable gap already.
This for sure.
This far in the race, but again, we're still early in the race, so
we have so much to go.
Yeah,
so much to see still.
Yeah, I did see some other movement within the men's field, and not necessarily in the top 3. I think that's pretty much still the same as we saw when we
we
cut
still
out.
have our Polish runner for Hoka, Kamil Lesniak, out in front. Still trying to carve that gap on second place Victor Larocque, who he has carved a bit of a gap on Jacob Burrell Arneson. And a few hundred meters back from him, again, is Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches, AJD. And then back from them, and this is what I find super interesting, from that top four men.
Yeah, it's hard to. Well, I have on my map some vague signings of Yitish, and I find this is part of the course where it's really hard to get good GPS data.
That's true. Yeah, so we do see Jitesh there. So let's just say between Antoine, who is in 4th position, and the 6th position man, Cody, there is a very big gap. We believe in the middle of there is Jitesh.
Yeah.
Jitesh Rao Lukea, I believe he goes by.
Yeah.
So,
I'm afraid to say anything here really, because now I see there's Frances.
And we see Francis Cloutier coming up. So you know what? I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna say that Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches is in front of Jitesh, who is in front of Francis.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, well, the other thing I just want to put a pin in is that I'm not sure if this is correct or meaningful, but David Savagano looks to be a bit more behind now, while he was at the front of the race.
He does look like he's lost a little bit of time. Hey,
yeah,
that's
well,
true.
He lost quite some.
Yeah. He lost quite a few spots based on the
Yeah.
tracker that we're looking at.
Yeah.
So we can't know 100% if that's the case. But
yeah, and then with 666, Cody Cooper.
Yeah.
He's making his way up, and having worked with Kelsey and Adam, my athletes, Kelsey Hogan, one of the more familiar faces here. They've raced each other in New Brunswick a lot, so it's not an unfamiliar name at all, knowing he's really fast. So that's kind of what the field looks like at the moment.
Yep, absolutely.
We have one major DNF so far.
We do.
Yeah,
We do.
with
Unfortunately,
Manuel.
the Spaniard Manuel Anguita Bayo, the Kailas Fuga runner, is unfortunately a confirmed DNF.
Yeah.
That is that's really sad. We were really hoping to see him, go toe to toe with the with the Canadian contingent and the other runners that we have here, but unfortunately, Miguel Anguita Bayo is out of the QMT 135 kilometer at this time.
Yeah. He's he has had some amazing results in the past. One that we didn't mention is Falderan. By UTMB.
True, hey.
He was second there last year at the 100K distance. A race that's going on currently, actually, this weekend too.
That's true, yeah. Hey,
that's funny.
It's the 1 year anniversary. Oh, I was going to say, if he hadn't DNF'd, maybe this is his lucky weekend of the year, but unfortunately, it's not this year. But hey, this weekend last year, he had a really fantastic performance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Interesting.
Let's hope he comes back. Let's hope there's nothing serious.
Yeah.
I mean, this early on in the race, it could be, like I did not talk to him yesterday or the days before, so it could be.
I didn't see him.
No. It could be he could have had already some problems coming into the race, and then decided to drop at the first aid station, knowing that it's not going to resolve itself.
It could have been something that was kind of nagging him before, and he just knew from the first 10 kilometers that it wasn't going to get any better. And you know what? Smart decision if so, because it's all about preserving the rest of your season and making sure, just in general, that you're happy and healthy, and we're happy for him. We hope his legs are up somewhere.
For sure. Yeah. It's very unlikely that it's like nutrition related, or I didn't see him fall either. Like I did see he was like
he didn't look
he was
dirty
limping or
bloody
something.
No.
Yeah.
No. But he did seem he was immediately discouraged when he got into the
he
aid station.
He had made his mind up before he got there.
Exactly.
You could see
he was walking pretty quickly, so unfortunately that was that did look like the end of his race at that point.
Yeah. Which is interesting, right? Like there's we don't always understand what's going on in people's mind when they come into an aid station, whether you're an elite runner or middle of the pack, back of the pack. as a volunteer or a crew member, like maybe as a crew member, you have an idea of what the runner is going through, but as a volunteer or as a spectator, we do not always know what plays in their mind when they getting into an aid station, and this could be something like, I have another important race coming up, and I don't want to get injured, or maybe I have been dealing with an injury and it's pretty serious now, and I don't want to take any risk. There could be so many things going on that we are not aware of, leading up to saying like I'm playing it safe now and not continuing. So maybe we'll be notified what it is.
Yep.
Why DNF? I'm sure it's not going to be the last one to DNF this race.
Unfortunately. Yeah. Unfortunately, I share your certainty. Yeah, it's these races are always super tough. And look at that, we are back with the image. Let's see what's going on. So just as a reminder, if you're joining us, the way this works, the reason the person you see on screen isn't us. Here we are. Cheers. Hello. So my name is Ilan. I'm joined here by John, and we are your English language commentators, and we are actually pretty much live translating essentially what our French commentator here, Yannick, is saying. So that is why every now and then the images and what you're hearing may not seem to line up all that perfectly. That is simply because we are running two streams in parallel right now, and we're trying to bring you the very best package that we can. And so rest assured that you are getting absolutely all the images that we can provide, and all the images, the same images that the French language stream is receiving.
Yeah, that's true. And we have the pleasure of being surrounded by viewers from all over the world, which is so cool, right?
We do.
I think that's part of the what's so cool about the World Trail Majors is it connects like across the globe, runners from everywhere, Brazil and Japan.
Yeah, and I think we've got a really good Brazilian contingent, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Bruna, of course. For Bruna Yanez. So if you are here for Bruna Yanez, of course, please drop a Brazilian flag in the chat. Bruna Yanez is moving really well. She is well into the trail part after the first aid station, and has been moving super steadily. So still early days, but she's doing really well. Another international contingent you mentioned, Japanese.
Yeah.
We have Tsuyoshi Kaburaki.
Yeah.
Kaburaki-san.
Yeah.
Who I believe has a pretty large following. So we're really stoked to have him. And so if you are here, if you're watching for Kaburaki-san, please drop a Japanese flag in the chat.
Yeah.
We are really, really stoked to have you, and we love having everyone from different backgrounds.
Yeah. And he's running pretty close to Bruna, I believe, if I can believe the live tracker.
Yeah, he's a bit ahead of her, but they're definitely on the same stretch of trail.
Yeah, not too far away.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I'd love to hear from other people too. If you're following the live stream for someone else, please let us know. We'll go look into where they are at the course. What section of the course they are. Maybe we can give you some background on what they have to deal with at during that period. So yeah, we got representation from, I believe, I checked this before, I believe we have about 25 different countries.
We do. Across
represented
across all the QMT distances this year. We have 25 different nationalities represented. That's super exciting.
Yeah.
Very international race.
Right.
That's great.
Yeah.
And so sorry, I know that you're not seeing any images of the race behind us or next to us as we're talking. We are trying to get to the bottom of that. So thanks so much for your patience. Sorry again about that. I know it's not the best experience. Let me just try to do a little bit of troubleshooting, but thanks for bearing with me.
So besides Canada and the US, we got a lot of European countries obviously represented here. Lots of folks from France, Spain, Italy, GB, Great Britain, Switzerland, Germany. We have Poland, obviously, with Camille. Hungary, Czech Republic, Romania, and Norway in Europe. And then outside of Europe, Brazil and Argentina is also represented in this race with their runners. And look, we have a view of the finish line. Probably some of the last 15K runners are have or are finishing. So that this will be probably one of our final views of the finish line for a bit, but it's nice that people are enjoying the night run, and some of them that will be the end of it for this weekend, and they can chill and relax and see the other races tomorrow and the day after. They have a long weekend ahead of them, but the some of the other runners might also do the other stages of the
Trans QMT.
The Trans QMT.
Yeah, which is a new addition this year, which I was kind of in the middle of talking about before we rudely were interrupted by the internet connectivity issues that we've been struggling with. But essentially, the Trans QMT is a new addition to the Québec Mega Trail weekend. Essentially, it's a stage race. There are two different formats. You can run the Trans QMT 72, which, as the name implies, is 72 kilometers across 3 races, with a total elevation gain of 2,280 meters. So what 3 races do you need to run in order to run the Trans QMT 72? Great question. The first one, as you see on your screen, is the QMT 15. That's the night race, which is happening tonight, Friday evening, and we are still seeing some finishers coming in from that. That started at 9 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
That has 420 vertical gain, 420 meters of gain. The second race you would need to run in order to run the Trans QMT 72 is the QMT 32, which starts tomorrow morning.
Which is the 30 together with the 32K that's already also on the menu and has been for a while. So that's a race runners can sign up for individually, not as part of the Trans.
Yeah, exactly. So all
event.
3 of these races you can sign up individually or as part of the Trans QMT if you're looking for an additional challenge. And so that race tomorrow morning, the QMT 32, has 1,450 meters of vertical gain. And then the last race that you would need to complete is on Sunday morning. It's the QMT 25 kilometer with 950 meters of vertical gain. And so if you complete these 3 and you are signed up for the Trans QMT 72, then you have run 72 kilometers over 3 days, and congratulations, you're a finisher of the first ever inaugural edition of the Trans QMT 72. I mentioned there was a second format. The second format, very similar, 3 races across 3 days. It's the Trans QMT 90. So it's 90 kilometers over 3 days, over 3 races, with a total elevation gain of 3,670 meters. The race sequence, so it's the same first race. So everybody running this QMT 15 is eligible for the Trans QMT 72 or 90. The second race on Saturday morning is the QMT 50. So we're replacing the QMT 32 by the QMT 50 on Saturday morning. So a much bigger challenge. And then the final race is the same as the Trans QMT 72. It's the QMT 50 on Sunday morning. So essentially, it's really just that Saturday challenge. How big do you want to go?
Yeah.
And that's the big difference. And so those are those 2 formats are really a big addition. They basically, they respond to this growing desire for stage racing, and they add in this extra variable that very few ultra runners have to deal with unless they're going very long, like 100 kilometers or more, and that is sleep. So sleep, you have to deal with one of ultra trail running's most underestimated factors: sleep.
Yeah.
So between races, runners have to manage their.
That's. I mean, that's an interesting factor because, we're covering the 135K, and we'll talk about sleep for this race too. It's a different story for the multi-day stage race. So it's interesting to see how people will deal with sleep for that. Having to wake up after, you've done a race before. Maybe the first 15K doesn't sound too long for you. Maybe it does. Maybe were tempted to go really fast, because I would if it's a race.
Yeah.
And that's okay for 15K, but then the next morning you have to get up and going again. And then it's an entirely different story when you have to get up and do 32K and 50K of running on trails when your legs are pretty trashed from the 15K. And then you have to do another night. So that's like sort of the unique thing of doing these multi-day events is, managing yourself in between the running and in the running itself. So there's a lot more that comes to it than just finishing the distances.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. In my own experience, in my very limited experience of stage racing, it's extremely surprising what the body can do when you are simply wrecked from the previous day's effort and you wake up in the morning and you're sore and you think there's simply no way that I can get out the door. And yet you do, and then you run the first kilometer and it feels not great. Then you're in the second kilometer and it feels a little better, and all of a sudden you're in the third kilometer and your body feels great and it responds. And so it just goes to show how resilient our bodies are and how much we can do. And I thought that was a really special experience. And look at us, we're on the trail.
Wow.
Who are we on the trail with right now? Is that, I see a green pack. Is that Valerie?
That's Valerie. Yeah, I recognize her shirt. Yeah.
She took the arm sleeves off.
Yeah.
So I had a little harder.
No,
of a time. But you know what? The
color of
stride. Look at her stride.
Wow. She's pushing.
She's running up this uphill.
Yeah.
Valerie, I think, is trying to set a new course record.
I mean, I mean, in the second year of the race, you can, if you want to go for the win, you probably not even think of the course record. You're just trying to do the best effort you can, and I don't think she's really occupied with course records or anything. I think she just wants to put in a good performance. I can give you a little background on Valerie.
Please. Yeah. So for those who weren't here earlier, John is Valerie's coach.
Yeah.
So we've got privileged intel. Go for it.
A little bit. Yeah. I mean, I can share that she's coming off of a pretty long build up, not necessarily towards this race, but this has definitely been on her calendar for a long time. So it is like what we call like an A-goal race for her. But her season basically started last August, September, when she did Ultra-Trail Haricana on the 25K, one of the bigger races in Quebec, and she won it in the second fastest time with a pretty impressive victory there. After that, she pretty quickly after she went into running Javelin 100, one of the more famous races in North America. She put up a great performance there, leading the race in the first lap. In one of the strongest fields you can possibly imagine in a 100-miler race. Unfortunately, on the second and third lap, the wheels came off a little bit, and she had to let go of the first position and then had to drop out. But it kind of did show how fast she is, and she is so fast.
We've got a really great example of it right now. She's running with one of the men's field, and we're not exactly sure who she's running with, but seeing as the person in front of her on the tracker is Robbie Britton, and that is not Robbie Britton that she's running with. At least I'm fairly confident it's not. Yeah. I believe she is running with Jeremy Pelland, who is who is one of our French runners. He's from France, but he actually has a lot of races in Hong Kong. A lot of results from Hong Kong. Some notable recent results. Jeremy got 7th at Ultra Trail Whistler 100K in 2025. 8th at Trans Lantau 70K in Hong Kong in 2025. So a good 2025 season for him. Mm-hmm. And a bit more of an average, more middle of the pack performance in the Diagonale des Fous in 2023, 496. But still a super strong runner and part of our French contingent.
For sure. It's good to be Cody Cooper, because she was running with him too. It's a bit hard to see, but yeah.
Yeah, so they look like they're working together.
Yeah, they're working together, kind of same sharing the same pace basically, but maybe I feel like she wants to pass.
There we go. Good
I
pass.
I saw in the language she wanted to pass.
Yeah, she was hot on his heels, huh? So maybe feeling a bit fresher than him. Oh, little trick.
That's
for
part
Valerie
of it.
Arsenault.
Yeah, not uncommon.
Yeah, but a smooth recovery. So
and it's a frontal on the uphill, so it's not usually not as problematic. But it will wake you up for a bit. Okay, well, I was saying about her build up still a little bit. We talked about Mute, which she did.
Fourth place.
She played fourth place behind Jasmine Lauter. The race was won by Catherine Hartmut, who put up like an amazing day. Like no one could have beaten her on that day.
She was amazing.
Yeah,
she was fantastic.
Yeah, so she did really well there. Ran with Kelsey too, one of our runners in the 80K, and that was a kind of a new experience for her. But it was a very hard race. They went out fast, all of them. I believe even like close to under the course record, and the course records were previous course records holder. There are Katie Scheid and Courtney DeWalter, so it's not a slow course at all. So she had to dig really deep for that race, and after that she took a little break, and she in the summer, one of her jobs is tree planting.
Right, you mentioned that last time. So Valerie is a tree planter for most of the summers. That's really interesting, and that's tough training for ultra trail. I mean, it's resilience for sure, but it's not running.
Yeah.
How does that play into her preparedness for this race or for any other?
It's hard to say what it really does, I think. But I know a lot of good tree planters that are good runners too. So I don't think it's a bad combination necessarily. And
definitely, she's not the only one.
And she's been doing it for a while now. It's not her first year. Actually, this time around, she went planting in North British Columbia for about a month. Which definitely impacts your body if you do this straight after running Mute. So not the ideal preparation, but like she got really strong from that. She gets really strong from doing this kind of work, and then she had enough time to prepare for this race, and it shows. And we'll see how the rest of the race unfolds for her. I'm sure the rest of the field is also like looking really, really strong at the moment. And so too early to tell, but it's really exciting to see how it's unfolding at the moment. To be honest, this is kind of what I was expecting, at least in the women's field.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Valerie
the way it's
front.
lining up now. I would have sort of predicted this. And they are making their way up to Le Massif.
Slowly with some downhill and then some uphill, and then let's get back to Valerie. By the way, thanks to this camera runner for really keeping pace.
Amazing.
I mean,
through the night, and now you see what kind of climb this is.
In the night on a technical climb with a runner of Valerie's caliber and of Valerie's freshness, because let's not forget, since it's only 4 hours into the race, I mean,
relatively fresh.
This is not a Valerie I could keep up with. So
no, me neither.
Really, really impressive stuff from our camera runner here, and you can just see. Look how technical the terrain is. I mean, this is rocky. This is East Coast, Beast Coast stuff. This is really impressive.
Yeah,
it's so fun to get to follow her. I mean, these are the kinds of images that I wouldn't get to experience if I wasn't if we weren't watching this.
Yeah, there's steeper sections, but there's then also like points where you can see some of the faster runners like going to a little jog, a little dribble, because it's like not like equally steep or like equally graded. You got some big steps you have to take over rocks, and then all of a sudden you can do a little bit of running. So it's like typical East Coast sort of mountains, hill running. But she's making a strong move, and I don't know what that just happened there with the camera, but
Yeah, we might be losing a bit of connectivity just with our camera runner. As a reminder, they are in super remote parts of the Charlevoix region, and while we are amazed by the amount of connectivity that we can have.
No, I think she just got off track. That's what I
Oh, do you think she went
turned
off a
around.
little bit? Oh,
Yeah.
well, we don't have the image anymore, unfortunately, so we can't quite see what's going on.
I think she's back on track because I saw some orange ribbons.
Awesome.
So this happens in this
Yeah.
race, unfortunately.
Despite the course markings being really excellent.
Yeah. But you get into a zone, and it's easy to lose track of the trail.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
Anyhow,
and so speaking of the sort of uphill that she's on, and it's not rolling terrain, it's mostly uphill, but this massive climb that they're on, up to the Massif, we actually have Kamil Lesniak, our Polish runner, who is pretty much on the other side of the, not of the whole big climb, but is really approaching the Massif aid station.
Yeah.
So that's exciting. So we should get some images, I believe, from the Massif aid station. I believe we've got a camera there. So that's really exciting.
Yeah, and it's also understandably late because we're almost turning at midnight, and I'm really grateful for everyone who's still here. Also, or especially maybe in Brazil, because it's almost 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. Where you are. So big kudos to you for staying up this late and following Bruna and the others. We'll keep it exciting for you.
Yeah, and thank you all for your support. We're watching Bruna Yanez with anticipation, even if we don't have any cameras on her. We're very excited to see how Bruna does. Same with our Japanese runner, Kaburaki-san. So if we've got any Japanese fans in the chat, please drop a Japanese flag for Kaburaki-san. We're very excited to be watching him. So Brazilian flags for Bruna Yanez and Japanese flags for Kaburaki-san, and of course, Canadian flags for all of our Canadian contingent.
So
of
true.
which none other than Valerie Arsenault. Let's see what our field reporter, Marie-Ève Pelland, has to say.
Il commence à avoir de plus en plus d'équipes de soutien qui sont en place ici. La température, effectivement, est stable, mais il y a un petit vent, par exemple, qu'il n'y avait pas tantôt. Fait qu'on est quand même assez confortable ici, là.
Parle-moi du ravitaillement, parce que tantôt, on a vu que tu étais à l'intérieur. Je pense que c'est une nouveauté que le ravito se fasse à l'intérieur dans ce secteur-là du massif. Il y a beaucoup de bénévoles sur place. Comment est l'ambiance? Parce que c'est dur à battre tantôt à l'Alpe de l'Arche. Ça va d'être le party, là.
Ben là, c'est sûr qu'il n'y a pas de coureurs actuellement. Fait que je pense que les bénévoles gardent leur énergie pour tantôt, parce qu'eux autres, ils vont avoir quand même un bon chiffre de nuit à faire ici, là, considérant que la tête de course n'est pas tout à fait encore arrivée. Fait que d'ici le moment que tout le monde arrive, je pense qu'ils se gardent peut-être un peu d'énergie pour tantôt, là.
J'adore. Donc là, en approche, on a le Polonais Kamil Lesniak. Tantôt, tu as vu beaucoup de coureurs passer. Ça avait l'air de quoi l'état d'esprit? On avait-tu des faces longues de gens qui ont chaud?
Non, surprenamment, les gens étaient bien. J'ai discuté avec quelques coureurs, puis les gens étaient majoritairement en bonne santé. Les sentiers sont étonnamment secs, du moins la section qui a été traversée précédemment, c'était super beau. Je pense que le sentier des Caps va réserver des surprises, par exemple. Là, les oui-dire entendus de ceux qui ont été balisés font dire que c'est un petit peu humide, mais le début de parcours était somme toute assez roulant, là.
Valérie Arsenault semble très...
So I'm going to jump in.
Rapidement, 15 minutes d'avance sur la deuxième. On vient d'avoir du visuel sur elle, ça a l'air de très bien aller pour elle, là.
Oui, ben elle avait l'air en pleine santé. Elle a fait un ravito express, puis ciao bye, elle était déjà partie. Fait que ça augure bien pour elle là, si ça peut tenir le coup comme ça, là.
So just to recap what our field reporter Marie-Ève is telling us, she was remarking that surprisingly the runners were looking really good despite the heat. They didn't look like a bunch of haggard, just absolutely exhausted runners, which is really great news. We do know that Kamil Lesniak, the Polish runner, should be into the aid station any moment now. He's less than half a kilometer away, so that's very exciting. And Marie-Ève was talking to our French co-host Yannick about how Valérie seems to be doing really well, as we were seeing on the screen, of course, and we were noting as well. But Valérie did, an express stop at the last aid station, which we got to witness at l'Alpe de l'Arche, and seems to be really, digging in that lead with second place Elisabeth Cochon. And so we'll see when she comes into the aid station what her aid station transition looks like compared to Elisabeth's. And of course, same on the men's side. Let's see what else Marie-Ève has to say.
Qui est à quelques mètres d'arrivée selon les données GPS. Donc...
Ça devrait pas tarder, effectivement. Effectivement. Fait qu'on pourrait...
On s'approche, on a un peu perdu le son, mais on a le visuel, donc on peut poursuivre.
Should be entering the aid station now. That's why she's moving.
So we're
with the cameraman. This is Le Massif aid station, I believe, or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to keep the sound active for you guys while you still being able to hear us.
Yeah.
If Marie-Ève can get some interesting snippets of Camille.
This is not the Massif aid station where she is.
It is.
No, she's not. I don't think she's at the aid station there. So this is a different aid station.
Souvenir de ton propre passage à cet endroit-là?
Eh oui, j'ai ça clair comme de l'eau de roche, en fait, mon passage ici quand j'ai fait le 100 miles en 2023, si ma mémoire est bonne. Je pense qu'il faisait à peu près le même genre de...
Just losing a little bit of Marie-Ève's audio. Unfortunately, connection is spotty. But here we go. We are seeing a headlamp coming in. So this is going to be Camille. So Camille Lesniak, our Polish runner, leading out the men's race of the Québec Mega Trail 135 kilometer.
Just 4 hours time.
Yeah.
That is so fast.
Yeah, 4 hours time to Massif is really fast.
Amazing.
So Camille over here in white. So going inside the building, and then we're going to try to come in here with Marie-Ève.
Yeah.
And see what we
can see. This is a new setup for the aid station.
Yes, it's
new... This used to be outside. There used to be nothing. That's why I got confused a little bit.
So they've got drop bags here.
Yeah.
Camille getting his drop bag. This is the same system that any other runner is going to be using. So there's no special access for the elites. Camille in the white there with his headlamp that we can see. Let's see what his transition looks like. I know the quality isn't unbelievable, but we really are streaming from some pretty remote places.
But the setup is looks pretty luxurious to me.
It's
not
deluxe.
Outside camping.
This is deluxe. Yeah, this is glamping. Okay. Camille seems to be in good spirits. All right, getting some nutrition in there. Oh, it's always tough when you put the water in first and then you pour the powder in. But he seems to have mastered it.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anything to teach Camille Lesniak, but you never know.
No, but that's 90 grams of carbs, I believe, in that one.
Yep. So getting some more nutrition. Camille playing it smart. As I mentioned, he is a Polish runner, but he spends most of his winters in Spain, seeing as he doesn't like the cold, which is a little bit ironic. But so that might actually make him pretty well prepared for the heat. Although when I spoke to him yesterday, he said he didn't really know what to expect. He'd never run on these trails. He hadn't gotten out on the trails yet. I know he went for a little bit of a shakeout yesterday, but we don't exactly know how he's finding it. If it's, but he looks like he's in good spirits.
Oh yeah,
he's smiling.
He looks in control. Yeah,
seems to be having a good time.
He's doing it all
passing the drop bag off.
And he's doing it all by himself without a crew. I think his partner is here, but I'm not sure if she made it to this aid station. Maybe she's waiting outside. Maybe he's picking up an order for her.
Oh,
Classic.
that's a smart move.
It's a classic move.
That's a smart move. Look, as long as he's not touching that nozzle that all the other runners use, that's a very smart move.
Yeah.
Going past the exact tent, not getting any nutrition from there. He's got all his own stuff. There we go, and he's out. Pretty quick transition for like
Yeah,
a
it's not bad.
major aid station.
It is. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah. You've
right?
not seen a lot happening. A lot of people around you until then, and yeah. You know, I'd be a person to stick around, say hi to some people.
Totally.
You know, but obviously not what most elite runners would want to do.
I'd be talking to anybody who wants to chat. Any excuse to take it easy.
Yeah,
I'd be
exactly.
taking that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
absolutely.
Quick transition. So here we go. Let's see what Marie-Ève has to say about it.
Yeah.
Ben, écoute, le sentier des Caps, c'est jamais vraiment sec, même quand c'est sec. Fait qu'on s'attend pas avec les pluies des dernières semaines à ce que ça allait sécher. On a une frontale qui arrive ici. Est-ce que c'est Victor Larocque qui arrive au ravito?
We seem to have an aid station, or excuse me, a headlamp coming into the aid station. We're actually just wondering if it's Victor Larocque, the second place man.
Yeah.
If so, that would be a pretty close gap. Let's go into the aid station with him the way we did with Camille.
Yeah.
So wow.
It must be quite a transition coming from the dark. Oh, there he is, Victor.
There we go. Okay, Victor Larocque.
Yeah.
In the
And he
red.
doesn't stop.
No
He just
way.
goes on. He probably goes
All the
to
way
his crew
through?
number. Yeah. He makes the city loop through the aid station, and then he probably is going to see one of his crew members.
Yeah, you think?
You
Okay.
allowed one crew member in
Yeah.
this aid station to assist you. There he is. There's his crew, throwing out all his empty gels. They have a nice setup for him with a table. Excellent stuff, guys. And yeah. He seems very collected.
He does.
Yeah.
Victor.
He
has-
definitely has had some some nice soup or noodles or
Hey, that probably feels great. A little bit of soup.
it's obviously it's not that cold. It's still pretty warm, and I figured it out because of what the crew members are wearing, not what he's wearing.
Yeah.
That don't look super warm because they're wearing sweaters.
Yeah.
So it's probably not that warm, but they are
Yeah,
wearing.
yeah.
She is wearing shorts, so I'm guessing it's not very cold. But she's wearing a sweater, so yeah. But these runners are all super warm now, and they probably do not want any extra layer on, at least not for now. Yeah, I think in the bottom image we're seeing Camille running away from the aid station. It seems to be Camille because it's a little bit of a gravel road because before they go back on the trail again. Yeah, he's Victor seems to be in really good spirits, like very clear-minded. There he is, and he goes off.
Yeah. And I don't know if you saw who was crewing him, but it's who's being crewed by Julien Lachance
Okay, yeah.
and Joanie Desroches.
There's maybe with a report. Can we listen to what she's saying there?
Yeah, I
If
think
she's
waiting
watching
for
the new
next
runner
coming
coming.
in. But so Victor was being crewed by Julien Lachance and Joanie Desroches, who are two Mont-Sainte-Anne and Beaupré legends. Julien is a race organizer himself, a race director, very competitive runner, as is Joanie. And so just really cool to see them crewing Victor and giving him that, that insider knowledge that he probably needs.
For sure, yeah.
Or that he appreciates. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
And so in aid right now,
That's Jake.
yeah, Jake, and I believe followed very closely, if not currently in the aid station. Yep, we just saw him going by. Antoine Jolicoeur Desroches. So we've got quite a battle going on in the men's race. What's
And it's gonna be busy there now.
What's Jake doing? Is he looking maybe for
So
the bathrooms?
I think he did the same. Oh, he's going back in.
Yeah, he went
maybe
back
wants some
inside.
extra
He's
thing.
not looking for food, so I'm wondering what he's. Okay, so we lost the images just for a second, but we'll get them back. So Jake
So they're all close together.
Yeah. Jake and Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches, both in the aid station at the same time. So that's really exciting.
The
and
top
right
three
behind-
within, I think, 8-9 minutes of each other.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I just
max.
counted it. Yeah.
Oh, you just timed? Okay,
Yeah.
you just timed it. Awesome. Here, let's see what's going on. Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches on your screen right now with the blue pack. Let's see if we can hear anything from his crew.
Est-ce qu'à l'écran, on voit Kim Godette, ancienne championne du QMT 110?
Mon ami à côté de l'instrument. Ça sera pas long, moi je vois pas. Mais effectivement, Kim fait partie de l'équipe de soutien de Cynthia Tremblay là, qui est en bonne posture quand même là, chez les femmes là, avec une 7e place actuellement, je crois.
Yeah, Antoine knows what winning is. Of course, he won UTHC, the 50-miler, a couple years back, I think.
Yep.
So he's been in that position, but he's also been in the position of chasing down. And he looks very much in control still here. Cooling himself down. That's Jake. Looking very strong too still. You can see how much they've been sweating. Like you do see that on their looks.
Yeah, so Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches won the UTHC 80 kilometer back in 2020, which seems really recent, but it's actually 6 years ago. And then more recently, he's actually had a pretty tough stretch at Ultra Trail Harricana. He's taken 2 cracks in the last 2 years at the 125 kilometer there. And he's DNF'd both of them. Excuse me. He DNF'd in 2024. And in 2025, he got 12th. So he finished the race, which I'm sure must have felt like, a good step forward towards the performance that I know he's chasing. And so maybe this 135 today is his shot at, relative glory and trying to get back on the podium here.
Yeah.
Which he's in really good contention. I mean, he's in great position to do.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's off. This is Antoine Jolicoeur des Roches.
I think they all had somewhat of a similar aid station times coming in and out.
They were pretty efficient.
Yeah,
I think Camille was slowed down just a little bit by the fact that he had to get a drop bag, sure. But his actual time with the drop bag was really, really quick.
Yeah.
Let's see what Marie-Ève has to say about it.
And he left about 10 minutes ago, so it's not...
Puis ça avance vraiment bien. Ça avance vraiment, vraiment bien. Tous les 4 hommes qui ont quitté le ravito. On attend la suite.
On attend la suite. Ça devrait arriver quand même assez rapidement.
All right, so just Marie-Ève Pelland on the ground, our field reporter. Of course, the presence of our field reporters is thanks to our presenting partner, Desjardins. So thank you so much to Desjardins for making those sorts of images available to us. It's really a privilege. It's a privilege to get to live those aid stations with our top runners. And so Marie-Ève just confirming what John and I were discussing just a second ago, that the runners all look really good. They spent very little time in the aid station. It's a dogfight out there. They're really giving each other what they have in the tank and playing it really smart for now.
Yeah. And Victor, being a former triathlete, professional triathlete, he knows how to deal with aid station transitions.
That's true. Sure. That's a really good point. Yeah. Transitions are really a strong suit of his.
Any interesting questions or comments coming from the chat? Are any athletes self-streaming right now? That would be cool if we had somebody streaming themselves. Is there something on Instagram we can see, or
self-streaming would be really interesting? I think I can answer this just from the logic alone. Is that unfortunately, any streaming that your phone can provide, unfortunately, wouldn't be adequate in these conditions. Just seeing as the stream setup that we have, as you can see, is not without its own technical difficulties. It's not, the connection isn't perfect. There are plenty of areas where we lose connection to many of our runners, and we have a very, very, very high fidelity and just what you would consider an overkill setup. Here we go, Philippe.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet and let his aid station speak for itself. So it seems like he
grabbed a few things and
grabbed
he's
a
ready
couple
to go.
things, right?
I'm guessing he's alone.
Does he not
doesn't
have a
crew.
crew here? No, he's going right.
No,
Yeah,
he
he's
does.
got a crew.
No, he just gives. That's
No?
it. He's done. Super fast.
All right. Okay. He looks like he's hunting.
Yeah,
He looks
yeah.
like he's trying to catch back
He's-
onto that group.
Yeah.
Which I think is very smart. You don't need to gun for first place, but just getting back on the group of people
looks
who
very
maybe
fresh
have a little
and-
bit more experience than you, or
No, he has experience.
That's true.
He has experience on this course more than anyone, I think. Yeah. So no, he's looking really fresh. You know.
He's looking really
I'm not
good.
sure if it's always real or if it's an act or it's just a temporary thing. You know, it's we just have to deal with whatever we see. What we see, Marie-Ève, and I believe Colin was there, one of our cameramans too, photographers in the screen. So we don't know, we don't always know how people really are doing. And when they get into an aid station, I always tell my athletes, if you look good, then people are thinking you're looking
Definitely.
good, and
The mind
so
game,
at least do that. You know.
Yeah, the mind game is part of it. It's not to be neglected. So these athletes are definitely playing the mind games a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Why
And
wouldn't
it will make you feel better to yourself. So
Of course.
yeah, but he's looking very spry.
Yeah, really, really happy to see it. Great.
I wouldn't be surprised if he'd moved up the field from
Yeah,
now on.
I mean, he looked like he was hunting. So
Yeah.
listen, I hope he will. I wish it for him.
So this is the Massif. This is a new building, I believe they built.
It is, yeah.
They have not, but this wasn't there before. This is where most of the crew is now waiting for lots of the runners, because this is like the first crewable aid station. Also anyone who's crewing Bruna, they'll probably be here also already. You'll see probably a big line of cars along the road. It's a gravel road to get there. We're not in an urban environment here, so you do have to drive over some dirt roads and gravel roads and to get to an aid station. But it's all very safe. Still, and but there's at least there's now a building, but there used to be no amenities, maybe some porta potties.
It used to be a lot more bare bones.
Let's
Let's see what Marie-Ève is saying.
Si bien loadé, je veux dire, les déchets ont été retirés, les nouveaux gels ont été remplacés. Il est clean pour les prochains 12 km qui le séparent du prochain ravito. Là.
Ben, aussi d'avoir pris le temps de s'alimenter adéquatement, là, parce que ça qui fait quand même une différence aussi. Là, je pense qu'il a mangé un spag ou quelque chose qui ressemble à ça. Là, fait que ça coupe aussi du sucré puis des glucides qu'on peut consommer là, quand on est à l'effort. Fait que c'est quand même une bonne idée là, de faire un refresh de ça aussi. Là.
Ouais. Puis pendant qu'on se parle, on voit que Valérie Arsenault, ça sera pas si long avant qu'elle arrive. Si je me fie au temps que ça l'a pris à nos 5 premiers coureurs, entre le moment qu'il est arrivé autour du 38e kilomètre puis le ravito, Valérie est en grosse avance. Vous avez Jitish Lukea, Robbie Britton et Valérie qui s'en viennent assez rapidement. Donc, il y a de l'action au Massif ce soir.
On les attend. On va s'assurer d'avoir une foule en délire pour les accueillir.
Ça ne fait que commencer parce qu'on s'entend que là, on focus sur les têtes de course.
All right, awesome. So Marie-Ève just repeating that, the runners were taking care of themselves, having a bowl of noodles and taking a little bit, taking the hydration that they needed from the aid station, all super important. As we were mentioning, it's hot out there. I mean, it's obviously the temperatures are dropping, but these runners have been sweating enormously. We've got some Polish flags in the chat, which is great
yeah?
to see our first Polish flags. And
Sweet.
Yeah, let's go some. Let's get
Let's give him some
Polish
love.
flags for Camille, your men's leader right now, with a good gap, but being hunted for sure. So
But
love
he's
to see
looking very in control, much in control
Yeah,
since the start of the race.
looking smooth, looking confident. It's still early. There's still a lot of climbing to come, but definitely drop some Polish flags in the chat for your men's leader right now.
Yeah.
At the 39th kilometer,
So
Kamil Lesniak.
Yeah, so if you're curious what your runner is gonna be able to get at the aid station, there'll be salted potatoes, chips, eggs, exact energy bars. We talked about them before. Your typical fruits like bananas, oranges, watermelons. That's usually the favorite, at least for me. Grilled cheese, ginger biscuits. They have these rice balls with vinegar.
Those are good.
Yeah.
I love a rice
You like
ball.
them? Okay.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it works great for running.
Yeah, it should. Yeah.
It's
and
great
not
energy,
everyone likes
keeps
to
you
eat them,
full.
but like, I
Yeah.
think, they're obviously, really good.
Oh man.
The cheese curds you mentioned.
Cheese
before.
curds, which are my favorite, which I was mentioning earlier, my absolute favorite aid station food.
Yeah.
One of the best parts of racing here in Quebec. You get
Yeah.
cheese curds.
Yeah. Better than the Swiss fondue cheese.
Listen, I've never raced in
Okay.
Switzerland. I'm sure I wouldn't
Just
mind
kidding.
a little bit of fondue,
Yeah.
but I think the cheese curds, just I don't think I want hot cheese when
Okay.
when I'm running.
I don't think
Cheese
I would
curds
want-
can be nice and cold
Yeah.
or just room temp.
Yeah.
Making me hungry.
There's also mac and cheese.
Yeah, mac and
So,
cheese works. Yeah,
yeah.
a little heavy for me maybe, but it's not bad.
Yeah. And then my favorite, probably banana bread.
Banana bread is your favorite.
Yeah, I think that's nice.
Oh.
That's the only thing I could probably eat what's not liquidish. And then in terms of drink, there's Coke, there's veggie broth, coffee, tea, water. There's some soup, maple syrup, of course.
Of course, classic for a Canadian race.
Yeah.
And of course, we've got exact electrolyte drink mixes. As well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are in total 14 aid stations, if I'm correct. So this is the second official aid station. And there's water stations too. And now we're waiting for probably the first women to come in.
So we were looking at Valerie Arsenault, our women's leader, who's really bombing it to the aid station right now. She should be very close.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can hear a little bit more of this interview.
Il vente, le vent s'est levé, mais des conditions quand même qui sont douces pour passer la nuit sur le sommet d'une montagne.
Yeah, the sound is cutting out a little bit.
Yeah,
That's okay.
sounds tough. It sounds like the connection is a little tough. We're already very lucky to have the images that we have. So
And don't forget they're on top of a mountain here. It's
Yeah.
not. I mean, they're not around the corner.
And it's interesting you mentioned that because that is just the very little bit of this interview that we did catch was that Yannick, our French host, was just saying that it looks like the conditions are really good for being on top of a mountain tonight. It's
Yeah.
been excessively hot for the past couple
Yeah,
of
yeah,
days, but temps are cooling down, and so it seems like it should be pretty nice.
It's always a bit chilly there on cold and warmer days. Just from seeing what they're wearing, it makes sense that it's a good place to cool down a little bit. For the crew, it's a different story, of course. Imagine having to wait for your runner for a couple hours.
I can imagine it.
That can
I've
be,
had to wait for my
and there's
runner a couple
there's
hours.
no warmth and stuff around.
Yeah.
So I think I have had a couple times that I was up here and I took a little nap in the car, which was much more comfortable than sitting outside there.
we've got plenty of good shots of our crews, and we see a headlamp coming in already. Could this be Valerie Arsenault, or are we looking at another?
No, this not yet.
Not yet. All right, so we're looking at Robbie Britton coming in with Jitesh Rao Lukea. Let's see if we can get some audio from their arrival.
Oh, this is Robbie's team. This is Robbie's crew, the precision hydration.
Absolutely good observation. The precision fuel and hydration.
Go inside. Go. He's looking pretty good.
Donc, deux coureurs viennent de rentrer au ravito.
I'm so happy to see him actually this far already into the race with the calf issues he's been having.
Yeah, really good to see Robbie looking strong, and such a strong runner in general, but to see him having a good race. And there's Jitesh Rao Lukea, whom we know a little bit less about, but you were saying is based in Montreal and is a Mauritius, is a runner from Mauritius.
Yeah.
Really cool to see him battling it out with Robbie up top here.
Yeah.
Really cool. And so let's see if we can find Robbie's crew. Are we able to get in close
Well,
on that?
they're hard to miss, right? Because they're wearing the typical...
Well, exactly. Who are we? Is this Elizabeth? Yeah, I think this is Ellie Cochon.
Yeah.
Who is a runner for Norda, as is her brother.
Yeah.
JF Cochon. Jean-François Cochon. So this is really cool. We're on board with the women's chase. The women's second place runner, Elizabeth Cochon, who is steadily making her way to that aid station that we were just at, the Massif, but is, let's see...
So this is
a good couple kilometers behind, at least behind Valerie. So,
but she did just do the majority. Oh, which way? Oh, this way. Yeah.
She did the majority of the climb. She's getting close to the top of the climb, but she is still, as you can see in the images, she is still in the climb. Whereas Valerie is on the other side or on the plateau and is really
she's almost at
is running a lot faster.
Well, I think they're probably keeping up pace somewhat, but she's moving really well.
Well, I mean, a lot
and she's
faster.
running
At
uphill.
This current moment is just because the grade is very different. But they're both running super fast here. Oh, super cool to get these images of
I was just thinking,
woman.
How amazing is that?
How cool is it? We don't, often you get images of the first place. Oh, and here we go. First place runner, Valerie Arsenault in the Massif aid station. Let's see if we can hear anything. So Valerie getting a drop bag, much like Camille Lesniak.
Yeah. She does have a crew. Annie, her friend, is a crew.
So you're saying Valerie does have a crew?
Yeah, she does have some friends. And Annie, her friend. We have been chatting with a little bit. And then she has more friends helping out throughout the day.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So Valerie, well appointed in the crew department, and she looks like she's hauling it. I mean, she's gone. She's going to her crew, of course, but she's not wasting any time here, which I think is the smart move. I don't think you want to let Elizabeth feel like she's caught up or made up any time on you. Here we go, Valerie Arsenault.
Effectivement, les équipes de soutien ont choisi où est-ce qu'ils s'installaient. Le seul règlement était de ne pas s'installer à l'intérieur du chalet.
So let's see, what is Valerie getting done? Is that a little bit of apple juice, Coach? Do you know?
I don't know.
Looks like a little.
But I approve, so I think it's great.
Looks like a little bit of apple juice. She's
That's
got somebody
friend.
refilling her flasks, which is of course super smart. No need to be doing that yourself if you've got a crew there to help you. Let's see, what's in that spread that she's got? Backup shoes, although she doesn't look like she's going to be changing into those. Okay.
She's
water on the top of the head. That's a veteran. That's a pro.
Yeah.
She's doing the topical cooling, which we haven't seen anybody else in the field.
I've seen a few people, but it's good.
Have you? Okay, I missed
it's
it.
good.
All right, I missed it, but
it's good that she's doing it.
Look at
I did. Yeah,
getting
good.
sponged off.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't seen this level of topical cooling.
That's true. Yeah, I did.
And you know what?
We did talk about this a lot.
I think this speaks to Valerie's experience in hot American races, particularly in the Southwest.
Yeah.
You know, she's done Black Canyon several times. She did a Javelina 100. So I think this is the sort of, you know, veteran knowledge that Valerie is bringing to the table that maybe we haven't seen the other runners do quite yet. It's not to say that they're completely neglecting it, but that amount of topical cooling, the sponging off and everything is really exciting. And here we get to follow Valerie with our first bike runner of the race.
I saw another bike runner with Camille too, but yeah, this is
Okay,
really cool. We did discuss this before the race. I did talk to her and my other athletes, even on coming up the Massif, going through the night where temperatures aren't that crazy high at all. Probably if you and I would be there, we'd be putting on some warmer clothes.
Really? Okay. So that cool.
Yeah, I think it's still pretty cool.
Okay.
Like,
and so what's the logic behind Valerie
well,
cooling
I mean,
herself down?
she's going to go down, and her core temperatures are pretty high, and it's going to get higher. Yeah, of course, like throughout the night it will cool down, but it's good to keep yourself cool as much as possible, and within like the valleys that they go through, there will be a lot of heat trapped as well, and in the forest too. So. Yeah, I think it's good. It's always a good thing to cool yourself down as much as you can in this situation. I'd be interested to hear what the actual temperatures there are. But the fact that she's like doing that means she's probably feeling pretty warm, and it's a good move to do this.
Yeah, and just another interesting tidbit that I see as I'm zooming in on the tracker, it does seem like Valerie made up a spot in the overall standings. It looks like Jitesh Rao Lukea is still in the aid station, so not a sign of anything bad. In fact, he looked really strong and comfortable, but maybe just Jitesh making a strategic decision to take a little bit longer in that aid station, really properly reset. And if he loses a spot to Valerie, then so be it. But Jitesh and Robbie Britton were running together, and now Robbie is out of aid ahead of Valerie. Valerie is out behind him, and Jitesh seemingly still in aid.
Yeah, I think we're missing Philippe in between there too.
Yeah, so I was noticing before actually Philippe's tracker didn't track him
all the time,
at
of course.
all.
Yeah.
So we don't seem to have an accurate standing on Philippe, but Philippe was ahead of Robbie, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So we actually haven't seen Philippe in a little bit on the tracker, but that's obviously we saw him with our own eyes, and he is very much in this race, looking super strong and hunting that lead pack of men. So nothing to worry about there. Just to be aware, he's not in the. He's not on the tracker, and now we're back with images of Elizabeth Cochon.
Yeah, she's looking really strong.
Super
she has
strong.
a very determined stride there. Obviously, this is a little downhill. After the uphill, you get onto a more runnable, very runnable sections. You get onto a double track as well. It might get pretty watery, like muddy, because you're on top of a mountain, and so it is a bit flattish. But it's looking pretty good, and I haven't seen too much mud on people's legs actually at all.
Look pretty clean.
Yeah,
cleaner than they deserve.
Yeah. Well, we don't know.
We're happy for them. We're happy for them.
For sure. Yeah, and just to know, like, I don't know, a few weeks ago we still had snow up there, so that's why everything is pretty wet there, so it makes sense, right? So, yeah. These trails have opened up just a few weeks ago. And before that, we either had winter sport skiing here, or the trails were closed off. So I'm glad they're making their way through this section, and they're not going to be the only ones, because the 80-kilometer runners are also passing through the Massif. They're going through the same section. And they will have to go over the same trails as they've gone.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's a good mention for the other distances that we have this year. So you mentioned the 80K. So obviously there are many other distances happening in the Québec Mega Trail portfolio of races this weekend. Two that are really at the heart of the weekend are the 2026 Canadian Trail Running Championships. So we have the QMT 50, which is the official short course championship, and the QMT 80, which is the official long course championship. Of course, these are the qualifying races for the World Championships that will be happening in 2027 in Cape Town, South Africa.
Yeah.
So really exciting. What do you think about these courses being selected as selection races for a course like Cape Town?
Didn't we talk about this yesterday? I'm having a deja vu.
I don't know. I don't think we did.
Okay. I think I talked with
Go for it.
with someone else about this. Yeah. I think it's interesting. I think it's great. I think this QMT race is a great opportunity to do a race that's very similar to the finals, and because it can be pretty humid and technical in Cape Town as well. So quite similar conditions, not exactly the same, but. Yeah, I think it's not. I think it's a pretty smart move to use this as a race.
Definitely.
If you want to pick a race for your World Tour majors, this one would be one that would be really good. And it's a very versatile trail race as well. So if you're as a runner interested in doing a race where you can experience different types of terrain, and that would be a good option too. So we're not only thinking about the elite runners, right?
No, exactly.
Yeah. I think on the East Coast, my experience with different trail races, and this is not just because I'm co-hosting this live stream while we pick up
Elizabeth Cochon, second place woman. Although the connection is dropping out just a little bit, but we'll be back with her soon.
I just want to see it every time I get the chance to see it, rather than looking at myself.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's as a race on the East Coast, QMT is so well organized and streamlined, and if you're looking to do your first bigger race, bigger event, QMT is definitely a good race to go to, and have a good support system from the organizers to get you through the full distance. And as you see, like, there's so many volunteers working there. I'm gonna look up again how many, but I believe there's like maybe 400 people.
Yeah, many volunteers.
400 people that might just be supporting a staff,
which is fantastic, and it shows in the professionalism of the event. And it's a really excellent opportunity for these runners. And so, speaking of the runners, just to go back to the Canadian Trail Running Championships. So this is, as I said, this is the host for the Canadian Short and Long Course Trail Running Championships. Not to be confused with the Mountain Running Championships, but that's another point. This is the second and final year as host, so we always make sure to rotate the host races. Just to shout out a couple of the names, or a few of the names on the men's and women's sides for each of the fields to keep an eye out on, and we'll shout them out if we get any intel on them during the later parts of the stream tomorrow. But in the QMT 80 tomorrow with the men, you got Xavier Saint-Cyr, last year's 135-kilometer winner and course record holder.
Yeah.
Elliot Cardin, Benoît Gaillard, Jean-Philippe Thibaudot, Jean-François Cochon, the brother of Elisabeth Cochon, who we see chasing Valerie right now, and Dylan Post in the
Ontario runner.
Sorry?
Ontario runner as opposed to Quebec runners.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. QMT 80 for the women. We've got Geneviève Aslan-Demer, Jenny Quilty, Sarah Bergen, Caitlin Schindel, Michael Lamoureux, Claudine Soucy, Kelsey Hogan, and Sarah Bergeron-Larouche.
Yeah.
That's for
that's one of the strongest field I've seen in
Right.
ever.
And that's the beauty of these championships, is that it assembles these unbelievably stacked fields, and it's just such a pleasure to watch. Of course, this is a QMT 135 kilometer stream, and so that is our focus. But just as we are seeing these runners transitioning through the massive aid station, we're taking a moment to bring you into the heart of those other races right now. And so in aid right now in front of us, I believe we have Francis Cloutier. Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah.
I believe so, based on the tracker. So Francis taking a moment with his crew to hydrate and he's not sitting down, which I think is interesting. I think a lot of runners make that choice.
I think this early on, like there's you usually will not sit down when you're in the front.
Well,
you've been moving for 4 or 5 hours.
Was it David Savard, Antoine Joly? Not Antoine. We saw someone sit down outside.
Yeah.
So some may, but
Yeah.
he's Francis is making the choice not to, and it looks like he's already getting ready to head out.
Mm-hmm.
Looking pretty fresh.
Yeah, he's not in a rush.
No. Just to go back to the trail running Canadian Trail Championship. So in the QMT 50 kilometer for the men, we've got Mark Fawcett Atkinson, Louis-Philippe Côté, Alexandre Ricard, Brandon Gardner, Joshua Potvin, François Leboeuf, Christopher Levesque-Savard, Sean Stevens-Whale, Daniel Racine, Maxime Leboeuf, and Chris Balestrini.
Yeah.
In the women's side, Léa Masson, Caroline Rollet, Elisa Morin, Rose Vigneault, Stéphanie Ryle, Courtney Brohard, Samantha Stimac, and Emily Mann. So again,
some very interesting names there, very fast.
Super stacked field.
Both
highlights?
the men's and the Canadians men's and women fields in the short trail or sub ultra trail are of the highest standards. Like Canada always places really high in the World Championships, if not like at the highest spots. And so these fields are very, very stacked. And regardless who finishes in the top 3 of both the 80K of the 50K in both men and women, if you make it to the top 3, you deserve to be in the national team.
Absolutely.
But I'm seeing still some really cool images actually from the aid station still.
Yeah, so we might actually just let the sound from the aid station run a little bit, see if we can glean anything, and just let you guys get a break from our voices.
Sur le sentier des Pierres.
Well,
Mine de rien, c'est encore le début de la course. Hein? On est au 39e kilomètre, mais on vient de le dire, hein? On vient de parcourir 39 kilomètres.
Well, sorry. I thought we were just getting aid station audio, not the French commenter audio. My apologies. So we're still with you. You're not rid of us yet, and you won't be until tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. So get comfortable. And again, as always, if you have any questions in the chat, or if you have any questions, please drop them in the live chat. We're super curious, and we are happy to answer them. Here we've got a runner coming in. Oh boy, is this David?
Yeah.
This is David Savard-Gagnon, I think. Yeah. Okay. Is he looking rough, or is he just... Okay, he's jogging out. No conclusions to jump to, but
No.
David into the aid station at the Massif. I don't know if we'll be able to get any images of his aid station. That would be really great, just to kind of judge his body language a bit more.
Well, at least he's sitting down and he's went not straight into the car.
Yeah, but that was a bit of a heavy sit he did. Is he gesturing to his back? Okay, and we're back with Elizabeth Cochon.
You see, this is what I meant with the double track and having some muddy sections. This is what it looks like. It's not all runnable, or it is runnable, but it's not very pleasurable to run all of this. We're waiting for some fresher images. In the meantime, we can look at some of the runners more in the back of the field. I believe everyone has passed at least the last aid station. I don't think there's anyone left there, and the sweeper is the person in the last position on their way.
Elisabeth Cochon just passing a runner right there. Are you able to see who that is? I know on the trackers.
It says Elias Gibreab.
So Elizabeth just passing Elias, who was looking a little bit slower, and our team in the aid station, Marie-Ève, just texting us to let us know that our suspicions about David Savard-Gagnon are at least confirmed visually on her end. He's not looking too hot. Here we go with David.
Yeah.
This is a great shot of him with his...
Yeah, he's clearly dealing with some
his head.
stomach issues.
So tough. David is such a fierce competitor, and
Dad
really was leading early
two
on,
kids,
or was in that lead pack, running strong. I'm really hoping he can find what it takes to bounce back, because we'd far prefer to have him in the field than out.
You don't want to see this, of course.
So giving David just a little bit of privacy, and really wishing him the best, hoping he's able to bounce back from this. Super tough.
Yeah. In the meantime, Ellie should be there. Maybe we can get some audio when she gets into the aid station. That would be nice.
We see our great QMT volunteers having a great time, guys. It's
a party.
It's 12:48 a.m. where they are. It's nearly 1 a.m. They've got a very long night ahead of them. They're having a great time.
Ginger.
Yeah, Ginger's a great one. That's a bit of a sleeper.
Yeah. Ginger candy, exact nutrition.
We've got, I believe, Elisabeth Cochon coming into the aid station.
I think she should be there, right?
Yeah, we've got our Marie-Ève on the ground telling us that Elie Cochon. There we go. Elie Cochon sitting in the chair, not wasting any time. Let's see if we can get some audio.
Dans le secteur du Cap à l'Abbati, pendant qu'on voit Elisabeth Cochon, deuxième femme de ce QMT 135. Elle est collée sur les temps de référence de la gagnante de l'an dernier, Marilyn Nakache. Donc, si on se fie à ça, pour Elisabeth qui avait terminé 8e, elle est beaucoup plus rapide à atteindre le massif après 40 km de course. Prends le temps de s'asseoir.
Qu'est-ce qu'on va voir pour manger? Je commence à avoir mal dans le corps, mais je pense que ça peut aller. Oreo. Comment tu t'appelles complète en partant? Pourquoi? Ça veut dessus, non? Parce qu'on a mangé ça dessus. C'est ça.
These are some really great images from the aid station, so we're just going to let them keep rolling and listen in on Elie Cochon's aid station transition.
Yeah, she seems to be sharing a lot of information, which is always good. Taking our time to take on now nutrition, talk about what to do. This must be her parents there. Parents must be veterans of the sport.
What do you think? What do you think their Thanksgiving dinner is like?
Yeah, what's dinner on Sunday like? I mean, are they gonna go all night and help out Jeff as well? It's a big question.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, JF, who's on the 80K start line.
There's so much happening now. There's running coming in from everywhere.
It's an exciting transition. So we've got in aid right now. We were just seeing Elisabeth Cochon, our second place women's runner, trying to close that gap on Valérie Arsenault and looking good, looking strong, you know, running within herself. Taking her time at the aid station. She had to sit right away. She knew what she wanted. I think she had a pouch of some nutrition, and she's already getting her pack back on. But it was, I mean, this has been a slower transition than Valerie's.
Sure, yeah. She's been moving well. Maybe she's just taking a little bit of time. The gap has extended a little bit, but we're, again, so early in the race, it's hard to say. She is looking pretty spry, and looks like she's very determined when she now leaves the aid station. There's a cameraman with her. I hope we can follow her.
Yeah, hopefully we have that same camera bike.
Yeah. So do we have a confirmation on David?
So David, no update right now. Our person in the field, Marie-Ève, is just saying, you know, the last confirmation was that, yeah, things weren't looking excellent, but we're really hoping that David can turn it around. And, you know, again, he's a fierce competitor. He's got plenty of experience. If he needs to take a moment, he will, you know.
Yeah.
But she said she can't see him for the moment. She's looking for him, and she'll our on the field reporter will give us an update as soon as she can. So really exciting in the women's race. We've got Elisabeth Cochon out, and with her, probably side by side, is
Simon Withers.
Simon Withers from the UK.
Yeah.
Simon Withers from the UK.
One of our top elite runners in the men. One that I definitely had picked up as one of
one of your favorites.
One of the favorites. And who do we have there coming in? Two male runners. They're looking good. They're moving fast. I think they're teaming up.
They are, yeah. The two runners working together. And we did get word from the field from Marie-Ève. It seems like David is getting ready to leave the aid station, and not in a vehicle, on feet.
That's a good thing. Yeah.
With a running pack on his back.
Amazing. Okay.
So that's good.
That
so
makes me really happy.
We'll bring you folks confirmation as soon as we have that. But we're really excited at the prospect of David going out.
Yeah, he's one of the locals I really wish to see do well here.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. And in aid right now, the two who just came in together, that looks like, is that Elias? Oh, no,
Sasha.
I'm sorry.
No, this is Sasha.
Raphael and Sasha.
Yeah.
So Raphael and Sasha, that being Raphael Morin and Sasha Lacroix.
Yeah.
In together, both looking super strong, by the way.
They're having fun. Yeah. I mean, if you have a buddy to run with,
it
makes it all easier, I guess.
Sometimes running with someone is all it takes to kind of turn your race
Keeps
around.
your pace a bit more honest, maybe.
True.
Which is a good thing. Like.
They're really working together. They're really they're offering each other things at the aid station.
Yeah.
Chatting. If anybody,
this new aid station is so cool.
Oh, it's lovely.
It's so nice. Yeah, look at that. The lighting is beautiful.
If anybody listening knows anything about these two in terms of do they know each other from outside this race? Are they friends outside, training partners? Because it certainly looks like it. But if anybody has that information, please
Elias here.
Drop it in the chat. This is Elias. Yep, there we go. This is Elias with the green shorts.
Time. Yeah.
This is who Elisabeth Cochon passed just before coming into the aid station.
Yeah. Yeah, this is quite a setup they have here with the tables.
Yeah.
I'm assuming these two runners don't have a crew here.
Doesn't look like it.
They're doing it themselves. It's always good to have a drop back, whether you have a crew or not.
Definitely.
Valerie has had a drop back, waited for that. I think Camille too.
Yeah.
So they both picked it up. You never know, your crew could be stranded somewhere.
Yeah.
happened to me one time.
Did it?
Yeah.
What was what happened there? What was the story?
That's a bit of a longer story, but when I did Cocodona 2 years ago,
Subtle flex, by the way.
yeah,
Subtle flex, but okay, continue.
sure. I'll probably talk more about it when you're gone. Or, no, the first major aid station. Unfortunately, my crew was a bit late, about an hour late. So I I was not planning to wait for them, and I made the dumb mistake of not having a drop bag because I thought.
So it's a good backup to have the drop bag.
Yeah.
At least if you miss your crew, you've got something.
Yeah. So I was left without crew and left without a drop bag.
Never again that mistake. We've got really great shots of these runners here.
And I saw a little bit of blood on
Did
one
you?
of the elbows. Yeah, let's see if we can.
Because
somebody must have taken a tumble there.
We were remarking just earlier that it's been relatively clean.
I mean, it is.
Everyone
like the course.
Everyone looks pretty. I don't want to say unfazed, but you know, I think Quebec trails have a reputation, and we need to uphold that reputation. So I'm seeing people very clean.
The night is still young.
The night is still young. You're right. It's only almost one.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get a little bit of sound from this aid station.
Yeah.
Le coureur polonais qui est en tête de course, qui maintient la même avance en ce moment.
Okay. So it's aid station sound, but it's we've also got the French commentary. So we'll keep ourselves in your ears.
I see our some of our favorite photographers, Colin and Luca.
We've got Colin and Luca. There you go. Shout out our whole media team. Of course, everyone working super hard, but our photographers on the ground who pull some of the most grueling shifts and go to some of the most distant places to get us the shots that we use in this feed, but also in all of our communications. So a huge shout out to those two. Here we've got a really cool shot. Look, it's my favorite food. It's my favorite food. So for anyone who missed it, I was just saying one of the best parts about running in Quebec is getting to enjoy cheese curds, like the ones that you get in your poutine, getting to enjoy cheese curds at the aid station. A little bit strange the first time you have it, but I promise it's worth it. So the next time you're running in Quebec, have some of the cheese curds at the aid station.
That's sad.
They're salty. They're squeaky.
Something more exciting is about to happen because Julie Lesage is, I think, about to enter the...
Julie Lesage, our third place woman.
Yeah.
Yep. Closing in on this aid station. So that's really exciting.
Let's see if she stops at the aid station or goes straight to her crew. Ooh. Not everyone looking really fresh
some
anymore.
runners looking a little bit more disheveled than others. We are a little bit outside the top 10 for the men right now. So still in really good standing if they're shooting for a performance, but look, some of them looking a little bit more rough for wear.
Yeah. If you're new to these trails and you don't know what to expect, you're in for a surprise. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then the night is young, so I hope everyone's taking care of themselves. Someone who is taking care of herself almost certainly is Julie.
Yeah.
We'll see what our aid station transition looks like.
I'm curious about the splits. How far the women are sort of removed from each other. We can see obviously on the tracker how far ahead, but the kilometers are not really some parts are flat, some parts are up, so it doesn't really say a lot.
Weren't you talking about mac and cheese?
Yeah,
I think you were I told you.
No, I
said there you go, the maple syrup.
Yep.
Yeah, so we've got a really good look at these high res shots, and there we go. Fromage en grain, which translates to cheese curds.
Yeah.
The rice balls, the potatoes that we mentioned, the chocolate, orange. You know, it's almost worth it to sign up for a race and just enjoy the aid station.
Yeah.
Too.
And if you're a pacer, you can enjoy that too. Might be your first good
life hack.
Yeah.
Life hack. If anybody's looking for a pacer, I'm available.
The few times that I've paced, I've made up for all the food that I've not eaten during my own races.
Really?
Don't tell anyone.
What a waste.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone.
Yeah, I think she should be there anytime.
Yeah, Julie should be coming in according to the tracker. From where she is to the aid station, we've seen everybody else really hammer it. So, expecting Julie Lesage, our third place woman, anytime now. And we are excited to see the splits, the time it takes her to turn around.
Yeah, so we do know that Camille came in at around midnight, I believe.
Yep.
Is that correct?
A little bit before, I
No, look, I believe 2 minutes past midnight.
Oh, okay.
Or 1 minute
Perfect.
past midnight.
All right. You were keeping a closer eye on it than me.
Yeah, and the top 3 were all within like 8, 9, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, and if I'm looking at the map, Camille is looking very strong ahead. There she is.
There we go.
Oh,
Julie.
she's laughing and
she's
smiling. Yeah.
But you know what? Every time I've interacted with Julie,
Yeah.
she's been smiling.
Yeah.
She's such a kind person and just always has a smile on her face. So it's really great to see that she's out there having fun. Although I never doubted it.
Is that the secret to Quebec female runners? They're always smiling.
It's true, huh? We've got a great history of really smiley, very strong women. You look at Marianne Hogan, Julie Lesage,
Anne Chapargne.
Geneviève Aslan de Mer, always smiling. All right, let's see.
Can you turn on the...
Let's see if we can get some aid station audio.
Qui nous confirme qu'elle s'est perdue.
Oh, interesting. So on the French feed, we just heard actually that Julie actually seems to have gotten lost. And by the way, there's that mud that we said we were missing.
Yeah.
So Julie just said that she got lost, so she might have missed a trail marker, which is interesting for someone who knows these trails really well.
Yeah. Well, we saw both Valerie and Ellie also take a wrong turn. I don't know. That seemed to have seemed to resolve themselves within a few seconds, but I don't know how far Julie got off track. Yeah, I mean she's still very much into the race, so it couldn't have been that long. Yeah. She is taking her time with eating well, and she is eating well. She's not doing nothing, which is good. That's always a good sign.
Yeah, definitely.
Et ce n'est que le début parce que le sentier des Caps leur réserve probablement beaucoup de boîtes pour les secteurs à venir.
Ça fonctionne, c'est bon. Ouais.
Changement de lampe frontale pour Julie Lesage, notre troisième femme présente sur le QMT135.
J'ai essayé d'en changer un peu plus la forêt.
Elle est environ à 30 minutes de la tête, Valérie Arsenault. Une douzaine de minutes derrière Élisabeth Cochon, qui est notre deuxième femme présentement. Donc, si les têtes de course masculines sont très près l'une de l'autre, on l'a vu tantôt, elles sont en dedans de quelques minutes. L'écart se creuse tranquillement côté féminin. Un mince écart, on s'entend, on est encore en début de course, 40e kilomètre, mais Elisabeth Cochon avait 22 minutes derrière Valérie Arsenault, la meneuse, et Julie Lesage aura une quinzaine de minutes derrière Elisabeth Cochon. Julie qui a très bien mangé, on a vu beaucoup de melons d'eau, des sushis, tout ça tranquillement assis pendant que son équipe est en train de la ravitailler. On mange très bien, donc elle repart avec la veste remplie de purée.
Non, ton téléphone, t'as pris ton téléphone?
Donc, Julie sur le point de repartir.
Et hop, lâche pas, on s'en va tantôt. Allume ta lumière.
Et voilà, Julie est repartie après 5h04 de course, 13 minutes derrière Elisabeth Cochon, 35 minutes derrière Valérie Arsenault. Ce sont nos 3 premières femmes.
Those were some awesome shots.
Yeah.
Pendant qu'on va prendre une petite
we let it go
pause.
for a bit because it's why interrupt something that's
Trail ASMR, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going to run a quick ad from our partner Desjardins.
On est de retour au QMT Live avec présentement à l'écran nos têtes de course. Chez les femmes, Valérie Arsenault a une bonne avance quand même après 40 km au passage au ravito le Massif. Donc,
and we're back from the ads we just ran. Little update on what happened with the first runners. But we're of course not only with the first runners. There's a lot happening behind the front pack. While we look at the top 3, it remains the same. In the back, it's always cool to see what people are doing. At the moment, we see lots of runners now approaching the Massif. Some have already started it, climbing up. A big group is still making their way towards the base of the mountain, including some of our fan favorites. They are moving. It's good to see. I hope we can catch a glimpse of them when they come into the Massif, but they still have a long way to go. Because that's not a quick mountain to summit. Even the elite take their time to get to the top of that. By the way, I'm putting myself on full screen because my partner in crime, Ilan, is taking a little break. So you have to do with just me for now. As we cover and we cover what's happening throughout the night. It's just past 1 a.m. here in Quebec. I'm actually currently near the finish line at Mont-Sainte-Anne, while the runners are a bit more to the north of us, along the bay, and they're making their way towards the south until they get into which is kind of funny. They're getting very close to the finish line. Like they can see the finish line when they're at the 100-kilometer mark, about 100 kilometers. But then they still have to do one of the biggest climbs of the race, and so it's not an easy mental feat to get yourself through that part of the race. I've been there myself. But yeah, first things first. They first have to get through the night, and everyone, whether you're in front or in the back or in the middle of the race, there's a lot of hard terrain to cover. That said, I'm very excited to see what people can do here now, as we look into the deep corners of the night and the forest, and trying to figure out who's who and who's where. And okay, we're gonna get another short video of the course, how where the runners go, make their way through. Let's see, where we're now. This is actually from where we leave the Massif. There's a lot of runnable parts here. There's also some technical. You got an idea of the technical stuff, but it's a lot of up and down, and it's a lot of roots and ruts. And getting to Cap du Salut is no easy feat for sure. At least it's not as long as of a section they've done before. But this was a little give you a little bit of an idea of this next section they have to go through. You leave the Massif aid station and you're coming off some flatter runnable parts because you're pretty high up, and you don't really go all the way down, so it is a bit of up and down. Nice. Now we have Anshapan here. She made it to the aid station as expected. Doing a quick shoe change. That's the first time I'm seeing this. And absolutely one of the favorites to win this race. She's lubing her feet up a bit too. With all this, all the wet stuff going around here, she's smiling like always. Yeah, having a good time. That's how we know her. Such a solid runner, unfazed, knows really well what she's doing. Yeah, it's not bothered by where she is in the field, and probably doing a smart move here by chasing her shoes. Again, it's the first time I'm seeing somebody swapping both socks and shoes. So either this was planned, or maybe the conditions, made her do this now earlier than expected. But she has an amazing field around her. Putting on her new North Face shoes. She just changed her sponsorship deal. Before she was with Salomon, and now switched to North Face. So it's great to see them represented in this race as well. And I'm really happy for her that she was able to get this deal. That's a big gulp of Coke and some more chips. Yeah. She looks very much in control. As always. Yeah. Headlights going on again. She has a few more hours use of that. The typical looping between the legs. That's the worst part of those of getting shaving in between the legs there. This must be mom and dad helping out. Her partner is also racing. I believe he's doing the 80 or the 50K. There's another runner coming in. Nice tank top. So while she sat down and changed the shoes, she didn't sit down that long. She didn't lose time with just chatting. Everything she did had a purpose, and she's off. And I believe that's the top 4 women now have left the aid station. Amazing. There are some gaps, but all within each reach of each other. So still very exciting. Look at this aid station. It's the first time I'm seeing it, so I'm kind of surprised the way it looks. It's beautiful. As Anne leaves, there will be more and more runners sprinkling into the aid stations. We won't have knowledge of everyone who's coming in, because only the elite runners have a tracker on them, and only some of the people that have purchased a tracker will be on the race map, will be able for us to recognize, but everyone else we don't really know who's there. So what aid station is this? Is this the next aid station already? Is this Cap du Salut? It must be, right? Because Camille is coming in soon already. He's within almost a kilometer of the next aid station, so this must be Cap du Salut. Wow. This race is moving fast. They have a nice Quebec theme going on there. All right. While we wait for Camille to come in, we have a look at Yannick and myself here. yeah, great to see all the support in the live stream, all the support for Bruna. I'm sure this must make her so happy to see you out through the night, past 2 in Brazil, I guess. All the love and heart goes to Bruna. Amazing. I can't wait to see her recap of this race. See what she has to tell us, all her experiences. In the meantime, we're anxiously waiting for Camille to come into Cap de Salut aid station. This again is a real main aid station, but without any crew. So unfortunately, they will just have to do with the amazing volunteers there. Yeah, they're not too far away from the massif where they come from before. So they should be well stocked up. Cap de Salut is about I think 51.5 kilometer from the start. So they're nearing into there we are. Let's go to the full camera view. They're having fun there. It's such an experience to be with a group of people you become friends with or you're already friends with, and you stay there throughout the night waiting for the first and the last runner to drop by. And it's so meaningful for all the runners to have a volunteer there that's supportive and smiling. It makes a world of difference. Most of these aid stations. Is that a Corona? Is that a Corona I'm seeing there? Let's just hide that. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be there. Most aid stations will be yeah, it is. But without alcohol. Most aid stations will have the same food options, maybe a slightly more limited than the bigger ones, but it's all they have all you need here. Let's see if we can maybe turn off some of the sounds and see what get the vibe. They do seem to have a party there. That's nice. Yes, let's go. Amazing. This must be one of the gangs that are having the most fun out there. Let's see if any other FBA station can top them. I'm wondering what they're singing. There it is. Some Quebec legend song. Oh, they have a fire going on. Nice.
On a définitivement un groupe sur le party au Cap Salut. Tout de bleu vêtu, avec le drapeau du Québec et une traverse, une icône de la musique québécoise en arrière-plan.
They have a really nice setup there. I'm not sure if I'd rather sit here or in that luxurious aid station at the Massif. This looks pretty nice to me too. Is that Marie-Ève there? Yep. I believe Camille is coming in. Must be.
Camille Lesniak qui approche. Où est-ce que c'était? Un bénévole, on a perdu le son.
How hyped can you be, right?
On confirme que le Polonais Camille Lesniak est en approche. Selon les données GPS qu'on a, il serait vraiment
right now.
à l'instant au ravitaillement de Cap Salut, kilomètre 51 de ce QMT 135.
Let's go, Camille.
On approche. Et voilà.
There he is. Water. He's looking good. He seemed to be cooled down a little bit. And there it goes. Smart move. That must be a bit of coke. Wow, he chucked that down quickly. He's smiling, yeah, he's talking. It's so nice, you can just with a few signs and facial expressions, you can make your way. Yep, that way. There we go. You're good. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course.
Donc, il a demandé de l'eau sur la tête, le bouchon a lâché et on a eu une douche complète pour le Polonais qui quitte en 5h23.
Nice. Thank you, guys.
Ça le place
Volunteers are so amazing.
le temps de référence de 2025.
It makes a world of difference if you have volunteers like this. And then you go through the night again, being all by yourself in the forest, in the darkness, and then knowing that you have a fun group of people waiting for you and wanting to do everything for you to move as fast as you can. How can you not be very grateful to be out there? And they must have a good time too, because if you're not having a good time too as a volunteer, you're not going to be able to help out people at the best of your ability. But they can't. They have to keep their eyes on the ball because there's more runners coming in. The gap between the runners behind Camille is not that big, and we can have a look soon. So behind Camille are still Victor and Antoine, and they might as well be running together. It's a bit hard to say. At least the GPS shows us if they are running together. So let's see that how they come into the aid station. Should be there anytime. This aid station is about 51.5 kilometers into the race, which is crazy to just think they've covered this far already, this quickly. Most of the runners will be, I'm guessing, around the 30 kilometer, 35 kilometer mark, anywhere in between, probably. That's probably where some of the mid of the pack is. So that's quite a considerable gap from where Camille and the front runners are. And we should be seeing Victor now. Let's see if we can hear him come in. Yeah. Let's go. Yes, they are together. Oh, no, that's a crew now. Yeah, they're both there now. Let's see. Let's see if we can see taking water.
Antoine Gélicard-Desroches est entré deuxième. Victor Larocque semble courir ensemble. On parlait de 3 coureurs. Dans le chaos du recto, je ne sais pas si on a 3 coureurs, mais on voit assurément Antoine Gélicard-Desroches et Victor Larocque rentrer ensemble.
That's it. They're not looking around too long.
On voit l'instant Antoine Gélicard-Desroches.
All right, guys, they're leaving.
Deuxième avec Victor, donc les deux gars.
Antoine and Victor have left the aid station. Number 2 and 3 men in the race, M2, M3 in the QMT135 2026. That's amazing. Obviously, we expect these guys to be in the front of the race, but to see them out there as well is really good. They look in control, all 3 of them. None of them looked like they were suffering already. I like to hear some of the backdrop of the aid station while we watch them cheering and working and just chatting, because there is a lot of sort of that time in between, runners coming in and going. You have to have fun and entertain yourself as well. Yeah. They do seem to having a lot of fun there. We still have some ways to go before the next runners coming in.
On salue
And that's
les
okay.
quelques téléspectateurs polonais. On en a vu quelques-uns passer dans la section chat du YouTube. Donc, on espère que vous appréciez la couverture qu'on vous amène. Vous avez la chance de voir votre Camille Lesniak en tête du QMT135, alors que vous pouvez aussi apprécier la musique de Robert Charlevoix et la chanson Entre deux joints. Donc, c'est vraiment le parfait.
I'm curious if there's any of the our viewers that are not from Brazil or Japan. Please, if you're watching us and you're not from somewhere else, please show us where you're coming from. Yeah, I see sometimes some questions about the race map. You can find it on the QMT website. You can go to the 135-kilometer race, the main event for the QMT, and that's where you'll find the race map. And you will find your runner there.
Donc vraiment, Victor et Antoine semblent courir ensemble présentement. Donc on a vu
if you are in contact with one of your runners, or you're watching the live stream and you know one of the runners personally, you can let us know, because that would be cool for us to know. And then maybe you can send us some updates, or we can give you some updates about your runner. That will be cool too. In the meantime, we're just waiting until the next runners are coming in. There's not a lot to update in between these in the night when the different runners coming to the aid stations, as we see with all ultra races. The field will spread itself out, and there will be runners at different aid stations at the same time. And that's cool, because then we can switch between the different aid stations. Now, most of the runners have still to make their way up to Le Massif aid station. It's not the summit of the mountain there. It's just beside it, but it's a very nice place to have your aid station. It's the first crewable aid station, meaning it's the first one where you can see your friends or family. And yeah, that's always a nice thing to have and to look forward to. And they already have covered 40 kilometers by then, so a big chunk of the race they will have done. So it's good to then see some familiar faces. Ask them for some help. Tell them how good you feel, or tell them how bad you feel, because that might be nice too. Oh, we have some runner coming in. That must be Philippe. He's not on the tracker, but I recognize him. He made his way up to fourth position now, I believe. Let's see if you can hear something. He is still looking as good as he did from the beginning. Let's hear it out.
Let's go, Philippe. Good job.
I think we lost the connection a little bit there.
fait une dizaine de minutes derrière la tête de course. 11 minutes exactement de la tête. Il est seulement à 7 minutes de Antoine Jolicoeur-Desroches et Victor Larocque, donc c'est très serré. Jacob va quitter assez rapidement lui aussi, donc.
And we're back.
Et assez rapidement.
We're back with Jake in the 8th station. I think. Oh, it's
Remporté l'Ultra-Trail et Chic Shot, le 170 km avec 10 000 mètres de dénivelé positif en 29 heures. Et on l'a vu être très solide pendant ces 29 heures de course-là, donc un gars qui est très en contrôle. Il sait ce que ça prend pour compléter ces longues épreuves-là. Puis je pense qu'il est très patient
I did
dans sa
miss if
course.
Philippe left the 8th station already, or he's still there.
Voilà.
I think the tracker says he's
Qui est dans
still
la bonne
there,
direction. Une minute,
but he
une
might have
minute,
left
pardon.
already.
Une minute derrière Philippe Frein, donc c'est
Yeah,
très
he's
serré.
a
Les
minute
5
behind.
premiers hommes en dedans de 12 minutes de course. Donc, je le répète une fois de plus, mais
Amazing how these athletes make their way through the night this fast.
à 12 minutes de la tête.
So that was the top 5, if I'm correct. Camille in first position, followed together by Victor Larocque and Antoine, and behind them
Donc, on
a few
s'apprête
minutes
à
after
entendre Marie-Manuelle Moya,
Philippe,
notre reporter terrain,
who was then
s'adresser à
also
vous.
followed just after
À
that
savoir qu'elle ne peut pas
by Jake,
communiquer avec moi, elle ne m'entend pas.
all within
Donc,
just a
on
handful of
restera
minutes,
prête, on lui
couple
laissera la
handful of
place.
minutes.
Ça va bien? Oui,
Yeah,
cool.
we'll
Fait que là, on est au radio
Gonna
du
listen
Cap
to maybe a
Salut.
little bit of an
Cool.
interview
Puis,
here.
j'ai su que vous, ça fait 3 ans que vous faites ça. Comment vous avez découvert le Québec Mega Trail?
C'est mon père qui est un vrai de la trail qui m'a rentré dans la communauté. Nous-mêmes, en courant trail aussi. Puis là, entre nos différentes courses, on s'est dit hey, pourquoi juste pas participer, redonner, puis faire le ravito aussi en même temps. Puis c'est un gros trip de nuit là, avec toute la gang.
Oui, oui. Puis vous descendez de où?
Montréal.
Yes. Pour venir faire le ravito depuis 3 ans.
Yes.
Vraiment cool. En tout cas, vous êtes vraiment dedans. Puis là, vous êtes là jusqu'à quelle heure?
On est jusqu'à midi demain. Là.
Jusqu'à midi demain. Cool. Ben merci pour ton partage.
Always nice to hear.
Donc, on entendait Marie-Manuelle parler avec l'équipe de bénévoles qui sont là. Je ne sais pas si cette gang-là qu'on avait reçue l'année passée au QMT Live, on avait reçu une gang d'amis comme ça qui étaient venus dans notre studio. Parce que là, je suis tout seul dans notre grand studio. Je vous rassure, après la nuit, nous retomberons à 2 animateurs et on a un grand divan vert juste ici, prêt à accueillir des entrevues, des gens qui passeront, des gagnants, des gagnantes, mais également différents acteurs de la course en sentier au Québec, différents acteurs. Voilà, on voit à l'écran le grand lounge Desjardins avec un divan qui ne pourrait pas être plus vert que ça, qui attire beaucoup les mouches, tout comme notre set d'éclairage. Donc, j'ai beaucoup d'espace pour moi cette nuit, mais on va vite remplir ça demain en journée. Nicolas sera de retour tantôt vers 4 heures du matin. Moi, j'irai dormir et à partir de 6-7 heures, on sera à toute la gang ici avec Alexandre Mailhot qui va être de notre côté pour pouvoir faire des entrevues. Donc, on va bien remplir ça, ce beau studio-là. Mais pour l'instant, je suis seul avec vous et je suis toujours content de voir qu'il y a encore plusieurs centaines de personnes avec nous en direct. Donc, beaucoup de Brésiliens, toujours là, pour Bruna, la coureuse brésilienne qui a son fanbase complet, qui est avec nous dans les commentaires. On adore. Donc, on a aussi Piotr Palis de la Pologne qui est là pour encourager Camille, le coureur qui mène ce Québec Mega Trail, le 135. En ce moment, il est 1h40 du matin, ça fait 5h38 que les coureurs et les coureuses sont sur le parcours. Et ils sont plus de 300 à avoir pris le départ à Baie-Saint-Paul. En ce moment, ils sont 5 à être passés au Cap Salut et les 300 quelques autres passeront dans les prochaines heures, j'en suis certain. Une belle gang sur le party au ravitaillement du Cap Salut, des bénévoles dévoués. Et présentement, nos 5 premiers hommes ont passé Cap Salut, alors que le 6e est en route, il devrait être là dans une dizaine de minutes. C'est le Britannique Robbie Britton. Robbie Britton, qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire sur lui? Il vient du Royaume-Uni.
where I can
C'est sa première fois au Québec Mega Trail. C'est un gars qui est un vétéran d'expérience, qui a fait des courses 24 heures. Donc, on tourne en rond sur une piste de 400 mètres pendant 24 heures. Il a cumulé 277 km de cette façon-là. Il a terminé deuxième cette année sur le Terra de Gigantes, une course espagnole de 303 km. C'est un gars qui a déjà terminé sixième sur le Leadville 100, un des plus vieux 100 000 au monde. Donc, un gars d'expérience, un coureur de 39 ans, qui va probablement pointer sixième au ravito du Cap-Salut dans une dizaine de minutes. Donc, l'avance se creuse parce que présentement, à l'heure actuelle, Robbie Britton est sixième et c'est Valérie Arsenault qui est présentement septième au classement général. Donc, elle fait des gros dépassements. On l'a vu dépasser Cody Cooper, JT Schlukea, Jérémy Pelletan, Samuel Frigon, des gars qui étaient passés avant elle au massif. Donc, Valérie Arsenault progresse très vite. On le savait, elle allait partir vite, c'est sa stratégie. On l'a vu faire ça par le passé, mais ça se maintient près de 50 km plus tard. Elle approche la montagne du Salut, elle approche le 50e kilomètre. Donc, ça sera pas long que... Ça sera pas long que Valérie Arsenault va passer au Cap-Salut. C'est très impressionnant ce qu'elle est en train de faire. C'est un jeu dangereux, hein, les ultras, de partir aussi vite, de maintenir cette cadence-là, mais en ce moment, elle semble en contrôle, elle semble confortable. Quand on l'a vu passer au ravito du massif, tout avait l'air de bien aller. On la sentait très focus. Une fille qui, dans les courses comme ça, on va toujours la voir. C'est une fille qui est réservée, qui est une fille qui va faire ses petites affaires. C'est pas quelqu'un qu'on va voir sur les médias sociaux. Tout est allé, les entraînements. C'est une artiste en art visuel. Dans la vie, elle a étudié là-dedans. Elle vit à Sainte-Brigitte-de-Laval, une coureuse qui fait sa marque partout où elle passe. On l'a vu avoir de très grosses performances sur des parcours plus roulants comme le JFK 50 Mile. Et maintenant, on la voit très bien faire sur du très technique. Henri Cana sur le 125 qu'elle a remporté l'an dernier. Et présentement sur le QMT135, c'est notre meneuse après 50 km de course, Valérie Arsenault. Pendant qu'on a un visuel sur le feu de la Saint-Jean-Baptiste, j'ai le goût de vous dire, avec l'ambiance qui est mise en place, qui est créée par l'équipe de bénévoles qui sont sur place. Marie-Manuelle Moya, notre reporter terrain, vient de leur jaser. C'est une gang de Montréal qui, depuis 3 ans, tient ce ravito-là, font du bénévolat au Québec Mega Trail et s'amusent beaucoup. Hein, on les entend depuis tantôt. Font jouer des classiques de la musique québécoise et s'amusent. Donc, c'est la nuit sur le Cap Salut. Je ne sais pas si en régie, on a un visuel de ce qui attend les coureurs après le Cap Salut. Donc, on se rappelle que le sentier des Caps se divise en 3 sections. Donc, entre le Cap Salut et le Cap Griban, je crois, de mémoire. Laissez-moi sortir l'image. Voilà, Cap Griban. On parle quand même de 13,7 km, 670 mètres de dénivelé, donc une portion qui est plus relevée, plus difficile et plus longue que la précédente. On descend tranquillement en altitude et on approche Saint-Tite-des-Caps qui vient un autre 14 km plus tard. Mais si on a du visuel sur le tronçon qui suit Cap-Griban, je pense que c'est ce qu'on a à l'instant. Voilà. Donc, on est sur le sommet ici de la montagne du Salut, on descend. Un parcours qui n'est pas dans du gros dénivelé avec des gros pitchs, mais on voit ici une bonne descente. Un parcours sinueux, très technique, très humide, très boiteux. Je rappelle que le sentier des Caps fait une quarantaine de kilomètres, puis c'est fait en longue randonnée multijours par des gens qui quittent. Ici, les coureurs vont traverser ça en une nuit. Il y a des gens qui partent sur le sentier des Caps plusieurs jours de randonnée. Donc, c'est pas donné à tout le monde de pouvoir faire ça à la vitesse à laquelle les coureurs le font présentement. Donc, une belle trace linéaire de 12,2, non, c'est pas vrai, 13,7 km, 670 mètres de dénivelé positif. On demeure toujours parallèle au fleuve Saint-Laurent. On progresse, on avance dans ce sentier des Caps et c'est pas facile comme section. Très technique, très boiteux. Donc, les coureurs sont accueillis à Cap-Griban par les bénévoles. C'est vraiment des sections qui sont difficiles. Le sentier des Caps, c'est magnifique de jour, mais quand on arrive comme ça, en pleine nuit, dans des températures chaudes, beaucoup de coureurs qui sont seuls présentement, donc ça fait des longs moments avec eux-mêmes. Donc, c'est ce qui attend les coureurs quand ils quitteront le cap du salut. Présentement, ils sont 5 à avoir quitté le cap du salut. Nos 5 premiers hommes, Camille Lasniak, Antoine Jolicoeur-Desroches, Victor Larocque, Philippe Poulain et Jacob Barry Arnasson. 12 minutes séparent le premier du 5e. C'est très, très serré. Alors qu'on attend d'une minute à l'autre Robbie Britton qui approche le ravitaillement du Cap Salut, qui sera suivi par Valérie Arsenault qui continue de creuser son écart sur les hommes qu'il a dépassés. Valérie est présentement 7e au classement général. C'est quelque chose qu'on voit qui est très commun dans le trail. Les têtes de course féminines qui s'approchent de plus en plus. D'année en année, on dirait, les performances de femmes se rapprochent de celles des meilleures hommes. On a même vu cette année sur le Cocodona 250, donc une course de 400 quelques kilomètres, 250 miles en Arizona. C'est une femme, Rachel Entrekin, l'américaine, qui l'a remporté au classement général. Donc, on le sait que dans la très longue distance, plus les distances sont longues, plus l'écart se resserre entre les hommes et les femmes. Mais quand on arrive sur des courses de 200 miles, 250 miles, on sait qu'ils sont très, très populaires aux États-Unis. On voit de plus en plus de femmes rentrer dans les top 3, dans les top 1 même dans ce cas-ci. Puis gagner au classement général, c'est très, très beau. Il y a plein d'études qui s'y penchent, il y a plein de théories sur ce qui fait que les femmes sont plus fortes. Mais souvent, ce qui ressort, c'est la force mentale aussi. On s'entend, on l'a vu sur plein de courses internationales, les gars ont tendance à partir très, 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 très fort, ça explose, ça fait des têtes, ça fait des devants de peloton qui sont explosifs, des gens qui abandonnent parce qu'ils sont partis trop fort. Et dans des courses, dans des conditions extrême chaleur, comme à la Western States, extrême distance, comme ce qu'on parlait à Cocodona, les femmes ont tendance à mieux se pacer. Je parle d'une manière générale, c'est ce qu'on remarque dans les courses de longue distance, de l'ultra-endurance. Les femmes ont tendance à mieux se pacer, peut-être pas se laisser aller par c'est des fois ce qu'on peut voir en avant du pack, que je sais pas si c'est de l'ego, de la testostérone ou juste l'excitation d'être en avant puis de partir tout le monde ensemble. Mais souvent, ça mène à des coureurs qui explosent littéralement parce que le pace est trop rapide puis c'est parti trop vite. En ce moment, on voit de plus en plus de courses où les femmes, beaucoup moins de pourcentage d'abandon sur la longue distance et ce que ça permet, c'est que quand ça éclate en avant, les femmes progressent. Très souvent, des Valérie Arsenault comme ça qui sont 7e au classement général. On est très, très tôt dans la course. Je ne serais pas surpris de voir Valérie rattraper peut-être même le top 5 masculin. Si elle continue à la vitesse à laquelle elle va présentement, elle vient de passer la barre des 50 km très exactement. Elle est à la montagne du Salut, en approche du cap du Salut, où Robbie Britton devrait passer d'une minute à l'autre, notre 6e homme. Donc, ça continue de progresser. Ça avance bien. Mine de rien, on est rendu au 50e kilomètre d'une course de 135. Certains vous diront que le QMT, le 135, ça commence à Saint-Tite-des-Caps. C'est vrai. En ce moment, c'est très près en avant du pack, mais le ravito de Saint-Tite-des-Caps, qui va ressortir du Saint-Tite-des-Caps en tête? Tout peut arriver parce qu'en ce moment, on vient de le voir à l'écran, des sections difficiles qui les attendent. Puis quand ils sont rendus au Cap Girban, la section d'après pas plus facile. Donc, c'est très, très... c'est très imprévisible ce qui peut se passer dans la nuit. Puis c'est ce qui était le fun l'année passée de ne pas le couvrir la nuit, c'est qu'on s'était couché, la course venait de partir, et on s'était levé le matin, puis boum, Xavier Saint-Cyr, quelqu'un qu'on n'avait pas nécessairement vu venir, ou en tout cas pas vu être en tête de course. Il y avait du gros calibre aussi l'année passée, beaucoup d'élites internationaux, puis c'est ce jeune Québécois-là, un étudiant résident en médecine, qui avait fait de bonnes performances sur des courses très, très respectables, mais pas le niveau du QMT en termes de peloton élite, de quantité de peloton élite. Et là, Xavier était ressorti gagnant de la nuit, était sorti premier des bois pour traverser Saint-Tite-des-Caps et n'a jamais laissé sa première place s'approcher de la part de personne. Il y avait Sébastien Camus qui est un vétéran, un coureur français d'expérience qui a trimé dur, qui est resté deuxième toute la journée, qui a terminé deuxième. Mais Xavier avait émergé de la nuit en tête. Et c'est ce qui serait intéressant de voir demain matin qui va émerger en tête de cette course-là. En ce moment, ça se joue sur 12 minutes, comme on le disait. C'est très, très rapide. On parle des premiers les premiers du pack. Ça pourrait être intéressant de parler des bourses parce que le Québec Mega Trail offre des bourses aux gagnants-gagnantes et aux positions de tête des pelotons, des podiums, pardon, de ces courses. Donc, deuxième année pour les bourses en argent au Québec Mega Trail. L'organisation souhaite reconnaître les performances sportives des meilleurs athlètes tout en poursuivant ses efforts pour soutenir le développement du trail de haut niveau. Les gagnants et gagnantes du QMT135 ainsi que les meilleurs Canadiens et Canadiennes sur les distances championnats canadiens recevront des bourses en argent avec l'arrivée du QMT30 au calendrier de la Golden Trail World Series. Des bourses supplémentaires viendront également s'ajouter pour cette nouvelle épreuve. Et bien sûr, les montants sont remis autant chez les femmes que chez les hommes, les mêmes montants pour tout le monde. Donc, par exemple, sur le 135 km, la première place, hommes et femmes repartent avec un chèque de 1 000 $. Pour le deuxième, 750, troisième, 500 $. Pour le 80, c'est 900, 650, 450. Pareil pour le 50 km, les championnats canadiens. Je rappelle que présentement, il n'y a que le 135 qui est en cours. On a eu le QMT 15 de nuit qui s'est déroulé un peu plus tôt ce soir. Il est présentement 1h50 du matin. Les seuls coureurs en piste, 35 km, ils sont 300 encore sur le parcours. Et présentement, on a à l'écran Robbie Britton, le 6e homme. Robbie Britton qui divertit nos bénévoles en racontant qu'il a vu un porc-épic accroché à un arbre.
He's such a character.
Perdu le son.
I wasn't entirely sure what was happening there.
Robbie Britton, le coureur britannique qui pointe 6e pour inviter au Cap Salut. On a l'audio. C'est reparti. Depuis tantôt, on entend les coureurs qui ont tendance à partir de la mauvaise direction. Je ne sais pas si c'est parce qu'il fait noir. Toutes les fois de ma vie où je suis passé au Cap Salut, c'était 2 jours et c'était pas évident. La réalité, on sort un peu de nulle part et la reprise du sentier est un peu aussi de nulle part. En pleine nuit comme ça, on vient de remarquer que plusieurs coureurs, les bénévoles sont là pour les rediriger et les envoyer dans la bonne direction. Donc, Robbie Britton pointe 6e et Valérie Arsenault devrait passer très bientôt. Elle semble courir avec Samuel Frigon. Donc, en ce moment, on aurait Robbie 6e, Samuel 7e et Valérie 8e. C'est ce qui semble se dessiner pour ce QMT 135.
He seems to be on the move.
Je retourne.
Which is a good sign.
On a Ultra Nomade. Ben oui, We Are Here for the Women's Race, une campagne qui a été menée aux États-Unis pour mettre de l'avant la course des femmes et à la Western State week-end-là. On a des gilets, hein? Here for the Women's Race. On est ici pour la course des femmes. Ça fait écho à ce que je parlais un peu plus tôt par rapport aux femmes qui performent extrêmement bien en trail et qui se rapprochent de plus en plus des performances masculines. Et ça, c'est une autre des belles particularités du trail, dans le sens où il y a plein de choses qui font que ce sport-là est unique. D'abord, le fait que tout le monde prend les mêmes lignes de départ. En ce moment, que ce soit le premier, le deuxième ou le 330e, ils sont sur les mêmes parcourront les mêmes 135 km. C'est une des plus belles particularités de notre sport. Tout le monde partage les mêmes sentiers du début à la fin. Des fois, pour mettre les gens en contexte, pour expliquer un peu à quel point c'est particulier ce côté-là, c'est dire, imagine tu joues dans une ligue de garage de hockey puis tu joues dans le même tournoi que la Ligue nationale. C'est de dire, tu joues au golf, tu as le droit de participer, toi, comme amateur, au même tournoi que les meilleurs au monde. C'est ce qui se passe pour nous, que ce soit ici au Québec Mega Trail, à la Western States, à la Hard Rock, les grandes courses américaines, à l'UTMB du côté de la France. Ces grandes courses-là, ou les tout petits événements, tout le monde partage les mêmes lignes de départ, les mêmes lignes d'arrivée. C'est une des particularités du trail, des choses qu'on aime tant. L'autre chose, c'est le fait que l'écart homme-femme existe pas ou peu, de moins en moins, avec surtout sur la longue distance quand on voit ces performances-là. Donc, c'est beau à voir. Donc, oui, Ultra Nomade, Francis Elisabeth, We Are Here for the Women's Race. Et en ce moment, on a toutes qu'une Women's Race. Valérie Arsenault 8e au classement général à l'instant, devrait pointer très bientôt au Cap Salut avec encore une vingtaine de minutes d'avance sur le temps de référence de Marilyn Nakache. Au dernier ravitaillement, elle avait 13 minutes d'avance sur le temps de référence de l'an dernier. Les hommes, c'est pareil en ce moment, ils ont 20 minutes sous le temps de référence de Xavier Saint-Cyr de l'année passée. Donc, on a 2 pelotons, hommes et femmes, qui vont plus vite que les records de l'année passée. On s'entend, il est encore tôt dans la course. C'est pas garant que dans 100 km, pas 100 km, dans 70-80 km, ils vont avoir maintenu cette avance-là, mais ça laisse présager que ça va vite. Ça va très, très vite. On a des pelotons qui se repoussent l'un l'autre. Les hommes, c'est en 12 minutes, les 5 premiers. Ça se pousse. Ce qui fait qu'en ce moment, tout le monde s'élève vers le haut. Par contre, il faut être prudent. On est encore tôt dans la course. On n'est pas encore en train de spéculer sur les chronos finaux, mais je rappelle néanmoins que les records de parcours du 135 km appartiennent à Xavier Saint-Cyr en 17h18 en 2025. Marilyn Nakache, de son côté, la française, 19h11. Donc, ce sont nos temps de référence, 17 et 19. Ce sera les temps à battre. Parce que, oui, en trail, on aime ça parler de records de parcours. Ça vaut ce que ça vaut. Le trail, c'est un sport particulier où, d'année en année, les parcours sont rarement les mêmes, même dans les plus grands événements. Il y a tellement de différences qui peuvent arriver, des sections qui sont abîmées, un feu de forêt qui vient affecter une section, on la change, donc difficile de comparer un temps d'une année à l'autre, mais ça reste une donnée qui est intéressante. Alors qu'on voit à l'instant Valérie Arsenault, notre meneuse. Donc semble en très bonne forme. Donc, je ne sais pas si Samuel Frigon est passé avant elle.
Yeah, we're just missing out on that. That's too bad.
Arsenault est au ravitaillement.
C'est bon ça? You look good, you look good. Pour vrai. Il y en a d'autres qui arrivent. C'est l'inverse, c'est le bouchon.
C'est ça.
Let's go, let's go, let's go! Allez,
Où est l'électrolyte? De l'eau. Juste de l'eau. Génial chose. 3 concours.
Parfait, c'est
génial. C'est parti.
Sweet.
Il y a un rapport en 5h56. C'est extrêmement rapide. Elle confirme qu'elle a plus de 20 minutes d'avance sur le record de Marilyn Nakache. Et je crois qu'à l'instant, on voit Samuel Frigon.
Voilà. La courbe gastronomie. De l'eau, on a du monde, on a du sauce, on a pas d'eau gazée.
De l'eau.
Ça donne un petit drop.
Si tu regardes dans ma poche en arrière, j'ai vraiment une bouteille à remplir. Super. C'est vraiment un photo blazer.
Ce côté, le
côté droit, ouais. Je devrais trouver une autre bouteille vide.
Besoin d'autre chose à manger,
Let's see if we can hear some more.
Je t'éclaire. Une bouteille vide.
So that was an amazing split by Valerie, coming in under 6 hours at this aid station. That is way under the course record, I believe. I'm just gonna look it up. I have to look up the time differences between this year and last year, and I believe there's a big move she's making there, and she's looking really good. She's actually looking really good for like her standards. So I'm happy to see that. Obviously, she's surrounded by really good runners.
Donc, Samuel Frigon quitte. Il est notre 7e homme, 8e au classement général.
Les premiers sont en avance.
On nous confirme ce que le bénévole vient de dire, c'est que les premiers sont en avance. Effectivement.
That must be Jérémy.
Jérémy Pelland, le français, qui je crois arrive au ravitaillement. Alors que si vous regardez à l'écran, on est à 6 heures de course, donc ça fait maintenant 6 heures que les 330 coureurs ont pris le départ depuis Baie-Saint-Paul en direction du Mont-Sainte-Anne. Présentement, il est 2h01 du matin, heure locale. On a toujours des milliers de personnes en direct qui nous regardent.
Doing all the things you need to do.
J'espère que
shows the experience she has gathered the last couple of years.
fuseau horaire vous nous regardez, mais vous êtes là et c'est pas mal trippant.
It's always very exciting, intense to be a coach and see your own runner racing, whether they're racing at the front or in the middle of the back. The countless amount of sleepless nights on the weekends I've had are enormous, and it's part of the job, I guess, or at least for me it is. But having a lack of information about your runner is sometimes can be really tough to deal with, because you want to know everything that's going on, and we do not often get that opportunity.
Donc, petit enjeu technique, je suis de
but
retour.
thanks to this great coverage,
on a la première femme qui est passée, Valérie, qui semble en excellente forme. Quand on l'a vu échanger avec les bénévoles, on voyait qu'elle était toute là, mais semblait très positive, souriante, en mode action pour changer les bouteilles, mais on la sentait pas pressée. On voyait qu'elle regardait derrière, qu'elle allait se pointer. Elle savait pas nécessairement, c'est difficile des parcours comme ça d'avoir un aperçu.
Indeed 39 kilometers.
Nous, on jouait parce qu'on a les GPS qui avancent, mais si Valérie a
make their way up to
qui
first
lui
over
communique ces
the mountain,
informations-là,
and
on s'entend que il n'y a pas beaucoup de signal sur le parcours, donc difficile
I
pour
believe
ces coureurs-là de savoir
your
où
fan
se situe le
favorite is
peloton. Donc
well
Valérie,
on her
présentement,
move
au massif, avait
to
une
make it there.
confortable avance de 22 minutes,
Probably
mais
just on
est-ce que
schedule,
cette
what she
avance-là,
was hoping to do.
c'est continue de se creuser, ou est-ce qu'Elisabeth
But yeah,
a pris
this
du
is
terrain?
a
Elisabeth
big
Prochain, qui est
climb to
deuxième
get through.
présentement. Elisabeth, qui est une coureuse qui fait son chemin en train
Meanwhile,
depuis plusieurs années, depuis
we have
2017,
Jeremy
2018,
in
des
the aid
grosses
station
performances, toujours aussi
leaving,
solides.
and
La
we'll have a
sœur
few
de
more men
Jean-François
coming
Cochon,
in the next
un
few
ancien
minutes.
gagnant du QMT 100 000, l'édition de 2024. Jean-François qui prend le départ demain du
It's good to
QMT
know that
80 avec, on
the
suppose,
previous time
l'objectif
that
d'aller
we
chercher
have
un de ces
split
spots pour l'équipe canadienne pour les
at
championnats
Cap des
mondiaux qui
Saluts
auront lieu en 2027 en Afrique du Sud à
was
Cape Town.
let's
Donc,
before we go there, let's
Jean-François, son
first
frère
look,
était là. Et j'ai
have
une
a
belle
look at what's
anecdote, moi, en
happening at the aid station.
2024, je courais le QMT 50 et
We were
selon
just
le temps
having
où
fun, that's
j'étais,
what's happening.
selon
Yeah.
comment les parcours rentrent l'un dans l'autre,
Few more
Jean-François
men
était en
here.
tête du QMT 100 000. Jean-François, c'est un ami dans
Yeah. So I was saying, what was I saying? Right. Goodbye, guys. I don't know what I was saying anymore. Oh, we were looking at thinking about the time, the splits of last year, and I'm just gonna have a look at my colleague. I know the fastest time at Cap du Salut by a woman was 6:17, but that was not Marie-Ève. That was Marie-Ève. Okay, so that means that Valerie is about 20 minutes ahead. No, less. Yeah, about 20 minutes ahead.
accéléré considérablement en fin de course comme ça. Donc, je ne sais pas qu'est-ce qu'on a comme visuel présentement, des petits enjeux internes.
You're seeing the logo of the Québec Mega Trail, but the race obviously still continues. we're still live, but we've just lost some connection with some of the folks out there, so we'll just have to wait a little bit. I'll leave you with this logo running for now, but don't worry, your runner is still outside running through the forest of the Charlevoix. Hello folks, I'm still here. I didn't go anywhere. We're just still waiting for some live images to appear, but I'm still here, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just looking at the same things as you are looking, with the same information you're having. So, which is still very exciting because more and more runners are now coming in Cap du Salut. I think there's a bunch of men in there now, Yitesh, Cody Cooper, and Matthew and Justin Bido, who just seems to be, or any of them seems to be moving out of the aid station. They all are within or close to the top 10, which is amazing. I think all having a top 10 in this race is an amazing result, regardless. And gaps are happening, but they're not that big yet. So lots of excitement still up in the air as they make their way along the Bay of Saint-Ouen, and to the next aid station, which is Cap Kriban, remote aid station. Although on the map you might not think it's remote, but it is not too easy to get to these places here as they run along the Saint-Ouen, the big feature of Quebec. And with its very typical terrain to run over. Everyone who would have run this course or finished the race entirely will have had a really good idea of what running in Quebec means. And that's why this is such an amazing race, because you get a really good experience of running in this side of the globe. as I was saying before, we went back to the aid station and see the runners coming in there. I would be curious to hear from our chat if they have a good race in Brazil that you would recommend for people from Canada or Quebec or maybe anywhere that you would like to see them to come run their race or a race that you've done in Brazil that's you think is very unique or worth the trip. I can tell the audience that I have that this is a personal story, but it's very much related. I got married 3 weeks ago to my lovely wife, Anna, and while we haven't planned it out entirely, we will go to Brazil as our unofficial wedding holiday and a honeymoon. I will really look forward to that. We have a lot of ideas to go to. We have a lot of friends in Brazil, so they will give us some tours, but I'm also open to a lot of suggestions. And who knows, maybe I'm allowed to go for a little run there and some of the races available there. And I do have some ideas. But yeah, I have a special interest in Brazil upcoming year. We're talking 2027. There is a big Brazilian population in Montreal where I live. So if you haven't made your way here yet to Quebec, it's definitely worth a visit. Yeah, let's have a look at the tracker. I don't believe anything has changed yet with regards to the coverage. Yeah, it's still showing black. Let's see who's where. I believe the 4 men that I've mentioned are at or past the aid station. And then when we look further up the field, Julie should be somewhere there. I think her tracker is not showing at the moment. Then same for Ellie, of course, even ahead of her. And Anne is there. Anne Chapin is there, followed by Cynthia Tremblay and Amanda Nelson. But yeah, the tracker doesn't always pick up all the runners at the same time, so it's not always clear where they are. Yeah. What is clear is that Camille is in front, followed by Victor. And, well, Victor used to be... okay, so that's interesting. Victor used to be with Jake running together in second and third position when they came into Cap du Salut. They were looking as if they were running together, if I'm correct, or was it was it not Victor? No, sorry, I'm wrong. Victor was running alone. He was. What I am seeing is that Philippe is somewhat closed in on the other runners, and that's where my confusion was. So he seems to be running together with Jake at this moment, and Antoine should be there around too, but that is not showing up on the live stream at the moment. Meanwhile, Ellie shouldn't be too far from Ellie Crouchon shouldn't be too far from getting into Cap du Salut. I hope we get back on time to see that. we would like to see that. It does seem like she made up a little bit of ground on Valerie, but it's really hard to say with the times and differences. But just looking at where Valerie is now and where Ellie is now, it's a 2 kilometer gap, and it used to be a bit longer. But then again, Valerie just did a pretty decent climb, so that skews things up a little bit. I do see our colleague Yannick being on camera again, so I'm guessing they have things sorted out, probably. So hopefully we'll get to see some live coverage on the course as well. Meanwhile, I think we're having quite some people getting into the Massif. A large part of the field is getting there.
Le pacer ne peut en aucun cas porter l'équipement, la nourriture et le liquide. Et c'est cette règle-là qui fait qu'on a vu des mouvements dans les dernières années aux États-Unis exiger ou en tout cas recommander aux coureurs élites de ne pas prendre de pacer. On a vu la discussion cette année à la Western States qui avait lieu le week-end dernier où les coureurs élites disaient bon, il y a plus de chances de triche quand il y a un pacer pour ces règles-là. Donc, par exemple, un coureur pourrait décider de dire regarde, on part du ravito, mais je te donne mes bâtons, ma bouffe, tu traînes tout ça. Moi, je suis fatigué, je peux juste courir plus léger de cette façon-là. C'est pas permis. Le pacer est là pour.
All right, Ali should be right there, I think. So let's make sure we get her time. We're split. That would be cool to know at least.
Donner de sa propre bouffe aux coureurs et vice-versa. Donc, ce sont les règlements des pacers au Québec Mega Trail, mais c'est les règlements pas mal.
Yeah, I think she is about to enter, and I'm sure the volunteers are already cheering her on. We did get some news about Gites still being there, and he's been there for quite some time now. So, oh, there it is. We got it. That's great. Let's see what's happening here.
Et voilà, Elisabeth Cochon qui vient de passer à Cap Salut. Elle est toujours deuxième femme. Présentement, elle a une vingtaine de minutes derrière Valérie Arsenault, mais peu de changements dans la cadence des deux femmes.
She's about 21 minutes behind Valerie, 22 minutes maybe. Holding similar pace as Ilan last year did, so that's amazing. She definitely is thirsty. That's good. I don't know, looked like pickle juice or something. Okay, so her bottles are already filled up. That's quick. So she's taking her beaver, getting in some fruits. Orange slices are such a nice palate cleanser when you're running there. Some watermelon, I'm guessing. Oh no, candies. Yes. Wow, she made quick work of that.
Elisabeth Cochon quitte la ravito de Cap Salut après 6h19 de course. Ce qui la place environ 25.
Wow, she's amazing. That was she did a really good job of getting through that aid station.
Donc, on est sensiblement sur les mêmes temps de passage qu'au massif, mais Valérie a quand même creusé 3 petites minutes d'écart.
That's Simon, while we're at the aid station, I guess that's Simon Withers. Yeah, that's him. Simon is a very fast runner. I'm a little bit surprised to see him this far off the head of the race, to be honest. But he's also a very smart runner, so he might be just pacing himself a lot more. And that can be such a different strategy in these races. And who do we have here? It doesn't show up on the live tracker yet, so we'll see. But yeah, that's about 20-minute gaps, I believe, between Valerie and Elisabeth Couchon. Maybe even less. 20 minutes, of course, is nothing on a race this long. It's noteworthy, and I think that's it for so far. That's Simon heading out, the second British runner. Will we see a British bake-off? Let's see who's gonna finish cross the finish line first. I think they had a little banter last night at the cocktail party. I think Robbie might have been sandbagging a little bit. He was praising Simon on his latest achievements, which, to be fair, it's definitely something I'd be impressed by if I'd be running against him. Because he got second at the Arc of Attrition 100 mile early on. And that's a pretty brutal race in the UK. So yeah, that's something you want to keep an eye on if you're going there. If you're meeting him on this course, someone who has podiumed the Arc of Attrition twice now in the last couple of years, you automatically become one of the contenders to look at. But he's well ahead of him now, so let's see how that will unfold for the rest of the race. Here I am again. I'd love to see Yannick, but it would be a bit confusing listening to him and seeing me. Seeing him and listening to me. It's getting pretty late here too already. We're past 2 a.m.
La course, on ne peut pas se fier que ça. C'est pour ça qu'on est là ici au QMT Live. On a des infos qui nous viennent d'un peu partout. Que ce soit, oui, le suivi GPS, mais le suivi de terrain de nos équipes. Donc, on a, je rappelle, Marie-Ève Pelland.
Meanwhile, I didn't have any updates on Yitesh, and he has not left the aid station, that's for sure. So is he being treated now? Is he getting some help? There is a medic there. I can even see that on the tracker. But yeah, is he being helped for something? Is it a potential DNF here? It's hard to tell from the info we have now. But yeah, he is having difficulties. That's for sure. Meanwhile, if you look at the head of the race, the front men, they're not far separated at all. They're all within somewhat of like within a kilometer, which is on this terrain. We're talking just a couple of minutes maybe. They are almost halfway through the race already, so that's incredible fast. That's amazing. Of course, a lot of hard parts, a lot of climbing, river crossings, technical sections. They all have to go through them still, but yeah, it's lining up to very fast times. And I guess the conditions have played a big role in that. You know, every year is probably quite a bit different, even though the course remains the same. This year they tweaked a tiny portion of the course. We haven't gone there yet. We'll get there in a couple sections where they changed a little bit of the course, took out some bit more muddier section to little section to a more runnable one. They will be there in no time. At this rate, they'll be there in no time. But yeah, we're not there yet. We're seeing still a lot of runners coming up the Massif. And if you're interested in your favorite Brazilian runner, she's also making her way up still. And if I look well at the graph, she's about to hit the 35K mark, which means he's not too far from the summit. But it is a climb, and it takes a bit more time than your usual running. So we got to be a bit patient. Pace is not relevant here. We're really looking at just effort, basically. And another favorite is a Japanese Kaburaki, of course. And he did make it already to the Massif aid station. So that's good to see. I'm curious to see if he has a massive audience there as well, helping him out. That said, within the aid station itself, you can only have one crew member. So you can bring a whole team of people, but within the aid station itself, you're only allowed one crew member. So yes, we're still having new runners coming into Cap de Salut. French runners, I believe, just came by. And what I'm very interested in, and I'm not having a clear view yet of, because the track is obviously sometimes a bit delayed, is where is Antoine, Philippe, and Jake hanging out? I believe so. We're talking M3, M4, M5. EDG. Antoine was running with together with Jake, I believe, at the last aid station. But it feels like Jake has been caught by Philippe, and they're running together now. For what it's worth, that's what I think I've noticed on the tracker. Another Moana Shasha has left us Cap de Salut. And I think he just stayed there for just a couple seconds, so good for him. The biggest person we're waiting for is, I think, Anne Champagne or Julie, but I haven't seen Julie on the map, but she should be there in somewhere. She was in between Ellie and Anne, so I'm guessing she was still there, but I haven't seen her dot on the tracker yet. So maybe we'll get just the live coverage of it. But yeah, she's not disappeared. She's somewhere there. It's 2:30 local time now here. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe sunrise, or at least the first flickers of light, it's around 4 or 4:30 probably. Yeah. So we still have a couple hours maybe or less. The runners have still a couple hours or less to deal with the darkness before the sun starts popping up again. And for me, that's the most magical moment in the race. Sorry? Okay. For 15, you said? Nice. So that's less than 2 hours. As I was saying, like for me, it's one of the most magical moments we can have in trail running when we go through the night and then all of a sudden the light pops up and you start hearing the birds and I don't know if magical is even the right word for it, but it's just such a beautiful moment. And I think I hope everyone at some point in their life will experience this feeling when you're in nature and you're just surrounded by nature and you see the transition from night to day, and as you go into the night, things become softer and more silent, and the birds are getting quieter. But of course, the opposite also happens when the sun rises, and it's such a beautiful moment to experience this while you're doing a race. While you're exerting yourself this much, going sometimes over technical terrain, or when you're lucky, being on top of a hill or a mountain, and then seeing the sunrise. Like how lucky can you be to be in that position? So it's something to look forward to. The downside of this, of course, is, it might be a downside for this race, is that it will also get hotter again once the sun's coming up. So now they have at least this part of the day where they have been cooled down, and I'm sure where they are it might be even cooler than where I am now in Mont-Sainte-Anne. It's 21 degrees here. I'm guessing it's not going to get any cooler than that here. So that's nice, I'd say. But I'm sure they'll have it a little bit cooler there. But it's not. I don't think anyone will add some layers on. Let's go to the aid station. Yes, it's nice to have some fresh images. Oh, it wasn't too long. But yeah, runners coming in, going out. I believe that was either Francis Coulitier or Elias Kibrebdi who we saw earlier, and I think he passed already. So this must have been Francis. Yitesh, unfortunately, still there. I don't like to see it.
Ça longe la rivière Jean-Larose. On va y arriver, hein? Il est quand même 2h34 du matin. C'est magnifique comme secteur. On en parle souvent négativement dans le cadre du Québec Mega Trail, parce que c'est un sentier qui est extrêmement difficile. Donc pour les coureurs, oui, c'est sûr que quand on arrive là, c'est très difficile.
I'm curious if anyone in the live stream has ever run through the night and made it through the next morning, at least. Yeah, and should be there soon. Might take a while still, but a few more minutes. what I am really happy to see is to see the first F1 female one in, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 position scratch overall. That's amazing, a top 10. And Ali is also not far behind, like in 12th overall or something. Very cool. So Anne is about to come into the aid station, and Julie should be there too then, I believe, unless something happened to her and we didn't know what happened to her. Yeah, the tracker says ends in 3rd, but I'm a bit stubborn and I know Julie is out there still. So she must be somewhere, unless I missed something entirely. It's so hard to know, guys. It's in the middle of the night. It's in a very dense forest. There's no access to it. There's no supporters along the route that can give you some information. It's really inaccessible. The trail is a lot of up and down. It's even pretty hard to just get there by yourself hiking. It's not even that easy. So yeah, it's not this is not the part of the course where we can get the most information, but with this life tracker system we're having, it's one of the best I've seen personally, and I've seen a lot of races, and we're getting a lot of good data. So that's super helpful. It does seem that our Japanese friend Kaburakis has left the Massif aid station. That's good news. He has a nice runnable section now ahead of him. It seems like Camille is exactly at the 60-kilometer point in the race. I wonder how many people have run longer than 60 kilometers in the chat. So we're waiting for Anne to come into the aid station, and we're waiting for some live images because that's the fun part. We don't want to look at my face all the time. I don't, at least. And I figured it was the case, and now we finally have a message of seeing Julie coming in, and she's about to hit the aid station. She should be hearing the aid station already for a while, but I think the folks out there are also seeing her now. So that's exciting. I'm guessing she's about 22 minutes behind Ellie then. I think that's about the gap she's having. She's running a little bit by her own. That's what I was waiting for. Let's go.
On a même du son, imaginez.
Is that Julie? Nice.
Donc, on a Julie le Sage qui présentement serait 4e femme.
Yeah, 3rd woman in the field.
Donc, les informations sont
She is actually looking pretty good. She's not. It's not doesn't look like she's suffering at all.
Anne Champagne, donc.
Always laughing a little bit.
On disait tantôt qu'elle arrivait au ravito, mais c'était dans le sens où elle s'en venait bientôt. Julie Lesage maintient
It's always
sa
something
troisième
when you
place.
come out of the dark forest and then all of a sudden you're like surrounded by screaming people and all these lights at you. It's like, oh, you gotta switch a little bit.
135.
Julie's an absolute veteran of the sport. She knows what she's doing. She knows what she needs.
Entre deux ravitaux, on a gardé exactement le même ordre.
She's taking her time drinking
Ça se maintient.
Drinking all that she needs.
Du moment que Julie Lesage
Absolutely not rushing it.
Le temps de retard
In the
qui
meantime, her
recule
bottles
sur
are
les cochons.
filled up with the drink mix.
Mais comme tantôt, ça continue de
Always
se creuser
grateful.
comme écart.
Some other male runners are coming in at the same time. Some have trackers, some don't, so it's not always easy to know who's running. You can see how many water bottles they have here. Wow. It's nice to have a little chat when you come into an aid station. After you've been running for a couple hours by yourself.
Très bonne mine, tout comme ce coureur, je vois pas le numéro de dossard, mais
She's about 45 minutes away from when
très bon mood.
Valerie came in, so that is a considerable gap, of course. Obviously, like, a lot can happen. Last year, Melan came in 3rd position, or
Et Julie est repartie
came in third
en
position
6h42.
at the 80-kilometer point, and then still went on to win the race pretty comfortably. So, yeah, a lot that can still happen, and it all depends on how you build up your race. But I think, you know, let's give a little bit of the splits of the top 3 women coming into Cap du Salut. That's the 51.5-kilometer aid station. So Valerie came in after 5 hours 58 minutes, followed by Elisabeth Cochon in 6:19. So about 21 minutes after. And then Julie Lesage just left the aid station, and she came in at after 6 hours and 41 minutes. So yeah, that's where we're at the moment. I think this was not too different from the Massif. Maybe the gaps have widened a little bit, but that's at least the order of how the women came into Cap du Salut has remained the same. And Anne Champagne should be coming in soon too. So we'll have a time for her as well. I'm guessing it will take another 2-3 minutes before she's there. One of the other local favorites here. And again, the women in Canada are so amazingly strong. If you look at the, I don't have it for me, but if you look at the World Tour Major ranking, there's a lot of Canadian women in the top 10, top 20, and a couple of them are racing here, of which one is Valerie, of course, because she did mute. So you get a lot of points when you finish in 4th position in one of the top races. Yeah, interesting. You get the 2 the two top results in your World Tour Major races will go to your overall ranking. Let's say you've run 6th and a 3rd position, and then after you run a 4th position, then the 6th position race you've done in the beginning, can be swapped for the 4th position. So Canadian women traditionally in the last few years have done really well at the World Tour Majors, if not always, but at least I know for like the last few years, there's always been women in the top 10 represented, which kind of indicates how strong a lot of these women are.
Des informations, des questions. Nous envoyer des petits drapeaux du Brésil. On voit que la communauté est toujours présente pour encourager la coureuse.
So for the Lucas, who asked in the chat how far this particular aid station was on course, it's on about 51.5 kilometers
du passage d'Anne
after the start. So
qui serait notre
it's
quatrième.
I'd say the 3rd major aid station on course. And I think now we'll have on coming in soon. So let's see if we can catch a glimpse of her at the aid station. It's just nice to see people smiling. And we know Anne is always smiling, so let's hope we can see that too.
Je rappelle que si vous voulez suivre aussi les coordonnées GPS des coureurs qu'on va voir avancer, ça se passe sur racemap.com. Vous n'avez qu'à sélectionner T2026 pour avoir les informations. Et on peut voir les petites GPS de nos coureurs qui avancent, qui progressent en direction présentement du Cap Griban.
There yet, but I see some runners who've been running with her earlier on too. So she must be there soon. I'll leave Yannick on for a little bit because I'm sure they're gonna go back to that to the lives to see Anne come in really soon. There is some movement. There she is.
Et voilà, Anne Champagne. Et son entrée. Cap salut.
That's a little climb. The machine. It's a proper name for it. A little dance. Are we getting a little dance? You can see how many people are there to film it all. And it's obviously a pretty famous runner, so there's probably always a camera crew wherever she is. So not all of this is part of the QMT organization, although this is probably is, but yeah. Box.
Et voilà, Anne qui quitte en 6h49.
Yeah.
7 minutes derrière Julie Lesage.
So she came in at after 6 hours and 45 minutes, if I'm correct. Just a few minutes behind her, Julie, like I said. And I think she had like a film crew there. I'm not sure. Could be. I know she's is making a documentary, sort of about her running and her life, and so yeah, they might be on course too. So yeah, very exciting to see her come in. I think these are some of the highlights we can get throughout the night. And same time, before we, I'd like to have a little look back at what's happening behind. I know we're not getting any coverage of it yet, but we can see a lot on the map, of course, and we do see a lot of runners who have made it through the Massif aid station or about to enter the Massif aid station. I see a lot of trackers, a lot of dots, sort of surrounded around the aid station. So I'm sure they're hanging out there. I know your fan favorite, Bruna, is, I think she just passed the top and now is just on the plateau. There's a little bit of some slower technical running, but still running, and then like it opens up and she can actually run again once you pass the summit. There's a nice runnable section, and it's nice after having to climb for maybe an hour or longer to just open up the legs a little bit. And it's not it's a little bit of a downhill, so you get that too, but it's not there's nothing steep here, so also nothing to cause some major muscle damage coming down the hill. You can just easily open up your legs, gain some kilometers. Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. We're in the middle of the night, and I'm like pumped up seeing just all these runners coming through, and how the fields stacked up against each other. It's still so close, everything. If I look at the front of the field now, it seems like Victor is catching up to Camille, but that might just be a GPS error still. Needs to be updated. I have no words on Jitesh, unfortunately, but it's not looking good that he's still there. I don't want to call it yet. I hope he still makes it out, but he's probably been there for almost an hour, I think. So that's not too good. Let's have a little look at the top men and women here. Same as we talked about, obviously. The only thing is, I think the male order here is not correct. I'm pretty sure Victor is in the second place, and not only that, I'm actually thinking he's not too far away from Camille either. Antoine might not be always his GPS tracker might not be entirely accurate, but I think Victor is pretty close to Camille at the moment. We'll let you know more once we know more, of course. Yeah, I think it's pretty official that Yitesh DNF'd, and I wanted to wait to confirm and not go ahead of myself and say it out loud, but yeah, it's probably the second big runner that we have had so far. DNF, unfortunately. Apparently, it's an old knee injury that came back. And that doesn't surprise me because these trails are not very forgiving for your knees, as I can tell you myself. And once your knee gives up, it's a long stretch home. It's not fun. That's what happened to me when I ran the 100 mile here in 2021. I was able to still run a little bit, and I was definitely able to climb, but I was not able to go down anymore, at least not run. Yeah, that doesn't make it very fun on an ultra trail race, but we know it's part of it. So as long as you're not permanently damaging yourself, so Camille and Victor are closing in on kilometer 62, which means they are just about 3.5 kilometers away from Cap Griban aid station. Well, I certainly hope to see Bruna at the Massif aid station, and if not there, at some other aid station. It will be probably easier to see her when we're out of the dark, and then it will be easier for our crew to spot people coming in, and we have cameras at the different locations all over the course. We have so many cameramen running around. So yeah, let's see what we can what runners we can catch. We are still in the night, in the midst of the night, and it's great that we can give you actually some coverage. As most races will only start the live coverage when it's fully bright outside, and we decided to just keep going. Why not? It's exactly 3 a.m. here, which means that are more races getting ready to start. Not yet, but there are buses being loaded as we speak, bringing some runners of the 80K to the start line, because that's another race happening today. And as we typically do in a lot of races in North America, is bring runners with a bus to the start line. That happened for the 135, and that will happen also for the 80K, because it's not at the start line. It's not at the finish line. It's at a different position in the course. It's not easy to park your car there, so that's why we have many buses driving around the whole time, bringing people to the start line of the race. And the 80K is also about to start, so people are hopping on the bus and um, um, to get to the start line. I don't think they're driving yet. It might be a bit too early still, but I think it is time, if you're doing the 80K, to make your way to the bus. And if you're lucky, you have a crew and they can bring you in their car and they can drop you off. That's if you're lucky. The 80K, and the 80K is doing the same course pretty much as the 135. Only starting a little bit at the different section. Well, we cannot really see what's happening at the front. Following a tracker and following the dots on a map can be really exciting. I don't, maybe not for most people, but I'm always, I get always like start to imagining what's happening. When is somebody making a move? Are they seeing the other runner in front of them? You know, like I see Victor gaining in on Camille. Is he really gaining in on him or not? And you know, is Camille looking to his back and seeing, hearing some sounds in the distance? And obviously, it's this dark. You at most see a headlight. You can definitely not recognize or know who's behind you, which can be very annoying, especially if you're, for example, a female runner, and you hear noises behind you coming up, and it's probably most likely a man, but you know, who knows? It might be a woman too. So. Whereas if you're a man, you always know it's going to be a male competitor behind you, most likely. So I'm always trying to imagine what's happening here before we have some clearer idea of what's happening. In the meantime, we had another woman pass the Cap de Salut, Cynthia Tremblay. I believe she would be our 5th woman in the course, if I'm correct, which is a bit of a surprise because I had not written her up as one of the main contenders. But that's great to see her there, really, really close behind Ansapan. She's still quite away from Valerie, but close to Anne and close to Julie, so that's really good. I'm gonna look into Cynthia, what her background is. Maybe you can look in some of her past races and see what she's been doing in preparation for QMT. Yeah. Vai Basile, vai Mona. She's coming close to the Massif aid station. Can't be that far away from it anyway. Just maybe a couple kilometers, a bit less. This is a section that's she's onto, which is a double track. I think she just got on that. So it's more runnable, but there's some big pools of water there. Not too bad, maybe a little bit muddy, but yeah, you can definitely get pretty wet on the course there. It's a good experience, and it's a nice change of pace and scenery after coming, dragging yourself up the mountain there. A little bit of background on Cynthia. She raced UTHC last year and finished 4th, so really close to the podium. That's a great result. She also did Mute 60 in last year, and where she finished just outside the top 10 at 11th place. In the year before, Cynthia ran the Tout.trail for Saguenay in the 50-kilometer distance and finished 4th there as well. So she has some pretty amazing results. In the past years also, this is not her first QMT either. She's done the 50-kilometer race back in 23, and also the year before the 25K. So she's been in the game for a while, and has had some really good results. So that's really nice to see. So is anyone in the chat also racing this year? Does anyone in the chat still have a race scheduled for them? I do see. Hello, Eva. Goedemorgen. Nice to see you in the chat. We're keeping it going here.
35 km là?
Ouais, mon crew, ça va être mes parents. Ils sont habitués.
Fidèle au poste.
Ah ouais, pour vrai, à chaque fois. Donc, je leur fais entièrement confiance. J'ai pas de paisseur. Ouais, il y avait pas beaucoup d'amis, des soit avec dossard sur le métier.
We're listening to in Japan. This was recorded, I'm guessing yesterday or the day before. Yeah, yesterday. No, the day before yesterday, because we're already on Saturday. So it took us a while to get us back online with the images, and we're now watching a few recordings of the some of the elite runners. This has been recorded on Thursday night. I'm sorry to all the Bruna watchers. This is just a period within our coverage where we are sharing some pre-recorded interviews and interesting footage of some of these amazing runners. So yeah, you'll have to wait maybe before you see her for the first time on the aid station. I can tell you that she made it to the aid station and that she's there. So for all the Bruna fans, she's there. Just like many other amazing athletes, and they are there. They're making their way. One of my good friends and athlete, Brad, is almost there. Amazing, on schedule. Great job getting to the massive aid station. And then if we look forward to the other aid stations, we see that Amanda Nelson has just left Cap du Salut, and that the aid station after that, Camille Lesniak, our male leader, M1, is about to enter the Cap Riban aid station, closely followed by Victor Larocque. So they're still chasing each other. That's exciting. Not much else has changed, I think, in terms of positioning. But yeah, I'll leave you listening to some of the interviews now that are being presented. Yannick is interviewing Anne, and then yeah, we'll see some
régulière
interesting
et à la
footage.
fin, tu t'embarques sur un ultra qui commence à 20h. Comment qu'on gère ça?
Genre 1 heure avant que je dorme habituellement, là. Je vais essayer de le plus possible veiller, mettons, à soir. Veiller tard à soir pour me lever un petit peu plus tard que la normale demain, parce que je le sais que je suis pas capable de faire de sieste. J'essaye, là, mais... Fait qu'essayer de me lever un petit peu plus tard, puis juste être vraiment relax, les jambes dans les airs, de un petit peu somnoler pendant la journée. Ça m'a jamais vraiment causé problème, là, le sommeil. Tu sais, même la diag, j'ai pas voulu dormir, j'ai pas... j'ai pas ressenti le besoin, fait que je pense que ça va y aller comme ça va y aller. Je pense que c'est le fun parce que ça donne un ton un peu plus... Autant ça part vite, mais moi, je suis calme là-dedans. On dirait que rapidement rentrer dans la nuit, ça m'apaise. Fait que ça a ce possible-là. Puis il va faire plus frais aussi parce qu'il va faire chaud en fin de semaine.
Puis on s'entend qu'une nuit avec les jambes fraîches, c'est rare sur un ultra. D'habitude, on arrive dans la nuit, on a 15 heures de course de fête. Dernière question avant de terminer, Anne. Qu'est-ce qui est le plus technique? Les sentiers de Charlevoix, Côte-de-Beaupré ou de la Réunion?
Oh là là! Je pense la Réunion, mais c'est différent en technique. Ici, c'est la racine. S'il y a de la boue, ça l'empire tout. Mais la Réunion, c'est compliqué. C'est compliqué, c'est de la roche. Tu peux pas jouer avec tes pieds comme tu veux. Je dirais la Réunion.
C'est correct, t'as le droit. Merci beaucoup. Anne, on souhaite une bonne course demain.
Merci beaucoup.
Donc, je suis avec Philippe Poulain qui a 23 ans. Et malgré son jeune âge, c'est sa 4e participation au QMT. Plusieurs fois le 100 000, plusieurs fois le 135. Est-ce que tu es prêt pour cette année?
Ouais, je suis prêt. Comme tu dis, c'est la 4e année de suite que je le fais. Fait que je connais pas pire le parcours. Puis en entraînement aussi, c'est un spot que j'aime bien aller courir. Fait que je suis bien prêt là. J'ai fait pas mal de millages en training. Fait que je me sens très prêt.
Tu avais fait beaucoup parler de toi l'année que tu avais fini sur le podium à 19 ans, à 20 ans. Depuis ce temps-là, tu es revenu à chaque édition. Là, maintenant, tu sais à quoi t'attendre. Tu as fait le QMT plusieurs fois. Est-ce que ta préparation est différente à travers les années?
Non, pas bien. Là, je fais juste courir beaucoup. Là, j'ai pas trop de plan Là, cette année, au moins, j'ai comme compris qu'il fallait manger pendant que tu cours. Là, fait que j'ai plus un plan de consommer des glucides pendant que je cours pour pas exploser pendant la course.
Est-ce que tu as un plan de match côté crew, côté pacer? Est-ce que tu as une équipe qui va te suivre samedi?
Ouais, j'ai un de mes bons amis, Mathieu, qui va me pacer à la fin de la course. Puis sinon, mes parents ils aiment bien ça venir au ravitaillement, fait que je vais leur faire préparer des bouteilles pour essayer de gagner du temps à ces ravitaillements.
Tu connais bien le parcours. Est-ce que tu as une section préférée sur le 135?
Non, pas tant. Là, j'ai pas de... Ben, j'aime ça une fois que j'arrive, mettons, au Mont-Sainte-Anne parce que... Surtout que tu as ton paisseur, mais aussi, tu sais, tu fais monter, semi-descente, semi-montée, puis après, tu repars dans des trails qui sont relativement roulantes. Fait que tu finis, là, j'aime bien la fin, là, sinon, le sentier des Caps, des fois, il est tannant un peu, là, mais...
Il est tannant de nuit, il paraît.
Ouais. Essayer d'atteindre, mettons, un certain nombre de sucres. Parce qu'avant, je pense qu'il m'en manquait un peu, mettons, dans mes courses. Fait que plus manger tout le long, puis même que ça me donne pas, là, parce que...
Ouais. T'es un gars qui est au feeling dans son entraînement, dans le sens que tu fais beaucoup de millage. Tu as déjà fait des podiums, tu sais ce que c'est de compétitionner en avant du pack. Est-ce que quand la course commence, tu regardes les positions, tu suis ça ou tu vas seulement sur ton feeling?
Saturday morning.
What's the difference for you starting a 100-miler, knowing that you're there for 24 hour plus, and then going on an 80K that is a pretty fast race? It's the Canadian Championship. A lot of women will start fast. What's the difference for you on your mindset?
I think trusting myself to run faster off the start, for sure. Knowing that I don't have as much runway for a whole race, and being confident to put myself in a good position at the beginning, and to know that I'll get to go to bed that evening, so I can run fast, hard, and kind of leave it all out there and see what's possible.
You've been here 6 times. What brings you back every year at Québec Mega Trail?
I love the people, the atmosphere, and the trails here. It's the best, all of the best things about trail running are at this race. And when I look at the mountains and the trails, and I look around this room at the people here, I just feel a sense of I'm at home in many ways, and that's really special.
After many years of coming into Mont-Sainte-Anne and then going up and down and up, last year you did the 80K, which is not going up the mountain. Was it a relief, or you were sad to not go up there?
It's very strange to end after Mestashipo. That's the final push, and then I look up at the mountain and I put my feet up. But I think, I don't know, maybe I'll have to go up on Sunday and maybe take the gondola.
That's a good idea. Maybe because after 80K, your legs might thank you. Do you have a favorite portion of that 80K?
There are sections of the Sentier de Cap that I really think are beautiful, and having run them at different times of the day, I have so many different images of the night to sunrise to the glow of the day, and just the flowy sections in the forest feel magical. I'm just transported there.
Do you have a crew for Saturday?
I do, yeah. My partner Adam and I have a friend Steph. They're both driving around, and my service dog Ralph will be on the support crew. So yeah, they'll be following around all Saturday.
Big family run.
Big family run.
Thank you, Kelsey, and have a great race on Saturday.
Thank you. You have fun too.
Thank you. Je suis avec Marie-Ève Pelland de l'équipe animation Terrain. L'année passée, Marie-Ève, c'était une première pour tout le monde du QMT Live, incluant toi et l'équipe de Tout.trail. Parle-moi de ton expérience l'année dernière sur le QMT Live, d'être sur le terrain, dans la brousse, à rencontrer les participants.
J'avais trouvé ça vraiment chouette d'avoir la possibilité d'être là, de le vivre vraiment comme à l'intérieur, de voir comment ça se passait. Aussi, moi, ça m'a vraiment impressionné de voir la technique en arrière de tout ça, la quantité de fils derrière tout ça aussi. Moi, ça m'avait vraiment frappé. Fait que j'avais envie d'être là encore, puis j'avais envie de me réimpliquer encore. Puis là, je pense qu'on a une belle équipe encore. En fait, on a la même
équipe.
C'est malade. Tout le monde a trouvé ça assez cool pour revenir.
Exactement. Puis ça s'est vraiment bien passé. Mais là, cette année, vous êtes encore plus sur le terrain, encore plus dans différents ravitaillements. Y a-t-il un défi pour vous d'être sur place, de vouloir capter, de vouloir avoir des moments de course de certains coureurs, mais de ne pas être trop dans leur short non plus, parce qu'ils sont dans un ravito puis peut-être qu'ils vivent le pire moment de leur vie?
Effectivement, tu vois, c'est un enjeu que je vis, c'est un débat que j'ai encore à me demander. Est-ce qu'on va déranger les gens pendant leur ravito? On ne sait pas où est-ce qu'ils en sont pendant leur course. L'année passée, j'avais beaucoup opté pour la stratégie d'aller voir les équipes de soutien. Fait que comme ça, on avait un insight, mais sans déranger le coureur. J'avais pas détesté. À voir si on va changer de formule.
Quand on connaît le coureur, ça doit aider un petit peu, mais il y a plein de coureurs internationaux qu'on connaît pas, puis on veut pas être la personne qui va prendre le micro au moment qu'il est en train de vomir.
Puis comment ça se passe?
C'est ça, exactement. C'est une logistique pour vous d'être partout en même temps, de couvrir les ravitaux. Tu me disais tantôt, tu as la chance d'avoir les ravitaillements qui sont plus faciles d'accès. Il y a du monde dans ton équipe qui s'en vont dans la brousse. Parle-nous de ce défi-là, de pas juste avoir à aller chercher des entrevues, mais d'aller randonner, courir pour s'y rendre.
C'est parce qu'en fait, c'est que c'est pas juste tu déplaces ta personne avec ton cell pour aller filmer. Tu sais, c'est un setup qui est quand même complexe avec un Starlink, une grosse caméra, des grosses affaires. Fait que bref, ça demande quand même un peu de jus de bras pour ramener ça là. Puis je pense à Max puis à Phil qui seront au Cap Brûlé où est-ce qu'il y a une randonnée de 4 km à faire pour se rendre avec tout leur matériel. Fait que tu sais, ça va être quand même une petite aventure pour eux de se rendre là puis de rendre quelque chose de cool.
C'est un ultra pour eux, pour aller chercher les images, pour aller chercher les entrevues. C'est un ultra pour toute l'équipe qui, en ce moment même, est en pleine nuit blanche. Tu as décidé d'ajouter un peu de piquant à ton week-end, puis à courir le 25 dimanche. Parle-moi d'une bonne idée. Dis-moi, ça a été quoi le thinking pour se rendre jusque-là?
J'ai une possibilité. J'ai dit, pourquoi pas? Je me suis dit, mon ami Yannick l'a fait l'année passée, je suis capable. Il va probablement le refaire. Et comme de fait, effectivement, toi aussi, tu as eu une bonne idée de la sorte avec un 30 km dimanche matin.
Et non, c'est très, très froid. Fait qu'on est chanceux.
ça va être d'une fraîcheur absolue.
Parle-moi t'es une coureuse d'expérience, t'as couru dans de la grosse chaleur comme ça. Là, en ce moment, les coureurs, même si on est en pleine nuit, il fait du 30-35 ressentis. C'est une très longue journée. Il y a des longues sections sans ravitaillement, donc il y a une limite à ce qu'on peut traîner comme eau, comme gel sur soi. Toi, comme coureuse, c'est quoi la stratégie quand il fait ce genre de température-là?
Ralentir, puis juste respecter comment est-ce qu'on se sent, parce que de toute façon, on peut pas aller plus vite. Puis tu sais, un coup de chaleur, ça reste que c'est vite arrivé. Fait que c'est pas quelque chose que je recherche moi personnellement. La bonne nouvelle, c'est qu'il y a plu quand même beaucoup dans les dernières semaines. J'ai pas été valider l'état des sentiers. J'ai eu des échos de gens qui l'ont balisé, par exemple. Semblerait que c'est assez humide. Fait qu'au moins, les coureurs auront la possibilité de se rafraîchir. Fait que ça, c'est quand même assez intéressant, là.
Merci beaucoup, Marie-Ève. On te retrouve après ta sieste demain matin.
On se retrouve après ta sieste demain matin.
Et voilà. Je suis avec Elisa Ouellette-Gagnon, qui est la chef de l'équipe médicale ici au Québec Mega Trail. Elisa, c'est quoi le défi pour votre équipe sur un sentier comme le QMT, où on est loin de la civilisation, loin des ravitaux?
Bien, comme tu le dis, on est loin. Donc, c'est important d'être autonome quand on va être dans les sentiers, d'être capable d'intervenir rapidement également, puis d'aller en proaction, aller au-devant des problèmes. Présentement, on le sait, il va faire chaud sur cette édition-ci. Donc, ça fait déjà quelques jours qu'on en parle avec les capitaines d'équipe, qu'on se prépare, qu'on a révisé nos protocoles pour être en mesure de refroidir les coureurs si jamais ils ont trop chaud.
On le dit souvent, le Québec Mega Trail est un exemple, pas juste au Québec, au Canada, mais dans le monde, sur sa gestion médicale. Moi, comme coureur, je suis toujours surpris quand je fais le Québec Mega Trail parce que vous n'êtes pas seulement dans les ravitaux, vous êtes mobile. On vous croise dans le sentier à des endroits où il n'y a personne. Là, vous vous préparez une édition dans les plus chaudes que jamais au Québec Mega Trail. Qu'est-ce que vous faites de plus? Qu'est-ce que vous faites différemment quand on sait qu'il annonce 40 de ressentis?
Je pense que tu le dis très bien, on est présent, on est dans les sentiers et puis toute l'équipe se tient là-dedans. Il y a une cohésion, puis il y a un message qui est le même, qui est transmis dans toute l'équipe. On refroidit les gens. On suit aussi ce qui est evidence-based, donc ce qui est proposé par la communauté médicale. Comment qu'on doit traiter une personne qui a chaud, traiter malheureusement un arrêt cardiaque ou tout ça. On est préparé à ça. Je suis d'accord avec toi, ça fait 4 ans que je fais partie du QMT, puis c'est la chose qui m'a le plus accroché, c'est comment qu'on va intervenir sur le sentier, puis qu'on est à côté du coureur, on est prêt à intervenir dans le sentier.
On parle des coureurs pour qui ça va être difficile dans la chaleur, mais est-ce qu'il y a de la sensibilisation à faire aussi pour les équipes médicales? Parce que tantôt, je parlais avec un pacer, puis je disais, toi, ta job, c'est de t'assurer que ton coureur va bien, mais toi, il faut que tu ailles bien aussi, il faut que tu manges des heures régulières. C'est pareil pour l'équipe médicale qui va être des longues heures dans le sentier.
Effectivement, c'est le message que j'ai envoyé hier à mes capitaines, c'est on fait attention à notre équipe, on se pousse pas au-delà de ce qu'on doit faire, on s'assure qu'on reste là pour les coureurs, mais également entre partenaires, entre patrouilleurs, on se surveille, on s'assure qu'on boit, on s'assure qu'on se repose, qu'on est à l'ombre également.
C'est un parcours qui est long, c'est un parcours linéaire. Pour les coureurs, c'est le fun. Pour l'équipe médicale, ça va être un bon casse-tête de poster des gens sur 135 km de sentier avec plusieurs heures, parce qu'entre le premier et le dernier à Saint-Tite-des-Capes, par exemple, il y a des dizaines d'heures de différence. Ça représente combien de personnes environ, sans nous dire de chiffre exact, qui vont être là en fin de semaine sur les équipes médicales?
Présentement, j'ai à peu près 50 patrouilleurs. Puis, tu sais, ce que tu expliques comme puzzle, ben c'est ça le fun. C'est pour ça qu'on fait ça, là. C'est pour le jeu d'échecs de où est-ce qu'on va se situer, où est-ce qu'on sait que c'est les points chauds, où est-ce qu'on va avoir à sortir le plus de personnes, où est-ce qu'on sait que les abandons se situent le plus. C'est pour ça qu'on le fait, là. On aime cette adrénaline-là, là.
On parle beaucoup des longues distances parce qu'on s'imagine, couvrir 135 km, mais souvent, les distances plus courtes, que ce soit le 6, le 15, le 25, je dis courte, c'est très long comme distance, mais c'est souvent là où il y a plus de gens inexpérimentés qui font leurs premières armes entre elles. Donc, je suppose qu'il y a une attention particulière aussi pour supporter les coureurs, les coureuses sur les distances plus courtes du dimanche.
Oui, on est là. On le sait que le dimanche, en fait, comparativement au samedi, c'est un pace qui est plus rapide. Ça déboule rapidement. C'est vrai que c'est là où est-ce qu'on a le plus d'appels également. C'est un bon moment aussi, des fois, pour faire de la sensibilisation auprès des coureurs, faire attention à ses pieds, comment on se tient en santé. C'est quoi la différence entre une situation qui est très grave ou juste une petite écorchure à un genou. Donc, c'est ça qui est le fun dans le Québec Mega Trail, c'est qu'on a du long puis on a du très court fast pacing où est-ce qu'il faut qu'on agisse rapidement.
On souhaite à toi et ta cinquantaine de membres de l'équipe un bon week-end du QMT. Merci beaucoup de ton temps.
Merci à vous également, puis bon QMT.
Merci. Et voilà! Je suis avec Jean Fortier, fondateur, directeur de course du QMT. Jean, on pourrait parler d'un million de choses, mais d'abord, comment s'est passé le montage de cette 14e édition-là?
Ça s'est bien passé. Vraiment, l'équipe, sait où ce qui s'en va. Tout le monde connaît leur rôle. Puis c'est sûr que c'est vraiment beaucoup de logistique. Là, puis à chaque année, on sort de notre zone de confort. On ajoute des choses, on a des nouveautés, mais ça va vraiment bien, sérieux.
Tantôt, dans les discours, tu parlais de la CEPAC, qui est un nouveau partenaire parce que le sentier passe dans une section qui est maintenant de la CEPAC. Parle-moi de cette relation-là, c'est nouveau?
Ben oui, c'est nouveau parce que là, ils ont comme pris tout le pourtour est du Mont-Sainte-Anne, qui est devenu le parc du Mont-Sainte-Anne. Puis c'est vraiment, sérieux, ça a été naturel, une belle relation avec la CEPAC tout de suite en partant. Puis c'est des gens intéressants, une belle... Puis, tu sais, ils ont les mêmes valeurs, dans le fond, ils veulent protéger aussi le parc, puis l'endroit où on va courir, comme nous autres, puis on veut préserver ça, puis je pense que c'est de bon augure.
Jean, au moment où ça va être diffusé, les coureurs vont être en pleine nuit dans le Sentier des Caps. Parle-nous des défis de ce sentier-là de nuit.
C'est un sentier tellement difficile parce que ça dépend tout le temps des conditions. C'est un sentier que je l'ai dit souvent qui tolère mal l'eau. Puis il y a des portions qui sont vraiment dures mentalement. À partir de Cap-Gribane, il y a la nouvelle section là, que tu entames, qui est le Cap Brûlé, pour aller jusqu'à Saint-Tite. Puis tu redescends vers le fleuve pour remonter vers Saint-Tite. Puis je pense que ça joue beaucoup dans la tête des coureurs. Puis en plus, ils savent qu'à Saint-Tite, ils vont avoir de quoi de confortable. Et leur équipe de soutien, toute l'équipe, je pense que ça, tu sais, ça joue, là. Tu n'as pas le choix d'y penser, veux pas. Puis c'est ça. Ça devient difficile.
Ouais, c'est clair. Puis cette section-là, l'année passée, on nous en a parlé beaucoup après. Je pense qu'elle a pris par surprise les gens qui connaissent le Sentier des Caps, parce que là, c'est un nouveau secteur que vous avez développé. Je pense que c'est très technique et démoralisant parce que tu penses que tu t'en vas vers Saint-Tite, puis là, on t'amène vers le fleuve. C'est pas naturel.
Non, c'est pas naturel du tout. Puis on l'a bûché un peu à l'ancienne, tu sais. Il a fallu l'ouvrir, là, ce secteur-là. Mais on a quand même coupé une petite section qui était là l'année dernière, qui est plus là cette année. Puis ça, je pense que ça va vraiment aider beaucoup, là. Ouais.
Ça fait quelques années que vous faites partie des World Trail Majors. Vous faites partie des fondateurs de cette série internationale-là. Vous avez des championnats canadiens. Il y a toujours eu beaucoup de compétitions. Là, de rajouter la Golden Trail, vous aviez eu les séries nationales dans le passé, mais là, c'est la Golden Trail internationale. Toi, comme fan du sport, qui connaît ce sport-là depuis longtemps, d'être dans la même série que la Sierre-Zinal, ces courses-là mythiques qui ont 40 ans d'histoire, ça doit faire quand même un petit velours.
Ben oui, c'est sûr. Tu sais, la Sierra-Zinal, puis après ça, il y a Zegama. Tu sais, c'est malade ces courses-là, là, puis d'être dans le même calendrier qu'eux autres. Moi, je trouve ça fantastique, là. Tu sais, c'est un autre... c'est le genre d'étape qu'on est capable de recevoir parce qu'on a une équipe qui est vraiment forte puis qui est solide. Sinon, on ne serait pas capable parce que ça amène une grosse logistique. Mais tu sais, c'est le fun. C'est des athlètes qui viennent jamais ici, là, tu sais, de partout dans le monde, là. Puis ça va vraiment être génial de voir ça, là.
Il y a toujours eu du très gros calibre au Québec Mega Trail, mais c'est une première pour le Québec au sens large d'avoir les meilleurs au monde, pas juste parmi les meilleurs. Quand on parle de Elouzine, je veux dire, c'est le meilleur coureur en montagne présentement au monde. Puis des gars comme lui, il y en a plusieurs. Des filles de ce calibre-là, il y en a plusieurs. Ça va aller vite dimanche sur le 30 km.
Ah oui, oui. Ah, c'est ça. Puis, tu sais, c'est le fun qu'on puisse profiter de ça sur notre terrain de jeu enfin. Ça fait tellement longtemps que je veux que le Québec soit sur la scène internationale. Mais là, tu sais, on l'est, là. Fait que c'est vraiment cool.
Parce qu'on s'entend qu'on a des sentiers qui sont uniques. Des fois, les dénivelés de nos courses font rire les internationaux. Jusqu'à temps qu'ils se mettent les pieds ici. L'année passée, on a jasé avec Marilyn Nakache après la course. Puis je pense que c'est une fille qui a fait le marathon des sables, la diagonale, à nœud pour son argent ici. Fait que ça les surprend toujours. J'ai hâte de voir les commentaires, les ressentis de ces athlètes-là dimanche après une course de 30 km avec si peu de dénivelé comparé à peut-être d'autres, mais de la racine, de la bouette, de la roche.
Et voilà.
Jean, on te souhaite un bon week-end du QMT, 14e édition. Félicitations à toute l'équipe.
Merci beaucoup.
carbs on the bike and my glycogen is still depleted. My muscles are ready to fuel right now. Don't waste that window. Exact immediate recovery. Your first move to be ready for tomorrow.
Salut, c'est Sébastien Camus du team Garmin. Bon, mais je crois que le grand départ approche pour vous. C'était un petit message d'encouragement du sud de la France, où il fait chaud, voire un peu trop chaud. Mais quoi qu'il en soit, une belle aventure vous attend. Et en toute honnêteté, je vous envie parce que l'année dernière, c'est que de bons souvenirs qui me reviennent à vous faire ce petit message. Donc, profitez bien, amusez-vous. Et surtout, faites un méga hug à tous les volontaires, les bénévoles que vous allez croiser sur le parcours qui rendent cette épreuve tout juste incroyable. En toute honnêteté, comme je l'ai dit l'année dernière à l'arrivée, je crois que c'est l'épreuve où j'ai rencontré le plus d'énergie au travers de ces rencontres que j'ai eues sur les différents ravitaillements. Voilà. Donc, profitez bien. Grosse pensée à vous. Je vous conseille de garder du jus pour la fin de parcours parce que c'est là que tout se joue. Et profitez bien de votre arrivée. Amusez-vous bien. Allez.
Merci à toutes. Je suis Marilyn Nakache et je suis très heureuse de vous adresser ce petit message. J'espère que vous êtes prêts à vivre une très belle aventure. J'ai eu la chance l'année dernière de remporter le QMC135 et j'en garde vraiment un très très beau souvenir qui restera gravé longtemps, je pense. Ce qui m'a le plus marqué vraiment, c'est l'ambiance de la course. Les bénévoles qui sont adorables, les encouragements des spectateurs tout le long, ce qui nous pousse à aller au bout. Et surtout moi qui suis très gourmande, les ravitaillements étaient vraiment excellents. Je crois que je me suis goinfrée tout au long de la course. Les sentiers du QMT sont très joueurs, parfois très techniques, comme vous le savez, mais c'est ce qui fait tout leur charme, bien sûr. Donc, mon conseil serait de ne pas partir trop vite et surtout de rester concentré sur les appuis pour ne pas tomber, en tout cas pas trop souvent. Le sentier Mestachibo, désolé pour la prononciation, peut faire très peur, mais il faut le prendre comme un jeu en enjambant rocher en rocher et en étant très patient, donc comme les enfants peuvent faire parfois sur les rochers. Dans un ultra, il y a toujours des hauts et des bas, mais il faut continuer à avancer avec le sourire et surtout vous dire à quel point vous êtes chanceux d'être là. Je vous souhaite une magnifique course, beaucoup de plaisir sur les sentiers du Québec et j'espère que vous vivrez vous aussi une aventure inoubliable. Ah oui, une petite pensée pour mon passeur de l'année dernière, Dominique, qui a su trouver la bonne manière de me faire gagner des places, même si sur le coup, je l'ai vraiment maudit. Il saura pourquoi. Allez, à très vite!
Allô à tous, mon nom est Geneviève Nadeau, je suis une coureuse en trail et j'ai participé l'année dernière à l'édition inaugurale du Québec Mega Trail 135, qui reste à ce jour un de mes plus beaux souvenirs en trail. Donc, je tenais à utiliser cette occasion pour saluer toutes les personnes qui font du QMT un événement de cœur année après année et un événement de calibre mondial. Donc, pour ce qui est des coureurs, vous êtes arrivés à la ligne de départ. C'est ça le plus difficile. Maintenant, il s'agit juste de mettre un pied devant l'autre, prendre un petit gel de temps en temps et profiter. Si je peux donner un petit conseil, ça serait de lever les yeux de temps en temps parce que le territoire que vous apprêtez à traverser est franchement majestueux. Mais pas trop longtemps non plus, parce qu'on le sait, au QMT, il n'y a pas un seul kilomètre qui est gratuit. Les racines sont sournoises, les roches sont glissantes et la boîte est profonde. Donc, sur ce, je vous envoie mes salutations de Melbourne en Australie. Je vous souhaite une course magnifique et je vous dis à l'année prochaine.
Nous sommes de retour sur le plateau. Donc, je vous réaccueille un tout petit peu pour vous dire qu'il faut se déconnecter de live qui se passe maintenant sur YouTube et vous allez avoir une partie 2 qui va s'ouvrir sur un autre onglet. Il va y avoir un 5 minutes de passage entre les deux lives.
Hello folks. That was a switch off of some of the pre-recorded interviews we had lined up for you. Some amazing stories and background information we had there. Thank you for sticking through this. I know some of you are super eager to see their races on the course. Unfortunately, we can only see a few, show you a few races coming in at a time, and we don't have access to all the aid stations all the time. But yeah, I'm glad you made it all the way here and sticking with us. It's 4 a.m. now here exactly, which means that the runners have been going for 8 hours in total. So that's a lot of time being on the course, obviously. I'm not sure why we lost our live stream again, but I'm still here for you, rooting for your runners. We'll be right back with you once we have a more interesting things to show you.